I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, November 6th, 2022, around 11 p.m. And this is our third session playing through London Gothic, Mortem London Gothic, Ghost in the Machine. If you haven't watched the first two sessions, this will make no sense. You should start there or play the game yourself before watching any of these. It's not clear whether we're going to finish the game today. We're maybe a third of the way, a quarter of the way into book 2 of 2. But it sort of depends on how much we get stuck at the end and need to revisit stuff. So one of the things we'll have to decide is what to do if after 8 hours we're not ready to solve it, when we'll schedule for. We've played Friday night, Saturday night, this is Sunday night, about 7 or 8 hours each session. And we'll have to figure out from the channel. I need Jonathan here with me, at least, to play. So we'll figure out whether we can finish this tonight. All right, before we recap our notes and get back into it, let's just talk a little bit about where we stand with this experience. Anna, who normally plays with us, basically tapped out or couldn't make it tonight, but she was going a little bit crazy because we found what seems pretty clear is lots of bugs in the game. Printing bugs in the book, for the most part. None of which are really breaking the game in any severe or meaningful way. But they've put a little undercurrent of doubt in everything, because we're not sure when we read something or can't find something, whether it's because it's not meant to be there or it's an oversight and a printing bug. So that's caused some consternation and some confusion among the group trying to solve this case. For me, for a combination of reasons, I'm finding it interesting, and it's not throwing me off my stride too much. Partly because the writing is still great. There are some great scenes. It's a long experience, which for me is almost like it can make up for a lot of problems if it's nice and long. And we're still it's not like one of these cases where everything is super clear who the culprit is. So there's still the interest of solving this case that's not so obvious. Also, because I sort of expect bugs in these and typos in these kinds of games. Not everyone does. I sort of started with Sherlock Holmes, the Astari edition, which is full of bugs, and Mythos Tales full of bugs. So I sort of kind of expect that. So it's not throwing me off my stride. And the other reason I think that it's not bothering me so much is there are a lot of moving parts in this game, a lot of gears moving. If you look up this, you add 50 to this number to get here, you add these letters, and we can talk about how well that works and how frustrating that can be. But because there's so much of that, it's kind of interesting to see when it breaks, when it fails, and I'm enjoying that process. In the channel, Jonathan has done his scan of the bookshelf and noticed something new. You can see there's a new murder mystery party game, and we've talked about this company, which is the parent company's University Games. They make this series murder mystery party games. They license the adventure, a couple of the adventure games, and then a couple that were good, and then a couple they've sort of homemade that have been quite bad. But what you see on the shelf behind me, which we'll eventually play at some point, is actually a little unusual. It's called like Black Hawk or something. Black Hawk, yeah. And someone alerted me to this several months ago, someone on the channel. And it's not the normal case. It's billed as a real-time game. And we believe that it's licensed from the Adventure real-time game that came out and was made by Adventure in Germany. And as I understand it, although the theme seems completely different, which is what's confusing me, but as I understand it, you basically play it over the course of an hour or so, and you're having to coordinate things through your cell phone, like you're trying to coordinate a heist or some operation, and you're getting reports in, you have to install Telegram or something. I am terrible at real-time games. I panic under pressure. So it's not really the game for me. But I thought we would try it just for the humor of it. All right, let's catch up here where we are. I updated our notes a little bit. Let me just bring this over here. I haven't really filled in most of this. We've got more oddities in book 2 that we'll have to talk about. But I did want to talk about our theories and maybe add a couple more. One theory that's brand new from book 2 is we've discovered the creator of the Red Lord, the person who built this machine that's killing people. Or it's not just this machine that's killing people. Other people are getting injured. Oh, look who came in, Anna Maria. Okay. So we've recently stumbled on a whole trove of clues about Andrew O'Malley, the creator of the Red Lord, how he was sort of a genius and cared about making it safer and was very troubled by how the accidents were killing people, and the owners of the factory, of the mill, were letting him try to make it safer, but they were also pushing for efficiency and stuff like that. So there's a little bit of suspicion around him because he tried to blow up his own machine, destroy it, it seems, and then his body was found in the fire with his face very badly burned. So we had a thought, is it possible he's still alive and he's the ghost haunting the factory? And I was thinking, okay, we know that people are getting killed in the normal course of operations. So just because some kid, I was thinking, is he doing it? But why would he be killing little kids and not just the owner? But we have to remember that people are getting killed in these machines, in various machines, just as the course of business in this Victorian age of industrialization. And we're told very clearly that that happens, but that the Red Lord is more dangerous than most. So it's possible that the ghost could be trying to kill off owners and operators, and that Andrew O'Malley is this person. And in fact, we found a note in our recent deaths, and it said something like accident out before. And I was thinking, were they talking about a note that he was leaving saying like, this is not an accident, get out while you still have the chance, something like that. Our other theory before that was maybe that the ghost was the priest's son who lost a hand and went missing. And one of the real insights, I think it was Antina, who came up with this idea that we've got these new dates we found recently of injuries, recent injuries. We know that from someone that the deaths of children are not listed on it. That's fine. But we've also got injuries, serious injuries, and dates. And here's Andrew O'Malley, the creator of the machine. And then here's Arthur Harrison, the priest's son. So one of the things Antina suggested, which is very interesting way to think about it, is if we think these two could be acting as a ghost, one question we should be asking is, do the ghost sightings correspond to one of these disappearances? In other words, if we're having ghost sightings before Andrew O'Malley even disappeared, here up with Lucy Vaughn in April, well then probably it doesn't make sense to think that Andrew O'Malley is the creator still alive doing the ghosts. And the same thing holds for Arthur going missing. If the ghosts were happening before Arthur, which I believe we concluded they were, then he's not going to be the ghost. So I think we verified that for Arthur, but we didn't really reconsider that for Andrew O'Malley, the creator. So we might want to pay some more attention to whether there were ghost sightings before he died. I think that's a very good, that's a weak joint at the chicken to carve the chicken to see if we can maybe identify whether one of them are the ghosts. And then there's some other theories like the ghost is real. We haven't had I don't think we've had any real evidence that there is real supernatural in this world. It seems more likely that someone is acting as a ghost. But then we saw lots of kids, so is it somehow children are acting as the ghost in some form? Ghost, and then I had an early theory that was the ghost just some like cotton fire explosions. We heard it blew people off the railing and stuff, and we're told that, the whole place could go up if you light a match, and someone had a matchbook. So, okay, just some theories to work with here. We've got our list of people, some of which we wanted to visit in book 1, like Turnbull's house, but never got the chance because the game seemed to force us out. And then we've met a couple more people. Let me just quickly add here. Let's just put the injured people from injury log. There were some jurors. Jurors is a weird term, but jurors in O'Malley's autopsy. And maybe we'll add O'Malley himself here. Maybe if there are other people we find here. And then we met one of the injured people was a woman that we sort of fell in love with, and hopefully we'll be talking to her more. And speaking of which, let me jump down here. On our list of modifiers, we've had the coroner, we've had the general recorder office where we could look up records about people, and we have the library where we could look up the newspaper, but we actually added one, right? And that was Vivian's Gentleman's Club. We're told when we visit there and meet our love interest that we could also come back to see if someone rotten we've talked to Vivian, who runs the place, and she said, well, look, I'm not in the business of giving out information about my clients. And we say, well, but what if it was someone really horrible? And she said, yeah, okay. If you name someone really horrible, I can tell you, I can confirm some information about them. So we were thinking maybe we would look up Patrick, the Beast, they call him. So he seems like a great candidate here, although we've not seen any evidence that he frequents here. So that would just be a random shot in the dark until we get some other evidence. In our list of unresolved things to do, I added Vivian's there. That was my statement about ghost sightings. We've got an interesting thing where Getz, this weird guy who works at the factory, says when you go to his entry, it says, come back if you're sent here to get the distant child, something from the distant child. Well, we know what this is now. We finally talked to him and found out he does have the crucifix that belongs to the priest's missing son, that the priest wants back and has asked us to get. But it's not clear to us whether that qualifies as being sent to get it. And this use of the word distant, which we've never heard before in relation to the child, makes us think we haven't technically been sent. But this is an unfortunate page in the game that it's not clearer about whether we have been sent. Okay, there's the jurors and where we found it. We're also told that Turney, when we looked him up at the morgue, that he's got lots of aliases, just confirms what we think we know about him, that he's a con man. We've got the matchbox prop that's got 854, which we're told is a Lower Marsh bait account. We think maybe that this is someone's gambling account at the Queen's Hand, and that maybe we're not meant to ever look that up somewhere. We're not sure. It's not a location, but could it be in book 2? No, it's not in book 2. Okay, so we don't know if that's something we're eventually going to look up or not. Regina Kelsey, the witness, has told us she'll tell us about the ghost when we come back with 3 ex-employees. We've just finished going through all of the ex-employees and found those 3 ghost spottings, the rooms that they saw their ghosts. So we are ready to do that. It's weird that Regina Kelsey isn't in book 2. So we think we just go to that calculated number, and it's just an oversight that it's not in this book. And we'll talk about the books in a minute. Let me just catch up on the chat here. Jonathan says there might also be multiple forces being attributed as the ghost. For example, it seems like the person who got scalped was just an accident and an unknown forces pulled her out. That's an interesting point about the unknown people pulled her out. Although everyone could see she was dangling in the machine, so I don't think it's going to be a ghost that pulls her out. Just one of the people pulled her out that she didn't spot. John says people might have assumed the role of the ghost for their own aims. I like this theory. In fact, my early theory was that maybe the ghost, people saying they spotted the ghost, was just because they didn't want to blame that guy, Patrick, who was killing people, for fear of him hurting them. Doesn't seem likely now, since they do refer to him as the Beast. But Jonathan's the idea that everyone would sort of come to a sort of mass hysteria thing of blaming the ghost every time someone had an accident makes a lot of sense. So you could imagine that maybe the first sighting of the ghost is not as informative as you would think, if people just ascribe the ghost as the explanations for how accidents happened. But then people are saying very clearly they saw a ghost, so I'm back and forth. Theo says, why is there not a digital version of the books? Well, you could imagine that they don't want people playing it without buying it, but we were talking about how it seems like there are enough problems that they may have to do a separate printing, or they may have to put up a PDF with some errata. We'll have to revisit that when we get to the end. Okay, let's see what else. a bunch of other unanswered questions. Who does the green small jacket belong to that we found the matchbox in? That's I'm very interested in this question because we know it doesn't belong to Patrick because he's a very large beast of a man. So who has this green jacket, which seems to be the jacket that it's at least Patrick has a green hat. So it is weird. I don't know if that means Irish. Maybe we're just supposed to make the connection to Irish, but who in that house is wearing the green jacket? You know what else we need to add here that we haven't is the photograph in Eugene Hatt. Eugene Hatt was the newspaper writer, and he's been investigating the connections between these cases. And we're going to want to look at this again, but in Eugene's cellar, we find a photo that looks like it's got some names on it. It says Walker and the other guy that we're very suspicious of. Starts with an R. Rampart. In fact, we might want to put him up here in the theories. Like, is Rampart the real mastermind? And then our other theory is that union or motivation for deaths to lower the price of mill or for, I guess I'll make another entry, accidents to fuel outrage for the union. We're told two other motives. One is that the mill was sold at a bargain because of all these accidents, and the other one was that it's perfect timing for the union. So someone could be doing it for those reasons. And so we found this photograph, though, that's got Rampart and Walker in it, that as children it looks like. So the question is, did they know each other as children, or might these be the children of our main people? We have finished reading the newspaper, but we haven't visited places in the news. We haven't visited all the places in the newspaper. And one thing that's very odd about the book 2 is that logically you might assume that book 2 was put out as a second book, so that you could revisit locations in book 2 and have them be different. But we haven't found any that are different, which is very weird. Like, you might think the reason for having a book 2 is so you could now go back and visit someone and they'd tell you more, tell you different stuff because time has passed. We haven't really found that to be the case, which is odd. So it may be that these books were split just to cut down in printing costs or something. We don't know. All right. Well, that's a long recap. Have I recapped everything important? Is there anything I missed? There's our ghost sightings. And we've got some dates. Remember, we've got a date we can look up. I guess I should put this, yeah, here. Okay, so there may be dates in our book 1 or book 2 that we've overlooked and forgot to look up. Now that we're in book 2 and the game tells us we should not be going to book 1 again, we might just keep our eye open while reading book 2 if we ever come across a date. Jonathan says, regarding the green jacket, and Tina might have suggested this earlier, I'm starting to wonder if the jacket did just belong to Florence. Maybe just the company colors. Could have just had her bet in pocket. That's a very intriguing idea. It seems weird that she would be wearing a green jacket, but you're right. John says we might have also saw someone wearing the jacket at the rat pit. And she did say that she did lots of betting on these rats and dogs. It's an interesting point. Let's look at it in both ways. One possibility is that it's her jacket. The other possibility is that maybe we are supposed to use that 854 account number to figure out whose jacket it is. So if it's not hers, then you might surmise that that 854 is not a throwaway account number, and that we really are supposed to use it to figure out who owns that jacket. Let me just add one little piece to that. Do you remember that the matchbox has 3 things in it? First, it has odds and a name that we use to get into the gambling. Then it has the 854, which our guy friend tells us is a baiting account number. But what else does it say in it? What else does it say in it? Do you remember? It says, oh, lunch if you lose. Sorry, I was wrong. I was thinking it said meet me for lunch. No, lunch if you lose is the dog's thing. Okay, so it doesn't have anything else in it. Never mind. And Tina says, we did see their back at the rat pit. And Jonathan suggested we should see if there's a fencing club. Yes, that is in my list. Okay, so we saw someone with the jacket. Did we see if they were a woman or a man? We could try going to the Queen's Hand in the second book to see if anything has changed. It's not in there. The Queen's Hand is not an entry in the second book. That's a real missed opportunity. We'll talk about that when we review it. I mean, you've got a second book. You now have an opportunity to let the players go and revisit locations and get some interesting new flavor. It's a shame those aren't in there. And same thing happened with like all our informants. You could at least, if you're gonna reprint the informants the way they did in this book, and there's 2 pages of flavor text for our coroner, feels like that should have been new text. That's a real missed opportunity. It's not material. You've got the 2 pages in there, but it's just copied pages. That's a shame. All right. So, what do we want to do? What do we want to do next? Where did we leave off? We left off by tracking down one of our last... We tracked down one of our last injured people in the mental asylum, and we had a very interesting encounter at the mental asylum where we found Rusty. He was burned up, talking about ghosts, and we learned about the last ghost sighting that we were looking for. I believe we ended the stream with me checking if a location had a clean ending, or did we not? Was there a location we went to at the very end of the last stream that we need to pick up on, or were we deciding whether to use Regina's ghost code? Anyone remember? That would have been that's a good thing to keep in your notes when you end a session, is how the session ended. What was the last thing you did? We could just clean up some loose ends. We were deciding Regina's code, as far as I recall. I feel like with Regina's code, we're going to open up a whole bunch of stuff. All right, do you want to do that? Do you want to jump into Regina's ghost code and bring it to her and see what she says? Shall we start there with a bang? All right, let's do it. So if you look at our notes, we've got our ghost sightings. Those are our 3 ex-employees, Lucy, Kit, and Rusty. We're told in book 1 how to calculate the ghost code. For some reason, it's not in... What was Regina's number? 176. It's not... For some reason, Regina isn't in book 2. But at the end, she says, well, I don't want to talk to you about the ghosts, but if you find others, she says, I can only trust my own perspective. I'm willing to offer this. If you are able to find others who say they have seen the ghosts, I could perhaps help you more. We say, okay, we'll do our best. And then, so you may return to Regina once 3 ex-employees divulge the locations of 3 separate ghost sightings. Subtract the 2 lower from the higher. Okay, so that's what we did. And when we did that, we got the number 244. So that's where we're going to go to now. We're going to go to 244. Calling this Regina's, Kelsey's ghost code. And hopefully we'll be correct and she'll be waiting there for us. 244. Okay, here we go. Where's my stuff here? All right, so there is an entry on 244. Let's see what we got. You follow Miss Kelsey into the heart of the mill. This room's not on the maps, she says. No one knows about it. That's exciting. Just before the courtyard entrance, she ducks under a low wooden beam and pulls a large tapestry aside, revealing a small wooden door. There's no knob or handle, and it seems locked. She shakes her head. They have not put the locks in yet, but it's wedged, so you have to lift hard. You bend your knees and pull the door up from the floor stone as you push. It swings open. You both enter. Before you is an empty, sort of waiting barracks, but for miniature, God-forsaken troops. Rows and rows of tiny bunks stretch off into the darkness. Who is this for, you say? Well, new arrivals, I guess. What do you mean? She shifts her eyebrow and her palms as if something is self-evident. Good day, detective, she says, then turns and leaves. You look around the room, but there isn't much. Not even a window, just dozens, if not hundreds, of tiny beds. You do find a desk in one of the corners. It appears the drawer has been jimmied open and it's empty. Then on the wall beneath the desk, you see an air vent. Bending down, I don't know why there's this gap. Bending down, you see scratches around the grate. And it comes off easily in your hands. Peering in the dim light, you find what looks like a small fingernail just inside the vent. I've come this far. To climb on in, head to 505. Anything else is up to you. I think this is great. This vent is going to only fit kids. So, so let's make our notes. Kids, beds, and vent. And I think before I forget, let me go back into our notes and add here that we do have a couple more theories that we've been working on. One is that Hattie is using the mill as cover for something. Drugged workers. We had some scene where the workers seemed kind of drugged out. And now all of these kids, new arrivals, we seem to say, like, I don't know why we didn't say, are these just new arrivals for the mill? Something about it seems suspicious to us, like too many kids that don't work in the mill. So maybe these kids are being used for something else. We know Patty is like an underworld kingpin of some sort. All right, well, clearly we got to try to go up into this vent, right? Even though I think we're not going to fit. So shall we go here to 255? 505. I mean, how could we not, right? It's taken us the whole game to get this clue. 505. All right, here we go. 505 says, mark it here. There is a prestigious, some would say notorious, but certainly brilliant, Austrian doctor of the human mind and psyche for whom you did a substantial favor some time ago. And now you often hear his voice in your head analyzing and advising. This would be one of those times. This is going to be probably Sigmund Freud. Oh, the fears you think are real. They are not but phobias. A phantom menace, a sort of conditioning that you have accepted, not invited, but accepted. And so it is yours as well to also not accept them. Okay, he's saying it's all in your head. While some rich coves pay pounds on the hour for advice like this, to you the genius gives it for free, whether you wish for it or not. Often not. After all, wouldn't the purpose of a brain doctor be to make you feel at least somewhat less insane? Just thinking of all this tends to drive you crazy, especially on days like this and in this sort of predicaments, somewhat stuck in the darkness of an air vent, pursuing the vague concept of a ghost after being nearly devoured by rats. You can still hear them, not only in your head, but in this dark crawl space. You can feel them scurrying around you. You are no doubt exhausted by now from spikes, then drops of adrenaline, phobias, and phantom menaces. So what do you do when it all becomes manifest at the very same time, on the very same day? These are things to ask your brilliant friend should you ever see him again. All you know right now is that you deeply dislike confined spaces and ghosts and damn rats. With a grunt, you thrust your right shoulder forward, feel the tin of the duct wall push out, and are finally able to shimmy forward again. 4 more slithering lunges and you're there, at another metal grate to some other room, and finally there's light. But also now you recognize your stupidity in going head first. The grate is tight and there's no way to suddenly invert yourself to try to kick it free. You close your eyes, part of you wants to sleep and never wake up again. But the other part says, it is only in the head. All the fears you think are real, just use your head. And you do. You brace with every muscle in your body against every inch of tin, tighten your neck, clench your jaws, close your eyes, and explode forward using just your head. It is like stacked lightning. The moment your skull and the metal grate collide, then you shout as you tumble into the concrete room. You hit the ground cursing and look around. Although a large industrial space, the nook back here is hidden. Just a small spot behind a giant wall of machinery. Then you see it. A crumpled shape in the corner, feet from where you stand. This is going to be Arthur, isn't it? You step over it. You step over to it, a dirty cotton sheet, and pull it back. Oh, I see, it's a cotton sheet. And then it is some time, you'll never know how long, before you acknowledge to yourself what you're looking at. The remains of a small child. Tattered clothing covers some, and there's a glint of silver at the collarbones. A bare silver chain. Yes, it's the priest's son, Arthur, who went missing. You look at the arms and follow them down. There's no right hand. God damn it all. You feel nauseous and try to make thoughts. Who should you tell? The custodian. He can at least keep it safe. The word safe makes you suddenly gag and you slide down the wall. Phobias may be real, but so are confined spaces, and so is darkness, so are rats, and also maybe ghosts. It might be time, you wonder, to consult a specialist in preternatural things. Okay, so we have found Arthur, the priest's son. Okay, that's pretty cool. But now, we found Arthur, the priest's son. Doesn't say the condition of the body. Like, has it been there for years? This is a little confusing now, right? Because Arthur died years ago, right? Was it years ago? Arthur died June 2nd, 1896, and it's July 29th, 1896. So he died 2 months ago. The question for us here is, has his body been here, lying here behind this machine where he crawled ever since the accident? Or is it lying here under a dirty cotton sheet because he's the ghost? But then what killed him? What is your reading about that? And I'm not sure where it's hinting we should go. Who is the expert of preternatural things? Well, there are some directory entries for supernatural fortune tellers. So it's either talking about the priest, saying we should go back to him, but we can't go back to the priest because we don't have the crucifix. So I'm wondering if the next step is to talk to the person who can speak to the dead, and that person is going to tell us that this child has told them it wants its crucifix back or something. But what is your reading about whether this body has been down there for 2 months? Wouldn't it smell and be horrible? In this hot factory for 2 months? It's not clear. You step over to it, a dirty cotton sheet, and pull it back. It's a crumpled shape in the corner. It's the remains of a small child. Feels to me like it's saying he died here. He crawled back here after the accident and died, and that's why he was never found. And it sounds like Jonathan's agreeing with me. I'm reading it, he's been dead this whole time. Well, he was injured, he crawled back and passed out and died. Okay, visit supernatural, it says. Preternatural. Okay, so I guess this means we think Arthur is not the ghost. We found him. We just need to make one more contact with him. So I wonder, let's look in the newspaper. It might not have been in the newspaper per se, but in the directory. It's not in the newspaper, but in the directory. In the directory, there are some entries for people. Here's a Lost Your Soul, an orthopedic solution. And here's Salvation Salt, blessed, cleansed, and sanctified. But I think we decided I couldn't find them in the directory. But let's see if we can find some directory entry for like a fortune teller or something. How did he die? And Tina says, why did he not seek help? He felt guilty about his sister. He did feel guilty about his sister, we're told, and he lost his hand. I think he just sort of like fell behind the machine, maybe. Although he's got a blanket on him, so someone must have given him a blanket. Maybe he was just so ashamed of being the one responsible for his sister's death that he couldn't face his father. It's weird. It's weird. All right, let's try to find a supernatural. We can try to wrap that up later. It could mean the father. Could mean we should just visit the father again. Preternatural. Madame Preternatural's Cavern of Spiritual Solutions. What do you think about that? All right, let's go to Madame Preternatural's Cavern of Spiritual Solutions and see if she can make contact with the distant child and see what he says. He's going to tell us what happened. He's going to tell us what happened through her. 761. If this is not in here, I won't be exactly happy. Okay, it's here. We're going to talk to this kid now. All right, you got to appreciate how long this case is. It's got little moments of discovery and story. All right, we're back. We're about to talk to Arthur, I think. Or at least this woman is going to channel Arthur. Whether it's really Arthur we're speaking to is a matter of, it's up to you to decide. The lampers are out on their ladders, the sporadic halcyon sparks struggling against the dark as you move down the street. You pause between a gin shop and a taxidermist to read the hanging sign. Madame Preternatural's Cavern of Spiritual Solutions. Please knock before entering. You spend a fair bit of time thinking before knocking, but finally you do. No one answers. You try again, nothing. You're about to leave, then you look at the sign once more and try the door. It pushes open. If you have met 3 people who have seen the ghost with their own eyes, you may continue. If you've not, you're probably unequipped for the level of preternatural investigation, and we suggest you return to your leads. That's an interesting and weird question. I mean, I believe we have, right? Getz saw it with his own eyes, and some of the ex-people cited the ghost. I guess this is just saying, this is just like a rough thing of saying, like, you shouldn't stumble on this early in the game. Okay, well, we have met 3 people. You step into complete darkness, one hand groping at the air while the other searches for matches. Both find purchase at the same instant, and so you push through heavy black curtains, holding an empty queen's hand matchbox in your hand. Interesting. So in the dark, we looked for our matches. We struck a match on the queen's hand. Okay, this is a long entry. A shadowy figure sits before you in a fluctuating haze. Oh, you say, involuntarily, then wait for some reaction. None comes except eventually, meow. As your eyes attempt adjustment to the light and your mind to whatever you're looking at, you put the matchbox back in your pocket. Good day, you say, as the figure, Madame Preternatural, you assume, emerges before you. Her clothes are indistinguishable from the shadows, but the rest of her glows in perfectly arranged candlelight. Devoid of the customary turban or scarf, her head is uncovered, even by hair. It gleams in the golden light. Her eyes have remained firmly closed since you entered. Also, there's an orange cat in her lap, who she continues to stroke softly. Meow, says the cat again, green-gray eyes staring you down. Madame Preternatural, you say. There's a moment of silence. Then, actually, that is the cat. The voice is low and calm. You may call him Pretty for short, she says, eyes still closed. And what may I call you? You watch her and the cat. It's as if something is being related, like a charge between the human fingers and feline fur. The same, she says, just pretty. And then her eyes flash open, makes you brace and nearly duck, as if a pistol had been pulled. She laughs. Ah, relax, detective. You move toward a stool beneath the table and sit, while the cat stretches out and looks up at her. I won't ask why you're here, she says with an easy smile. It results too often in unwitty banter about whether I should know such things already, though I've never once claimed future sight. You're not here to have your fortune told, I hope. No, you say. No, she says, you're here because of ghosts. There's not a semblance of question in her voice, as if you needn't even answer, so you don't. That's fairly simple stuff. Simple? Even as you say it, you know it wouldn't take clairvoyance to guess your words. You're being conducted, this much you know. Comparatively, yes, she says, at least relative to the true mysteries of the universe. The big trick was calling your occupation. Once she had detective, the rest just followed. What earthly Seamus wouldn't be swept up by such thoughts? So you got a read on them, Miss Preternatural? The mysteries of the universe? Call me Pretty, she says. No need for formalities. You nod, metering her lack of answer with the same. She sits back and the cat on her lap moves partway up her chest, curling around itself. All three of you wait. So, you finally say, this ghost problem of mine. Oh, she says, looking down at the cat, gently scratching behind his ear. You didn't say it was a problem. You stare at her. Well, why else would I be here? She raises her gaze to you. The reasons are literally limitless. Okay, you say, fidgeting on your stool, but if you don't mind, can we embark on limiting them? This day is leaving me behind. She smiles. Don't they all, detective? Your gaze begins to turn to a glare. Very well, she says, rolling her eyes just slightly as the feline Pretty purrs. What makes your ghosts such a problem? First of all, you say, I don't know that it's a... Oh, yes, she says, let's skip all that for now. It surely might not be a ghost. In fact, that's usually the case. But my job, as it says very clearly on my sign, is to work towards solutions. So why don't we start with the problem? You've worked on, around, and with every kind of grifter, yet you've come to this one with actual hope she might help you. Whole new level of desperation even for you. You take a deep breath. Well, the problem is this. Many people who work at the Albright Mill believe there is a ghost, and some also believe that this ghost is responsible for various awful things, including maiming and murder. I've followed every clue I've found, both worldly and otherworldly, and it's led me to something that could be either. So now I'm seeking your assistance. You look up. The pretties, both human and feline, are staring at you, but neither of them speak. You wait, then fidget again. What about a seance, you say? Is that something you could do? They continue to stare. You open your mouth to speak again. What did you find? Says the human one. You take another breath. The remains of a child. For a long moment you sit in silence. Then, slowly, Madame Pretty begins to stand, with Cat Pretty held in her hands. Rising above you, a floating furry heart at the center of his person. She begins to stand, with Cat Pretty held in her hands, rising above you. A floating furry heart at the center of his person, who, now fully standing, is more giant even than you were able to conceive. I'll need something of his, she says, something of the distant child's. Okay. So it's actually a two-parter. She needs something of the child's to conduct her seance or communicate with it. Now we are told to go get something from a distant child. So we were right not to go to Getz for the crucifix yet, but now we can. Okay, so she wants something from the distant child. Now that's our cue to go back to Getz and get that crucifix. Are we going to come back to her, asks Jonathan, before giving it to the pastor? Yes, we are. We certainly are. Something was very weird about the gate on this. Did you notice how open-ended the gate was? If you've met 3 people who have seen the ghost with their own eyes, it seems like that could have happened before we found the dead body. And yet the game says we found the remains of a child. We happen to have already found the remains, but that might not have happened, right? Or was it just once we... Yeah, that might not have happened. That's a failed gate. It's unusual for this game. This game usually has hard gates that say, you know, like you have to use this number to compute, like compute the number of this to get this paragraph. But this one just was a vague gate. And you could have read this paragraph having not solved it. Having not found that kid, so that's weird. Just gonna make a little note here to myself. Okay, so now let's go back to Getz. We know where he is, right? Jonathan says something interesting, which is you could have not visited Regina in book 1. And if you failed to visit Regina, you would be lost. You would not even be able to do that. Although we do need to remind ourselves that this game is partly a choose-your-own-adventure style thing. So even if that was true, then everything we're doing here might just be extra story. Like if you missed Regina in the first book and never unfolded this, then you'd never find the kid dead, and you'd never get to the... You'd never get to the madam, and then you'd never get the crucifix back. Although you could go to the madam even without having met Regina, so... Strange. It does seem like it's a little bit of a bug, but I guess what I'm saying, it's not a hard bug just because we couldn't get to some of this. We haven't gotten to anything yet that you needed to get to so far to solve the case or get an answer. All right, let's go visit Gets 964. We remember that in book 2, 964 just has a simple entry. You don't talk to Gets anymore. You just say, it just says, if you've been sent to collect something of the distant child, go to 23. Okay, so 964 to 23. All right, let's see if it'll just give it to us or if it's going to be more complicated. By the way, you may have noticed it while I was flipping through on the zoom up, but I've come across a bunch of paragraphs now that I can see just by accidentally glancing say the end. So there are multiple ways to end this game. Multiple pages on which the game ends. Like a choose your own adventure. So I don't know, that's something to keep in mind. Of course I know where it be, says Getz, seemingly slightly offended. Looking around at this overwhelming archive of organic industrial detritus in which he lives, you wonder where he stores the skeleton, and if it's even his first. What skeleton? What skeleton? A moment later, the small silver crucifix is in his hand. For what again? A seance, you say? He looks at you blankly, as well he should. You sigh. Well, as much as I understand, it's sort of a spiritual system for getting in touch with people who have passed. What, like Bell's telephone for ghosts? You shrug. So, this cosmic type woman you saw, it was her idea? You notice that you're nodding, then make yourself stop. Well, in fact, I suppose I am the one who gets audibly sighs. You can't help but feel he's become markedly more judgmental in the past hour or so. So you're paying this Madam Prettiness or whatever to come in here and find our ghost. With what? The poor boy's necklace and a telephone? It's just pretty, you say. How's that? That's what she said to call her. He stares at you. Did she say anything at all about how she plans to do this? You look down at your feet, then up again. You have to remember it was me who brought it up, but... And I think this is important. There's something to it she likes. I could see it in her eyes. If you thought Getz couldn't get less credulous, you were wrong. Her bleeding eyes. If she believed in some ceremony of calling up ghosts, don't you think she would have said it with her mouth? You sigh, deeply hating what you're about to say, but it's been this kind of day. Well, I think it's because of the cat. Getz stares around as if searching for a four-legged beast. He's really mastered this whole sarcastic thing in so little time. The cat? You drop your arms, your voice, and any lingering pretense. Look, Getz, I admit, I have no idea what to do, but at this point, the question is simple. Do you and I want the same thing? He takes a moment, then turns to the shelving behind him. Now in one hand he's got the crucifix, and in the other some pieces of paper. Walker's office, he says. Someone was in there and fled fast. When I arrived, the door was open. And also a ledger on his desk, a page torn out. So I took a minute to thumb it myself. We're the person who tore out the paper, don't forget. He holds the pages towards you. What does it tell you, detective, when you come to the third to last page and the writing only goes halfway up? Then it continues on clear on the very last line of the book. He holds them out for you to see. I'd say, you say, someone's writing back to front. Suggests intense ambivalence so they can tear it all out at a moment's notice. Yeah, unless they die first, says Getz and hands you the pages. There are names, dozens and dozens of them, maybe 100. You scan down the columns, then stop. Richard Baker. It rings some kind of bell in the back of your mind. You listen to it ring. Yeah, this is a dead kid we heard about. So is this 100 dead kids at the back of the book that he's keeping track? So he's keeping track. Remember, the injury log didn't have kids who died. Apparently he's keeping track of them in the back of the book for some reason so he could rip them out or something. And Richard Baker was one of them. I forget who told us about Richard Baker. It was one of the O'Malley entries. So ring some kind of bell in the back of your head. You listen to it ring until finally you remember. Oh, hell, Getz. You say, hell is right. But I ain't going by that no more. What's that? Your hand shakes, staring down at the pages. Getz. It ain't my name, and I ain't getting nothing for nobody no more. You look at him, this fresh new rage in his eyes, and nod. So what do I call you? He looks down at the ground, then up again. Timothy, he says. Timothy? He shrugs. I don't know, I saw it on the list there and I remembered. I remember somebody once, a long time ago, calling me by that name. Timothy. You nod. I mean, I don't imagine that one on the page is me. Oh, he says, I don't imagine the one on the page is me. I don't think I'm actually a ghost, but, well, it's hard to know, you know? You keep nodding, the page is in your hand. Well, Timothy, you say, thanks for this. He holds out the crucifix. You watch him cross himself with the other hand. Now, do right by it, detective. Then it tells us, go to 666. Does anyone remember where we heard about Richard Baker, the dead kid? It may have been when talking to one of the witnesses that got wounded or talking to someone about O'Malley. All right, well, 666 is the seance. That's appropriate. All right. Peeking ahead here. I think it's time to take a break before the seance. How's that for breaking on suspense? I try my best. All right, I'll see you after the break. All right, we're back. Time for the cat seance. 666. Here we go. And Jonathan says, yes, it was Josephine that told us about the death of the little boy, Richard Baker. Okay, here we go. 666. You meet Pretty at the back gate of the mill, and you're both quiet as she crosses through. Most of the coppers, scribblers, and hangers-on have left. Those who haven't, you slip a coin to. That seems like a lot of coins to be giving out. The mill, on this already eerie day, is twice so in its darkened silence. You walk together through the yard. Pretty is carrying the kind of bag a doctor might, a somewhat shabby doctor. No cat Pretty tonight, you say? Madam Pretty gives you a vaguely incredulous look as you cross through the loading docks into the building. He wouldn't be caught dead here for this kind of thing, she says, even with all those lives to spare. You have no idea what this means, except maybe no more than small talk. Two of you travel to the center of the mill towards the Red Lord until it's looming above you. And that's where it's been spotted most? Asks Pretty. Oh, it's where it seems to have caused the most damage, you say, but there are reports of it everywhere. Pretty nods her giant gleaming head and ascends towards the mouth of the Lord. Is this wise? Is it on? She stops just below it at the observation platform and looks around. This will do, she says, and opens her raggedy doctor bag. You look across the vast space as she pulls things out, setting up. The machines below appear like dark, patient warriors in their rows. The air is translucent with cotton dust. Even now, as quiet as the place has ever been, there are sounds. The constant whirring and humming of fans and generators, the sporadic clunking of who knows how many, of what kind of mechanism. It's like you're in the belly of a sleeping industrial beast. You look back at Pretty just in time to see her setting out the candles. Stop! She does so, a candle in her hand, and stares at you. Are you going to light those? You can't light those. You can't light anything. She puts the candle down. The air in here, it's all flammable. One strike of a match and the whole place could blow. Didn't you see the signs? She appears to think for a minute. The actual signs on the walls. Oh, she says, then smiles. It might be the first time she's done so in your presence. It's both endearing and unnerving at once. Ah, that explains it. Thank your stars, I was sure it was coming from me. She begins gathering up the candles and putting them away. What do you mean, you say, and do you need the candles? She's beaming at you. Oh, not at all. They're just purely for show. Really, most of this is, but thank goodness about the air, I should have realized. Flammable air is a good thing? Well, compared to others, she says, and it means we can drink. She takes out a flask, has a gulp, and holds it out to you. You have no idea how any of these things she's saying correlate, but there's already enough to figure out. You take the flask and a medium-sized sip. It tastes like tangerines and gunpowder. Wonderful, you say, and pass it back. She swigs from it again, then says, We're all ready. We're ready. Do you have the item? Whenever he has a drink, it tastes like something nice and gasoline. It's like oranges and gasoline, tangerine and gunpowder. In front of her is a kind of board with letters, numbers, and figures on it, and next to it a large glass vessel. You hand her the crucifix and the silver chain. She pours the liquid from the flask into the vessel, then drops the pieces of necklace in. You might want to stand away, she says. As you take a step back, she picks up what looks like a two-dimensional wooden heart, then begins to sing. This is the Ouija board cursor that she's playing with. You knew not what to expect, to the degree that almost nothing would have surprised you, not incantations, insistent summonings, nor even speaking in tongues. This does, however, surprise you, so much that the breath leaves your body and swirls around you, but then the flammable air is already swirling, so full of life, from the impossible singing of Madame Pretty. In all your travels across the earth, you've never heard anything like it. From her large, unwieldy form comes not only the voice of an angel, but a dozen of them at once, and the song they're singing, though you can't identify any one word on its own, and even as it reaches octaves beyond what you can hear, only feel, surely does come from harps on clouds in heaven. If anything, the voice comes from angels who have been to hell. It takes you a bit, but then you remember the whole purpose of this. You look around through the swirling air. It is by now a maelstrom of cotton, oxygen, and unearthly song. Peering through it, you cannot distinguish what is sight and what is sound. Then you see it materializing before you. A wispy figure, white as snow, eyes black as coal, hovering over the central gangplank, across the vastness of the room. So we're now seeing the ghost. Your heart is beating in your throat, you're frozen where you stand, and it begins to float towards you, as if drawn by this impossibly beautiful, brutally haunting siren song. Then suddenly something happens. It's as if the apparition trips. Then immediately, and even stranger, it seems to split apart. As the impossible song of connection and madness echoes around you, you know you can't trust a thing. But this is what you see. Not one now, but two ghostly spirits flailing, as if trying to find their footing. Do ghosts have footing? You watch as they stumble apart, then suddenly dart away in opposite directions, following the gangplanks both left and right, toward darkened doorways in the walls, and then they're gone. You give your head a mighty shake, then snap back into action. To follow the ghost to the right, go to 833. To follow the ghost to the left, 211. All right, well, these ghosts seem like kids now, maybe. Or there was something in the drink, says Jonathan. That's an interesting idea. All right, let's see. Where are we? If we want to decide to go left or right on the gangplanks, I think the gangplanks were up here in the warehouse. I forget, we went in one of them and we almost fell because they were broken. The left would go, I guess, if that's right, then the left goes to the utility closet where Getz is. And the right would go to the dust house where the sewer is. The ghost was also seen quite a bit in the ring room. So maybe that's where the ghosts can hang out. Here, not so much. So I don't know. If doesn't seem like there's a logic for which one we would choose. Just purely 50-50 chance. Jonathan, which way would you like to go, left or right? In a maze, go left. Okay, and left it is. To follow the one on the left, go to 211. So chase ghost. We could go to 211 or 833. And we're going to choose to go to 211. We might want to mark in our keeping track of choose your own adventure choices which one we don't take. So we're going left to 211. You take off running, and with the lilting, raging, transcendent song of Madame Pretty propelling you, it feels as if you're flying down the gangplanks at least as fast as the ghost you're chasing. You swerve to the right, soar through the dark entranceway, then take the stairs 3 at a time before leaping down to each next platform. Finally, you tumble through the door of the engine room. Then further down into darkness, you find your feet. The furnace rumbles, but the doors close. The 2 purgatorial demigods who stoke it must have gone home. We can open the furnace door so you can see its light, see by its light, or stay still and wait for your eyes to adjust. Well, look where we are now. Here's the furnace room. So now we know where we are. To follow the ghost to the right, go to 833. To follow the ghost to the left, go to 211. So I'm not sure, maybe we were facing this way and we chased him this way. Wasn't very clear, but now we know we're in the engine room, which maybe is 604. And we're next to the furnace room. Doors closed. I don't know if it'd be smart to open this. John says, I like how we picked left and it says you swerved to the right. Yeah. So 211 gave us 794 versus 234. It feels like we should wait for our eyes to adjust to me. So I'm going to make that call. I'm going to say we're going to wait for our eyes to adjust rather than open up the furnace room. Okay. So we waited for our eyes to adjust. You decide that opening the fires of hell with the ghost in the room might not be the wisest thing. And anyway, once you've taken a moment for your eyes to adjust, you realize that the glow from the furnace is enough. Then you see it, a ghostly head poking out beneath the steps you just came down. Black eyes, white face with an aura of shimmering dust. The shape swings out onto the stairs and out. You get back after it. Up the flights of stairs, you can hear the ghost's running footsteps. Do ghosts have footsteps? You race past the gangplanks high above the mill room until you reach the 6th floor. The footsteps have stopped. You stop and listen. Then you hear them again down a hallway to your left and follow in pursuit. Okay, well now we know there's no real ghost. These are little kids. You can hear that you're gaining on it. This ghost with little slapping footfalls. And now catch a glimpse of its heels as it bolts through a doorway. Moving even faster now, you wonder, do ghosts have heels? And were those sandals? You duck through the doorway, then stop. It's right in there in front of you. Your eyes lock with those deep black holes, and now you can see there is life in there. You take a step back, and as you do, a pale white arm reaches out to the wall across from it, where there's a small square door to a chute. You take a step back, there's a pale white arm reaches out to the wall across from it. There's a small square door to a chute. Stop, you shout, and run to stop it. But it's too late. The door to the chute slams behind it, a 6-story drop. To jump after the ghost, try the chute down to 396. To take the stairs again, race to 045. Any thoughts on this one? Anyone else want to make a guess? Try the chute. Really, Jonathan? You want to jump down a 6-story chute? I mean, surely if the kid jumped down it, it must not. He knows the place better than us, huh? How big is this door? A small square door to a chute. You got a good point. I mean, the kid is surely not jumping to his death. He knows the factory and all of its secret stuff. And if it's small and we get stuck, or at least we won't die. All right, we're trying the chute. 396. That's pretty gutsy. Don't think you're gonna like this. I don't think you're gonna like this. Okay. Well, it's only reasonable for us to have the full experience. 396. By blazes, you think, if a ghost in sandals can do it? And you climb in, feet first, still holding to the lip of the door, and you try to flatten yourself to the side of the sheer tin chute. You bow your legs so that your knees touch the side, hoping this will somehow slow you, and then you let go. Nothing does anything to slow you down. Sure, there's a vague slant to the chute, but not too vague. You get a flash of light every millisecond as you hurtle past each floor. How many floors has it been? 3, 4. You look down just in time to see the ghost moving a giant laundry bin full of white cotton sheets. It would have made the perfect landing pad, or at least better than concrete. And if you were wondering what was above here, it's a continuation of the previous entry. So let's come back to this. I think we might have missed when we played this and visited the pastor. We could have done this, which we didn't. So let's make a note before we talk about what just happened. Let's just make a note here. Revisit missed choice on 381. Okay, so this is pretty bizarre what just happened. The idea that we took an action that we couldn't, you had no real basis for not doing. It's choose your own adventure, choose one or two things. This would be fine in a standard 10-minute choose your own adventure game where you expect to die multiple times and restart. But this is kind of ridiculous. If you took this game at its word, you'd be like, okay, we're done. Although I guess you would still turn to the question and answer. I mean, you could say, okay, it's just the game is going to end at some point, and then you answer the questions. But boy, it's very weird. Although you could say, like, maybe the game intends that any path we follow here is going to end the game. Right? I mean, when we read this, I think, oh, if we had done the right thing, we would still be walking around investigating. But maybe the plan is that when you do the seance, you're at the end game. And it's just a matter of how the game's going to end. But I don't like that there's no guidance here. Like, it says the end. Shouldn't it say you know, your your journey has ended. Now go answer the questions. And there's a lot of stuff we haven't done. We haven't returned him the crucifix. So it's very bizarre. I'm curious as to whether the game is going to want us to finish here, no matter what path we took. What's your guess? This is one of these things where we sort of see how good you feel the pulse of the game. Is it that when we chase these ghosts, no matter what paths and choice you make, the game is going to end here, and it wants us to put in our solution? Or do you think that if we make different choices, the game is going to have us still walking around investigating? Any guesses? For the record, if we jumped in that chute, I would have braced my legs against the walls and lowered myself slowly down. I was not going to just like fold up my arms and take it like a water ride. But it was kind of cool how we were like, well, if the kid can survive it, so can we. he had a plan of what to land in. It does seem like the ghosts are little kids getting their revenge. I wonder if, yeah, I was going to think, is someone still the mastermind of the little kid? Jonathan says, I'm hoping there is more if we made different choice. In many ways, that would be much worse in terms of game design. It would be much more forgivable if, no matter what path we take, the game wants us to finish here. That would be understandable. Then it would be just funny that some end in our deaths. Although we haven't died, I guess. We landed on concrete. We've broken all our bones, but we're not dead. That's, I guess, how we should think of it. Our investigation is over because we're in the hospital. All right, let's back up. Any other last votes about whether you guys think it's going to force us to end this game here, no matter what choices we make? Maybe a nice story thematic thing is to say, like, you snap out of it and you were dreaming, you were having a hallucination while you're sitting listening to her sing, right? Like, get to the end of that and have it when you hit the concrete, you wake up out of your trance and she's singing and you make another choice. That thematically would have worked. We're sort of hallucinating there. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to back up to, let me make a mark here. We're going to back up to 234, and we're going to walk down the steps instead of jumping down the chute. 045. Let's see if that also ends. You race down the steps yet again, and down the first 5 floors you're flying, almost there. Then out of nowhere, something hits you in the face, a flurry of wings. It catches in your hair for a moment, and that's all it takes. As the bat darts upwards, you fall downwards, striking one of the last few steps with your hatless head. Then you tumble through an open door, unconscious, into the courtyard. This is getting ridiculous. In hopes of avoiding permanent brain damage, look for 261. What does that mean, look for 261? Look for 261? Look for 261. Turn to 261? All right, we're going to turn to 261. Jonathan says, if I wasn't worried about spoilers, I would suggest we take a stab at the questions. Can see how we do later. Not saying look at solution, but, you know, make a current guess at it. It's not a bad idea. Let's do this, though. Look for 261. We're going to turn to 261. I don't know what that means. To avoid permanent damage, look for 261. You come to consciousness curled up on your side. As you open your eyes, this is what you see. I don't get it. I don't get it. What's happened? We chased the ghost down the stairs. We fell. Unconscious in the courtyard. We fell through an open door, we're unconscious in the courtyard. This is getting ridiculous. In hopes of avoiding permanent brain damage, look for 261. And then it just continues with us waking up. This is just silly. I agree. Jonathan says the bat just caused us to trip. We hit our head, lost consciousness. 261, we're regaining it. I agree. That makes sense. But this doesn't make sense, this part. It should just say continued on 261 if there's a reason to be continued, not this weird thing. Okay, so the story's continuing. We're not looking to avoid permanent brain damage. We're just waking up. You come to consciousness curled up on your side. As you open your eyes, this is what you see. Two ghosts, hand in hand, and they appear to be walking out of the courtyard and back into who knows what. Streets of London town, ghost school, the great beyond. You groan and roll onto your back. Sky is that deep evening royal blue. It seems suddenly to fragment, darker bits darting about, swooping as you think. You think. Then a shadow falls over you. What are we looking at? Bats, you say. Oh, perfect, says Pretty, then lies down next to you. You turn your head towards her. She's staring up at the sky. You turn back and breathe. Do you know, she says, it's probably what they're looking at too. Who? What? I got knocked on the head. I'm sorry to hear that. The stars are coming out. I mean, all of them out there. It's not like we're alone, so far from it. We're just too maniacally self-centered to see it. Okay, you say, and so extraterrestrials are looking at the bats? Oh, not just extraterrestrials, but yeah, we like to think of it as ours. But others, I'm sure, would see this more as a bat planet than a human one. Her voice is low and soothing, but you have no idea what she's talking about. Do you know there are more individual species of bat than all other species of animal put together? Do you know there are more individual species of bat than all other species of animal put together? And then what we've got here is a photo that's on top of text. Can you see that? See that little thing there and a little thing here? And this sentence is not where the story should continue. So this photograph is covering up the continuation of this sentence. There are more species, individual species of bat than all other species of animal put together on the face of this planet. Are an irregular apex predator capable of living in conjunction with anything, including the human mind. Every human empire eventually lets them in. Some have worshipped them as gods, which of course they may be, depending on your outlook. Just you watch, by the turn of the century, they'll be in practically every household of the empire. We'll call them house cats and believe that there are pets. Okay, so somehow she dipped from bats and she started discussing cats. Cats are an irregular apex predator capable of living in conjunction with anything, including the human mind. Every human empire eventually lets them in. Some have worshipped them as gods, which of course they may be, depending on your outlook. Just you watch, by the turn of the century, they'll be in practically every household of the empire. We'll call them house cats and believe that there are pets. You're kind of insane, you laugh. Are you saying I'm bats? You look into the expanse above you. It must be the brain damage, but some of this is making sense. Meteor shoots across the sky. And the ghosts, you say? All right, says Pretty. That is what you hired me for. So, here's my report. If it's okay with you, I'm giving it here on our backs. You assure her that it is. Well, as you chased one of them, I attempted to pursue the other. I thought that's what you'd want. I'm not, however, very speedy or agile, and soon lost its trail altogether. You turn your head towards her, but what do you think? As to what? You look back at the sky. Well, if they're really ghosts. All is quiet for a moment, and you both stare at the cosmos. I think the same as you by now, she says. Perhaps, you say, but you thought it all along, so what was the seance, just a performance? Well, you could say that, says Pretty, the kind that might draw things out of the shadows, especially humans. We're very strange that way. You sigh. Well, so now what? Well, so now follow me, says Pretty, bouncing to her feet. What is it? You cry after her as you follow suit through the weaving room loading docks. Turn over to the next page. Okay, looks like something, maybe the photo was supposed to be here. She says, I believe the one I was after doubled back on me, says Pretty, pointing at the factory floor, and did this. It's some kind of message. You get down on your hands and knees and stare at the Ouija board through the settled dust. It looks like they were trying to spell something out. So that was supposed to be there. Okay, I see. You can see where the thing moved. And assuming you're familiar with the Ouija board, you can see the letter that it's pointing to is in the circle. So if we look at that, it looks like AGM. Maybe just one thing here pointing to a P. AGMP is how I read it. 4 positions. AGMP. So on 261, the Ouija board, but not in that order, right? So A, G, M, P, in not that order. Well, we know what that is, right? GAMP, that's right. Dun, dun, dun. So everyone got it, GAMP. So, okay, and that ends, and we're still investigating. So, boy, is that bizarre. So I hypothesized that it would be acceptable for us to fall down that chute and break our legs and end in one condition. And that condition, I mean, there'd be other things we'd critique about it, but that condition would be that the game has decided that this is our last clue, basically, finding the ghosts or kids, and is going to end the game now, no matter what choices you make. But the fact that one random choice just said, you're dead, you've died, game over, stop playing, and another choice has us still playing, having gotten this secret message, just a bizarre design choice. Just totally at odds with a mystery game. You just can't do that. You can't have a mystery game that you put 20 hours into that ends on a random choice. That's just insanity. But I think Jonathan has a fair point. Jonathan says, should we thematically try to come up with a theory of the case, like our early guess? Yes, I think, and then keep playing. I think Jonathan has a great idea. I absolutely think that's what we should do. Let's take into account the clue about Gamp. But that clue about Gamp is interesting. We know Gamp died, right? Let's just look at the autopsy again. I mean, he was mangled completely. I just want to make sure Gamp died. He fell in back first. I just want to take a look at this to just make sure for sure he died, because we know the kid who lost the hand was still back there. The nature of the injuries leads one to believe that he went in backwards. All right, well, he's got injuries in bodies and stuff, so I guess he is dead. All right, so our early theory. And Tina says, the cousin, there is our Gamp that we work together. I'm not sure what you're meaning by that. I mean, there are multiple Gamps. There's our friend, and then there's the cousin who got killed. In the directory, there may be 3 Gamps, now that I think of it. Let me just double check that. There are 3 Gamps in the directory. Did we visit all of them? I'm just gonna look quickly and see if we visited all of them. 660. I'm looking in book 1 here. Okay, so 660 there's no entry for. So one of the Gamps has no entry. That's James Gamp. That's not the one who died. And then 48 is Reginald. That's the one who died, I believe. Yes. And then V must be our friend, 832. There's no entry for that either. See if there's an entry in this book. No. Okay, so we can only meet our Gamp and the cousin who died. Why would the kids... We believe now the kids are fake. Are the faking to be ghosts. So why would they spell out Gamp? Well, I suppose you could imagine that a real spirit spelled out Gamp. Pretty weird. Okay, the ghosts are little kids now. And there are hundreds of little kids working in this mill, getting killed frequently. We see their names at the back of the book, and they're not being officially recorded. And the kids are living in the mill. They're little orphan kids living in the mill. Could these be like little orphan kids that are being funneled in from one of Turnay's home for the blind and orphans? Like, are they bringing in orphans to live there and work there, thinking of them as disposable? And the kids are running around killing people, pushing them in the things to try to get the mill closed or something. I don't know why they would be leaving the clue about Gamp, but I think we found the room where there are hundreds of beds. We know Turnay has connections to School for the Blind. That's interesting. Are these kids with their black eyes blind? They're running around in sandals. But okay, so I think they're little kids being used for factory labor. No one cares if they die. We didn't look up Baker. We should add to our to-do list that we could look up this Baker family that Richard was killed, Richard Baker, and left off the books. Miss Olivia Baker and Corey Baker and Cal Baker. I'm going to add to our to-do list here. I'm just going to leave him here. We haven't visited Vivian's people. I'm still in shock that this game wanted us, that had this the end. After 18 hours of a mystery game, that just blows my mind. When there's so much left for us to do, that's just insanity. Okay, so what's our final theory? So that's going to be my final theory, that there's child labor from an orphanage being funneled in here, and that's how they're making such a profit, and the kids are living down there, and the kids are acting as ghosts, running around wilding out and killing people. I don't know what that last clue about Gamp was. Maybe Gamp was their friend and they feel bad about it. We don't know what the questions are even. But I feel like we shouldn't look at them until we run out of other leads. Jonathan says, I'm going to go with the kids being ghosts, but they're not actually killing people. The Red Lord is just very dangerous. So your theory is that the people falling into the thing were just accidental deaths. I think that's a reasonable theory. Gamp and Edmund got in a fight and fell in. I think that's a pretty reasonable theory. So people are just blaming the ghosts for the accidents. I think that's a pretty good theory, Jonathan. It makes a little more sense than the kids purposely trying to kill people. I like it. I wonder if Arthur's body having a white sheet over it tells us anything. I mean, the reason they're ghosts is because they're wearing the white cotton sheets from their beds and stuff, because everything's made out of cotton in here. And their coal black eyes, they're just black eyes from working in the bowels of this place. So we don't think there's any other stuff going on. That's what Jonathan is actually addressing now. Jonathan says, I think the kids might be being used to perform some illegal task that they don't understand, but we don't know the task. Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. It does seem like maybe they're not being used for the mill work. Like, we don't know how those kids are being used. Is there some secret room here under the courtyard where they're doing some work? Is it possible they're doing like coal work, coal mining? Like the coal delivery guy got killed. I don't remember if we're told he was ever replaced. I wonder if the kids are all black and coal because they're digging under here for coal. Wonder if we might reread that coal guy's entry. Okay. Jonathan, I like your theory a lot. Of course, we don't know exactly what we're meant to be answered. John says, could they be stitching some contraband or money into clothing? I don't think so. I don't like that. But I do like the idea that they're being used to do some dangerous labor. We're also leaving out O'Malley. Yes, our theory is not involving O'Malley at all. I think he might just be a red herring. It would make sense if there are hundreds of kids who are dead, that they might not be dying from the mill observable machinery, because maybe people would mention that more. Maybe we should talk to Richard Baker's family and find out how that kid died. And maybe it's time to go to the school for the blind, or you know what? We didn't look up Turney's aliases. I wonder if we could find him running one of these orphanages. We're told in the paper that he's philanthropist. Maybe he's opened one of the an orphanage of some sort. All right. John says, it does seem like we do not feel we had enough when we reached the end to have a super solid understanding. I agree. All right. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating that one path killed you and the other path you're still going. All right. Well, we had our seance. Can we return to the father? So there was one thing I wanted to do. Maybe this is a good place to do it. When we read about dying, I noticed that here's where we died. So we've been here to visit the preacher again. No one would listen. How did your son go missing? I noticed there's a line up here that I think I might have missed before that said to investigate Agatha further, go to 361. This is the sister. So I think maybe we missed doing that and we should do this now. Jonathan, are we ready to move on? Have we lodged our guesses? I'm going with you. I like your theory a little bit better, and I do think I'm going to say that they're mining coal in the basement. Okay, here we are looking up Agatha's death. Helen sighs and nods. Let me just make a marker here. We're going to take a break soon. We're just going to clear up this little loose end that we should have done earlier. Eugene would not let it go after our editor made me water down the article he had written. So you know what happened to Agatha, you ask? Well, as much as we can ever really know. Remember, she's not on the injury list. Her death has not been recorded. She was knocked back into one of the machines at the mill. How? Well, from all accounts, it was an accident. One of the coal carters bumped her in. Reports were that her brother jumped in to try and save her. Obviously, by that point, there was nothing he could have done. From what Eugene was able to pry out of witnesses, it sounded like the boy lost a hand in the process. But they kept it very quiet at the mill. Other than Eugene sniffing around, we heard nothing through the unusual channels. Remember, he has the photographic plate, too. And that's it. Well, pastor came by and paid for her obituary, demanded we put a missing notice in the paper. No sign of the boy, he asked. Not a peep. Truth be told, notice never went to print. You're about to open your mouth when she shoots you a look that says, don't ask. She spins on her chair and pulls a large folder from a drawer, like they were paid not to run it, maybe. She pulls a large folder from the drawer, then sets it on the desk. There must be hundreds of papers held within its bulging sides. I probably still got the missing person report, though. She flicks through the sleeves and pulls out a slip of paper, but before she hands it over, she warns. In my experience, detective, when a child goes missing in London, regardless of the circumstances, they are not often found. So here's the date of the incident, 3rd of July. So this gives us a date, but we already found it. Or we're still in book 2. There's the pastor. Case 953, that's interesting. Case officer Hugh Fisher. Synopsis of facts. Last seen fleeing the scene of an accident in the Albright Mill. Did not come home that night and not been seen since. 4'3", slight build, black hair, brown eyes, missing his right hand. Okay, so 361, we're learning about Agus's death. July 3rd, does that match up with this document here, that the brother died on the same day? It does not. Why does it not? We're told the son and the sister died in the same day in the same accident. Sister died, he went missing. Date of incident, 3rd of July, 1896. Whereas the accident was June 2nd. Okay, so maybe he waited a month before he came in to file a missing persons report, and that's why this date discrepancy is here? We could try to look up 703 in the paper to see if there's an entry for that. There isn't. Okay, so either this is wrong or it's when he came in to report his son missing. Okay, case 953. Whenever we see case numbers like this, we think that maybe it's readable. This is Arthur missing. Okay, let's look up. I don't see anything else interesting here. Except that maybe she was paid not to run it. Let's see if there's an entry for 953. Okay, there is an entry for 953. Let's read this. Let me just read this first, then I'll get to Jonathan's question. After far too long roaming the precinct looking for Constable Fisher, you bump into Harvey in the hall. Fisher? No, not since he left for lunch. Doubtful we'll see him for the remainder of the day, Detective. Do you know where I might find him? Have you tried his usual spots? You nod, and he shrugs before continuing back to his post. Typical Fish, you mutter under your breath as you turn around and make your way down to the coroner's office. Augie's preoccupied with a liver that has been seen better days, but might also be glancing at something work-related. What is this now, Detective? He says, cutting a corner piece with onion and putting it on his fork. You know, I do not solve the cases, I just sort through the pieces. Augie, it's important. What can you tell me about a young boy named Arthur Harrison? He raises an eyebrow and drops the fork, and you follow him across the room to his filing cabinet. He flaps about in the drawers for a moment before giving you a blank look. Nothing, I'm afraid. There are no records. Perhaps that's good news, no? Now, if you'll excuse me, Detective, these bodies aren't going to catalog themselves. And then it ends here, but it's as if you already know where Arthur is. We do, because we found his dead body. We go to 515. Okay. 515. Detective, I'm afraid you have not given me the required time needed to process the body. Oh, this is Augie. Detective, I'm afraid you're not giving me the required time needed to process the body. In other words, we're coming to him and we're saying, hey, how did the autopsy go on this kid I found in the back of the factory? And he's saying, hey, I didn't work on it yet. Give me a break. Well, is there anything you can tell me about him for now? Nothing conclusive, I might say, but the injury to the arm... You mean where there used to be a hand, Augie? Yeah, indeed, Augie snorts, but as I was saying, he probably bled out where he ultimately lay. Injury of that severity would have needed to be treated immediately to stem the blood loss. A body's experienced an advanced state of decomposition. I'd say probably due to the heat from the vent system or perhaps rodents. But I'd hazard a guess that he died the same day or perhaps the day after the incident. You don't know if it's the mention of rodents or the prospect of having to tell Pastor Bernard about his son, but a mixture of nausea and dread washes over you. Okay, so we've wrapped up that question about his death. He basically fell behind the machine. They never found him and just died. In the chat, and Tina's saying there's no coal in this building. They're just dirty from working there. The coal company knew something about the girl. Yeah, it was McCormick. That was the coal guy. He must have bumped her into the Red Ward, yeah. And her brother jumped in to save her, remember? Can we return the cross to the father, or are we assuming that we don't have it now? Clarify. I'm saying, could McCormick have been the coal carter that bumped Agatha into the Red Lord? I think that is possible. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting what you're saying. Yes, that's what I was thinking. That's very interesting theory. That is a very interesting theory. Let's look at these timeline here because the kids got killed June 2nd. June 2nd, the brother loses his hand and dies trying to save his sister, who's not on record, but was killed on the same date, June 2nd. And then our Cole guy, who maybe bumped into her, was killed at the end of the month. I think this is the key. Jonathan has made the connection. The ghosts are getting revenge for the kids' deaths. The ghosts are the kids, and the kids took it into their own hands to kill the guy that bumped into and got the other girl killed. Boy, I like that. So what we have is some accidental deaths, and then some deaths, maybe of children and adults, and then some deaths that the kids blame people for. And the kids acting as ghosts are getting their revenge. So let me just go into the chat here and update our theory here, because I really like this theory. Okay, so here's our new theory. Ghosts are little kids, maybe orphans, living in the mill. They are killing people as revenge for deaths of children. E.g. Agatha Harrison, revenge on Floyd McCormick. I like this theory a lot. And then you might say, Jonathan says, could also be the pastor. I'll just add another theory. Could pastor, he's not able to sneak in though, is he? Could pastor be behind that? Maybe, but I like your idea better. So you might say a sub-theory of this, maybe we'll put this by the hints. You might say that was the message about Gamp, was the Ouija message, because the kid ghosts didn't mean to kill him. Are they like apologizing for Gamp, or saying like Gamp was not intended, or Gamp, was an accident? Like they meant to kill Walker, not Gamp. John says, this ties into another weird point. Remember, Regina was supposed to have witnessed McCormick's death. She talked about two people arguing. We did not know if it was referring to Gamp and Walker, but maybe someone argued with McCormick, then shoved him in. It's possible, but I think I like the idea better that, remember the note in Gamp's thing said said accident out before. So I like the idea that maybe they were arguing, the ghost pushed Edmund in to kill him, and Gamp got dragged in by mistake. I wouldn't swear on it, but I like the idea that he was killed by mistake, which is why the kids spelled out his name. They sort of feel bad about it. Time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes when we come back, and we'll figure out what lead to pursue next.
I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll
All right, we're back. Jonathan was saying in the chat, it is fun that there are so many different possibilities we're considering here. I love the idea that the kids are punishing Floyd McCormick for bumping into and killing the girl. And I do think it's worth seeing if we can find out maybe if another kid's death, we've got one on record, Richard Baker. I don't think we know when that happened, but we might be able to figure it out. and if we could find out if another ghost killing happened nearby that. Jonathan also says, I think Antina asked earlier if we can try to give the cross back to the pastor now. I think we could, as long as that entry is in book 2. So let's start there, perhaps. Okay, where is the pastor's house? We remember it's up here. Right up here at 721, adjacent to his church. We might check his church too, to see if anything's changed. Let's not forget School of the Blind and all that. Okay, let's try giving the pastor back his crucifix by going to... It's not 721, was it? Was it 600 and I just didn't mark it? $721 is the cemetery. That's where we found the gravestones. And then there's his church. And I believe maybe 600 was his little house. Where's our list? Where's our list of the pastor? Bernard Harrison, 644. Was that his actual entry? 644? Where would that have been? Just not on the map? Let me just look up 644 if it is that room where he lives. It's a small house of whitewashed stone. Yes, okay, so 644. So let's try 644 if we can give him back his crucifix. Okay, there's no entry for 644 in the second book. Let's see the first book. First book says, let me just look at 644. We go into his house. That's when he says, please get it from my boy. The pastor nods, looks you in the eye. That is the question. How could you ever watch as your family walked into that mill? Pastor nods. He says, that's the question, and there's an answer, but first you must find my boy. But it didn't have a way for us to give him back his crucifix in book 1. So we didn't have a way to do that. But let's see. Okay, so at his church, though, at his church in book 1, it says if you have something for the pastor. Okay, so we know he lives in 644. But that entry isn't in book 2. But maybe the church is. So we're going to go to the church now, 721, to try to get that preacher back his crucifix. Okay. 721, that is at St. Joseph Church. If you have something that belonged to the pastor, go to 152. Okay. Now, we're assuming that we took it back from Madam Pretty. So we're going to go to 151. 721, 152. That's the priest. Okay, 152. Let's see what he has to say after we give it back to him. It seems this graveyard is forever wrapped in fog. And now the sun is set on the churning heart of the empire. You walk into a quiet, swirling cloud of darkness cut apart by lantern light. You're surrounded by the shadow of descending granite angels, reaching tangled vines, stone hands and broken wings, crosses, swords, and serpents. You move among them until you reach the kneeling man. Pastor Bernard, you say? Aye, he says. You kneel down and give him the cross and chain. Remember, this belonged to his father before him, and his father before him that. The wind swirls through the heavy air. A raven caws. I understand you're the one who found him. His voice is like a struggling hymn as he stares at the silver and sapphire in his hand. Yes, you say? There was a question I said I'd answer if you ever did. Do you still want to know? Yes, I do. Have you read the book of Job, detective? I believe so. Not exactly full of laughs, right? That is right. God puts Job through hell on earth. Takes everything from him. No other reason than to test his faith. And exercising torture, he says. Do you feel like that? Oh, not at all, says Pastor Bernard. I may suffer like Job, but of me own making, fair return for following the evil demands of man in the name of God, instead of God himself. I don't understand. But I should have. The pastor's head is down, and it is as if his voice is coming from beneath the earth. It should have been blindingly clear to me, like the difference between daylight and darkness. Not just the balance shifting, but the scales themselves removed and replaced. Right before our eyes, while we still thought we were serving God, until it was too late. I did not realize it was the devil I served until it was too late. I did not realize it was the devil I served until, when did it finally change? July 5th, he trails off. Sorry, Pastor, I'm at a loss. He looks at you, eyes like bottomless pools. Where do you think they come from, all these children who work in the mills? Homes in desperate need, you say, making a move to stand? Delinquents? Pastor Bernard puts a hand on yours to slow your ascent. Yes, perhaps, when there were a dozen such factories, but what about hundreds or thousands? I don't know what you're asking, but we do. So let me tell you instead. The Lord rewards hard work, discipline, and ingenuity. The prosperity of Her Majesty's empire is that reward, which is His glory. The Lord gives His children unto us as part of that glory, which continues the cycle of holy prosperity as long as we ordain. That is one way of seeing it, the holy churches of England. And another way? Orphaned children. Historically, the church's burden are expensive to house and feed. But what if they could turn a profit instead in mills and factories to fuel the growth of the empire? And what if the empire then populated the world with mills and factories, needing countless children to feed it forevermore? Would that not sound, most of all, like the devil's work instead? He looks at you. It was on my watch that the work began, and so, unlike Job, I deserve it. But they did not. And yet I gave them up. For what? Penance? He turns to the 3 granite stones. Will you be here when he is buried? I will. And he stands and grabs your hand. Will you give him this for whatever it's worth? You look down at the chain and cross in your palm. Then lifting your head, he's already gone. Shattered figure among the dead disappeared into the graveyard fog. You turn back to the headstone, then catch a glimpse of something deeper into the cemetery. A slender human figure standing over another grave. To approach the figure, turn to 975. Okay, and then something's written here. So this was our theory. This was my theory that these are orphans down here in the mill being recruited to work here. So this is a pretty big deal we've got here. Orphans at mill. And then Father Bernard Harrison says he was involved in the early days of it. We know his church used to be named something different, by the way, but it was still at the same location. And then Slender Man at Cemetery. And is this on the wrong page? I think this is on the wrong page. It is. Okay. This isn't supposed to be here. This is supposed to be on this next page. There's a colon about papers handing to you. So this is not for us. That's what Jonathan says. I don't think this photo is in the right spot as usual. All right. So, but we do want to visit 975. Someone else at the cemetery. So let's go to 975. Hey, remember what 975 was? Who remembers what 975 was? Jonathan, you should remember what 975 was. The O'Malley lead, that's right. 975, we went to 985 because Jonathan figured out to go to the place near where the explosion happened. And 985 was the coroner talking to us about O'Malley. And knowing that the coroner is supposed to add 10, we said, well, should we have gotten here from 975? Yes, but we didn't have a way to get there, so we put it off, and now we've stumbled upon it. It is always fun when you put off something because your gut tells you you're there premature, and then you do find the right way to get there. All right, here we go. 975. You approach the figure through the cemetery fog. As she comes into focus, the diffused light reflecting strangely upon the hem of her dress, you realize who it is. Josephine? You say softly. She spins swiftly upon her steel leg, on her face a look of fear, then slow surprise. It's Josephine, our love interest. Detective, what on earth are you doing here? I'm sorry to have caused you alarm. I was visiting Pastor Bernard. You look down at the gravestone before her. The engraving reads, Andrew Eli O'Malley, 1866, 29 July. Let me pause for a second here because I didn't write down something important. July 29th, we knew that, but Bernard gives us a date that things started, right? Bernard says things started in that previous paragraph, July 5th, he says, right? I wonder if that's going to be Richard Baker. I just want to read that again. So that seems like an important clue. He says, I did not realize it was the devil I served until, well, when did it finally change? July 5th, he says. So we need to make sure we look that up. Let's put it in our dates. July 5th, when Pastor realized he was doing devil's work. That was at 152. We read about that. Okay, so let's not forget to look up July 5th. I don't think that we've encountered that date before. It's not in any of our injuries. Okay, is that just when his kids died? No, it's not. His kids died June 2nd. Is it when Agatha died? When his wife died, though? That I couldn't swear on. All right, let's continue here, though. It's Josephine. I'm sorry to have caused you alarm. I was visiting Pastor Bernard. You look down at the gravestone before her. The engraving reads, Andrew Eli O'Malley, 1866, 29 July, 1894. Your courage and love transcend all space and time. Would you prefer that I leave, you ask? No, she says, please stay. There is silence for a moment. Is the pastor all right? You reach as if to take off your hat, but of course it isn't there. You sigh and look at the sky, same result. Actually, no, I don't believe he is. I informed him today that the son he knew to be missing is in fact deceased. I struggle to imagine. The intake of breath from Josephine is sharp. I'm sorry if I... No, good God willing, that struggle should not end. She takes a breath. You may not know, but there was a stretch of time, more than a month, when Andy too was missing before he was deceased. Even then, I wasn't allowed to see him because he was burnt so badly. It's hard to say goodbye. Seems I'll always be haunted by whomever I love. What do you mean? She takes a moment, then when she speaks, her voice is dropped an octave. Well, all of them, never simply gone. Her green eyes land on you blazing. They must be ripped from me in a manner that will hurt the most. Who? It depends on the day. Today it was my Kendrick. You try to steady your breathing to let not an ounce of judgment nor surprise escape into the air. Mr. Turney? You were involved? Oh, detective, she says and suddenly laughs. We were married. Takes a bit of time through the fog, but finally you spot a nice stone bench. Well, why don't we sit down, you say. Josephine obliges, and once you're both seated, embarks upon her story of how, for nearly 2 years, she grieved without rest for Andrew. She'd not go back to the mill, but had to support her mother. Madame Vivie, it turns out, was a not too distant relative, and the job she offered Josephine was far better than one might imagine. She was at the very center of a uniquely charged environment. In fact, as Madame Vivie explained, Josephine would become that center. Between desire and respect, instinct and empathy. And while it was put upon her to foster connections between extremes, she was also encouraged, in fact expected, to never compromise herself in any way. That was the job. Vivie is a miracle, she says. For all my misfortune, she holds the balance. When Kendrick propositioned me, I went to her for advice. She asked if I liked him, and I told her yes. Then she said, I won't instruct you what to do, only what I would if I were you. I'd tell him I'd accept his proposition, but only if he marries me first. 3 days later, we were wed. I doubt it was Viv's intention, but she'll never let on. She lets out another graveyard laugh, then peers through the fog. Now I have another dead husband. You follow her gaze towards O'Malley's grave. Another? I'm sorry? O'Malley was your brother, correct? You said another dead husband. You both sit amid the gently swirling fog on the stone bench in the desolate graveyard for quite a long while. Then carefully Josephine pulls something from beneath her petticoat and holds it in her hand. More than 10 years ago, she says, I was but a girl and married to a Welshman named Adams. When he died of the typhoid, I was left on my own, and then they came and said I couldn't take care of 'em right. Then it goes quiet and you sit for a while more, enveloped this time not only by fog, but so many swirling questions. You attempt to grab but a few. What couldn't you take care of, Miss Adams? Josephine turns and stares you in the eyes. Hers have gone from green to red. My proper name is O'Malley. If my mum were there, she'd no doubt have slaughtered those clergymen. I've never seen 'em since, just searching all these years. You look down at whatever she has in her hands, but she holds her gaze upon you. I wouldn't wish it on the devil, to have the center of you lost, floating out there somewhere and never knowing. It hollows you out like a ghost drifting after ghosts. And the worst thing is hope. She looks down into her lap. I never told Vivi, but that's what Turney was, the closest I've come to finding them. Now he's gone, and along with that goddamn mill, what I've been given is this. She holds up her hands and opens them. It was left on Andy's grave. They knew I'd come here. That alone says something. Please, will you help me, detective? Open evidence D. So she's lost her kids, is what it is. The clergy took away her kids, saying she couldn't care for them. All right, before we take evidence D, let's make some notes here because this was a lot to take in. First of all, I'm not happy that my love interest was married to Turney, the con artist guy. All right, I think we need a whole entry here for Josephine Adams. So she's was married to O'Malley. We said he was her brother. Proper name is O'Malley. So she wasn't married to O'Malley. She's apparently the sister. I don't remember hearing that. I don't remember that we knew she was the sister of O'Malley. He's the Red Lord inventor who made her a boot, a mechanical leg. She recently married to Turney, remember, with the purple plume horses, who's now deceased. And then previously married to an unknown person who died of, what was it, tuberculosis? Or malaria? Typhoid. Clergy took her kids away, said couldn't care for them. I think this is gonna, I wonder if this is gonna be the July 5th thing when he took away her kids. When the preacher took away her kids. And then she gave us open evidence D. And Did she marry Turney and was hoping to find her kids? I don't know why she's blaming the mill. Maybe she knows they were killed in the mill. It's a little weird. Married to a Welshman named Adams. I see. She's previously married to Welshman Adams. Okay, so O'Malley was her native name. That's her brother was the inventor. Previously married to a Welshman who died of typhoid. Is that everything we know about Josephine? She doesn't have great taste in men. All right, let's open evidence D. John says, I agree, we missed that she was O'Malley's sister. Either we missed it or we didn't see it. Okay, so this is our last piece of evidence. It's a box of some sort. I wish I hadn't torn the stickers off my previous bags and just undid them. All right, let's see what she gives us. That's weird. What it is, it's got maybe something in it. But it's a box of Blot & Wells waterproof black India ink for quill and body. For quill and body? What does that mean? Manufactured in London, England by Blot & Wells Company. Waterproof black India ink for quill and body. Finest quality ink. One application will last and last and last. No need to reapply each day. Will survive perspiration and tears. Will not smudge on paper products. So use this to write on yourself, on your body, as well as paper. And why would you do that? Dealers are requested to sell this 3/4 ounce bottle, which with quill stopper in this original carton containing descriptive circular, having a guarantee, signature of manufacturer, not warranted otherwise. Always store upright, keep from freezing. That's very curious. 3/4 ounce bottle. Why would you write tattoo and parchment ink? Okay, so in this box, let's consider whether Blot & Wells might be in the directory. They might be able to fill us in. Let's just quickly look up that. Blot & Wells Inks is 563. In case we want to go there and learn about this. Let's see what the note said, though. I have a couple of things that belong to you. If you ever want to see them again, come here tonight alone. She says they left them on the gravestone. Now he's gone. She says Turney was the closest she's ever come to finding them. I don't know what that means. Closest she came to finding them. Maybe he promised to find them for her? Or he was going to buy the mill because then she could figure it out? And she says, this was left on Andy's grave. They knew I would come here. That alone says something. Please help me, detective. So, let's just talk about this for a second. One of the questions that's open in our mind, we now believe pretty strongly that these orphaned kids are being used to work in the mill, exploited. You don't even have to pay them, you just house them in the mill, give them food. But one of the questions that's still in the back of our mind is there an adult ringleader? God, it could even be Patty, the evil ringleader. Is that what's going on? That's scary. Though he would not be getting revenge on people. But anyway, the question then is, because these little kids can't write, can they? These little orphan kids in Victorian England can't write. Is this an adult who has her kids? But what do they want from her? And the note is saying, come to the ink company. That's a very good perception, Jonathan. I thought it just meant come to the graveyard, which doesn't make sense since we can't come back. But Jonathan's saying that's why it was in this box. That seems like overkill. Like, can't you just write the address on the piece of paper? Why are you putting it in a box? But I think Jonathan is being very perceptive. Well, we could get killed again, but it seems like... Well, before we go tonight, first of all, it's not tonight. We just met her. So before we go to her, let's do a couple of things. Let's check out that mysterious date, July 5th, when the preacher said things started going wrong. John says, now Jonathan's changing his mind. I might think they meant come to the cemetery tonight. All right, let's try first July 5th, which would be 5:05, right? When things went wrong. .505, the date when he says things went wrong is 7:05, sorry. 7:05. Okay. Okay, so there's an entry for 7:05. Let's read it. Okay. You gotta, this game is long. You gotta give it credit for that. For like, if you're looking for an epic experience. And Tina's like, and Tina felt compelled to come in and tell me that I don't know how my months work. Okay, yes, you're right. 7:05. You shuffle through Hat's kill box looking for a headline rather than a date. Finally, you come to one that piques your interest. Local pastor shunned by church. It has come to this reporter's awareness, through avenues too circuitous and tenuous to mention, that something is amiss with one of Waterloo's local parishes, and it seems at the heart of this is a falling out between a beloved pastor and his higher-ups, though just how high remains unclear, as does much about this strange case. Those on the beat these days will tell you, though Her Majesty's Holy Church may not officially prescribe to excommunication as such, there are many ways to defrock a parish pastor. The most common of these, no doubt, is to simply turn off the pipe from the church's coffers. Usually, rather than starving, the pastor in question will quietly beg forgiveness and toe the line. Or sometimes he decides to find another parish and disappears, replaced by someone else. However, it appears that the preacher in question here, one Pastor Bernard Harrison, has decided instead to remain with his church-forsaken flock. Now, none of this, dear reader, can be verified, but I have it on good report that the Pastor Bernard is not going anywhere and intends instead to somehow run his parish with nothing but his own resources and, one would assume, his faith in a higher power. Just what precipitated this situation, what type of disagreement one could cause such a massive rift between pastor and archdiocese, remains a mystery, at least to this intrepid reporter. But, as always, I swear to do my best in bringing light to the situation and will keep you posted as such. Okay, so this is just backstory about the preacher disagreeing with his church and probably, I don't know why he said this is when he realized he was doing the devil's work by bringing these kids from the orphanage, connecting them, and that's when he called it quits. He said, I'm not going to do this anymore. If we look in our directory, we've got our school for the blind that Turney ran, and I wonder if we shouldn't be looking for, let's see if we can find an orphanage here. Asylum for Fatherless Children. $3.89. What else do we have? Shoes and slippers, confectioner, cabs. School for Blind Children. School for Blind Children is at the same address as the orphanage, as the home for fatherless children. That's suspicious. Cripples Home and Industrial School. Home for Wayward Boys, also $3.89. They're all at $3.89. Like all of the places that are helping little kids are at $3.89. In fact, all the asylums are at $3.89. I wonder if this is just, they pack them all into one block. Let's just look around a little bit more and make sure. I wonder if we could have looked up Josephine in the General Register. Home for Aged Females. Consumptive Females is also at $3.89. Music teacher. Remember we went into a house with a piano. Chimney sweeps. We could find out about that kid, the guy that got killed. Private school. Lost Dogs is also at $3.89. House, temporary home for lost dogs. Okay, so everything is at $3.89 concerning charitable stuff. So let's go to $3.89. Surely there's an entry. Nope. All those places at $3.89. Everything about orphanage, and there's no entry here. Okay, but what about School for the Blind? Children's Home for the Blind, that was also at $3.89. That's pretty odd, huh? We can't go to the school he was opening, the home for the blind. And none of the charitable stuff is open, including the orphanage. 389. It's a little odd, don't you think, that we can't go there? Jonathan is just complaining about the part about how we would think they were sister and brother, unless she told us. But I agree, unless she told us. We could go to Vivian and ask about Turney. That's a good idea, too. We should go to Vivian and ask about Turney. Okay, that's a great idea, because... let me stop for a second and make a note of Jonathan's insight. Vivian said she can look up really rotten people for us. She'll tell us a little bit about them. We thought, okay, Patty is a natural person to ask about since he's so rotten. But we didn't want to do it because we had no suggestion that he went there. Now we're being told clearly that they met up through this place, or at least that Vivian knows about him. And maybe that Vivian didn't want them to get married, although Vivian encouraged her to accept the date. So I don't think Turney's going to be viewed as a bad guy by Vivian. But I like the idea of doing it. Let's do that while we're waiting for the evening to come before we have the meeting. Okay, so it would be under our modifiers. Vivian's Gentleman Club. Oh, I didn't write the address. I think it's 38. 38 is where we meet Josephine. And then where was the place where we could come back? Oh, I should have written it down better. We go to Vivian's. Oh, 19. Head back to reception 982. Okay, so 982 is where she says reverse the number of her mother's address, which was 38, so that's 830. Okay. If you want to talk to her, you go back to 56. Boy, that's a circuitous path to get information from. Okay, so 56, is where we can ask her about things. So let's put that in our notes. So Vivian, when we want to ask her about someone, we go to 056. Plus some modifier. Okay, so use the last two digits of the lead where you first met them. We've complained about this before. Like, this is not great that we have to remember where we first met them, but we did hopefully took some records about that in our list of people. So maybe while we're here, we'll ask about Turney and we'll ask about Patrick Turnbull. So where do we first meet Turney? According to this list, we met him at 437. Use the last two digits of the lead where you first met them. So for Turney, it would be 37. Okay, so there is an entry for that. So that's keeping records. That's why keeping records helps you. Okay. Little misprint here, by the way. This 37 probably should have been at the back of the previous page. Kendrick Turney, echoes Madame Vivi. That man could talk the knickers off the best of my girls without laying down a shilling. I, of course, am impervious to charm. You don't say. She gives a wise smile. It allows me to see things clearly, including the darker side of men. That one could marry most any woman, but he chooses his victims carefully. His victims? A witticism detective. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm impervious to wit. Could you be more direct? Yeah, it's not my story to tell, she says again, charming. Now, would you look at the time? So she thinks he's a con man just as we did, and he's somehow conning. But why is he conning Josephine? Josephine Adams is just a worker with a bad leg. She's got no money. What does he get out of her? Kind of weird, huh? Do we need to make an entry about that in our unresolved? Why did Turney Court marry Josephine? John says, did she have anything left from O'Malley Turney could want to steal? Was this part of a plan that Turney and Rampart were cooking up for some reason? Don't know. Let's ask her about, while we're here, let's ask her about Patrick Turnbull. So we meet him at 8:58, I believe was the first early place we met him, according to my records, where he was manning the fire pump. And this part about where you last met them, I don't love. Because it's not, well, anyway, that would be 58 if that was right. All right, there's no entry for 58, so maybe he doesn't frequent the club. We don't know. All right. And there's no orphanage. All right, shall we meet up with this mysterious person at Blotton Wells? Seems like it's time, but it seems like that would be a good moment for suspense. So maybe the Knights hasn't come. We'll do that before we go to a break. Let's look up. Let's see if there's anyone who knows this Baker kid before we go up and meet up with this mysterious person. So Baker, if we look into the white pages, we've got Alfred at 325, Kai at 241, Corky at 369. We're trying to find a relative or someone who would tell us about it. Miss Olivia. Sounds kind of familiar, Miss Olivia. 163. All right, let's see if any of those have entries. 325, no. 241, no. 369, no. 163, the one that sounded a little bit familiar. No. Okay, no Bakers. No relatives of Richard Baker. I wonder if we could look him up in the general registry, if we remembered where we heard about him first. Where did we hear about Richard Baker? I mean, we heard about him in a couple of places by his first name. When did we get his full? Richard Baker, 23. I'm not sure that's where we heard him first. Talking to Getz. You scan down the columns, then stop. Richard Baker. Rings some kind of bell in the back of your head. So 23, if we added 50, that would be 73. No, there's no 73. But is that the first time we heard Richard Baker? Not really. Should we try to revisit the GAMP addresses and maybe our office where we hung out with GAMP? I like GAMP. So 18 is our office. Let's go there. That's where we met GAMP last time. This is kind of odd. 18 says, if it was the spirits that directed you here, go to 43. Let me just see if we... All right, we haven't been to 43, so we need to make a note here. Maybe best to do it here if it's something we have to refer back to. An unresolved, we have to say, at our office, 18, it asks if spirits sent us here. Which we haven't done yet. Okay, so, but they haven't sent us here, so we just continue reading. Upon opening your office door, you're met with a mix of charcoal and cheap cigarillos emanating from the big man on your couch. That's going to be Gamp. He's scratching at a thick square of fabric on wood with the charcoal held in front of his face. Smoke rising from behind, as from the friction of artistic effort. You clear your throat dramatically. He lowers the board and picks up a mug. Ah, dear grasshopper mine, he growls. It's best be time for little Tom Thumb. The Gamp sliding scale from iambic pentameter to rhyming Cockney slang is most commonly based on anger or blood alcohol levels, but today it seems sudden grief is in the mixture. Same exact entry as in book 1. And now he's reminding us our hints. So why even be in this shovel and broom? Why are you even here in this room? What you've been doing at all? Has you even been to the bottle stopper? We think this might be Coppers. His pie and liquor. Pie and liquor. Don't know. Kiss of the cross. Don't know. How about that linen draper? Probably these last words. So what rhymes with draper, etc. We might want to check these out again as hints. Some of those, and I'll be getting to the rest. Okay. So same exact thing before. He's worried about his cousin. You could start by heeding his Cockney advice. Let's put that in our to-do list here, so we don't forget. Cockney slang locations, which is at 018. So we might go through the yellow pages again and look for things that rhyme with the last word. It seems like the first word doesn't matter. It's just the last word. All right, what else is on our to-do list? We tried visiting Richard Baker's family. That didn't work. We tried asking about Turney. Figure out the date of the first ghost sighting based on the injury statements. Was it after O'Malley died? Okay, some of these we did. Okay, the 12 juries for O'Malley. Let me just... Well, it seems like we don't need those now because we did stumble upon 785. So let me just quickly check like one of them. And if they're not all in here... Hold on a second. We'll stop the clock. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here's the jurors that signed the autopsy. Look what I just noticed. Who do you see in that jury list? Patrick Turnbull. We still never visited Turnbull's house. Now's a good time as ever. I don't know why he's on this jury. We don't even know what the jury means. Does that mean like witnesses to the death? It's very odd. But time to visit Turnbull. He is also on our to-do list. Turnbull was 326. Patrick says another important thing above the spirit board. Wait, the spirits. Oh, that's a great point. Jonathan says, whoa, when we went to 18, the question was, the spirits did direct us here on the Ouija board. Well done, Jonathan. They did direct us here. Okay, let's do that first. Good catch. Our notes would have told us that we had to revisit this 18, but I think very smart, Jonathan. They did direct us here. So now we're going to read 43. You're never going to guess why I'm here, you say as you walk back into your office. Gamp's back is to you, and he grunts over his shoulder. What's that you said? And he stands to show you the finished work. Looks just like him, you say. Gamp shrugs and picks it up. That's for the wake. I'd have done it anyhow, but seeing as there's no body to sit and watch us drink, well, this is it. Best I can do from memory. It's rare to hear him talk straight like this, no poetry or puzzles. He pours you a mug, then splashes some on the floor. One for the brown bread, he says, the dead. The two of you take a swig. Come on then, I'm not carrying this whole way. Let's grab us an Andy McNabb. Andy McNabb is gonna be rhyming slang for... sounds like a drink or a sandwich. McNabb. I mean, was this just for flavor? Or do we need to go to where this is? Andy, let's grab us an Andy McNabb. Andy McNabb, are we supposed to meet him there? Where this is? Let's put a note in our to-do thing. And Tina says it's probably cab. I think that's a pretty good guess. That would make sense for grab us. So let's read that again. I'm not carrying this the whole way. Okay, so it's definitely cab. He's saying it's not going to carry it. We're going to take a cab. But where are they going? To the wake. So the question is, should we go to the cemetery now? Or where is the wake? Or do we get a cab? And that'll tell us that we go. Or is this just it? Should we try getting a cab? I mean, we've wanted to go to the cabs for other reason to get that purple plume, and we just haven't gotten around to it. So let's check out the cabs. Now's as good a time as any. And where was that newspaper article about the Great Horseless Carriage Company in May? I don't think that's what we want. We want a cab. All right, I saw cab company somewhere. I'm sure I saw a cab company. It's just a matter of where. Rail company, concert hall, Hatter. I didn't see it, but I know I've seen it before. I thought I might have even written it down. Let me see in the channel. Is the wake mentioned in the paper if we can't find cabs? I don't think the wake was mentioned in the paper. But maybe it was. I mean, with the death. Families asked for privacy. I'm pretty sure I saw a cab company. Let's at least find out. We wanted to go to them anyway because we wanted to see if those horses with the purple plume. Cab services, right there. It was right up front. Bill Christian Cab Services 012, it looks like. 012. All right, let's see if there's an entry for 012. There is. That's kind of fun. That's good teamwork by everyone and kind of fun. McNabb cab, he's not going to carry it the whole way. That was nice. That was nice. That was a nice little hint. Okay. As you step into the one-horse flyer, Bill snaps the reins and you fall into your seat. Where to, boys? He bellows above the clatter of horseshoes on cobblestones. Gamp positions the frame between the two of you and closes his eyes. "Me ants, Bill," he says before kicking out his legs. Within a minute, he's snoring. You could have stumbled on the cab company on your own, and you wouldn't know why you were going here. I mean, you would get this without any of that path of clues. "So what's on our plate today?" shouts Bill. "A couple bodies, you say." He takes Bessie down to a looping canter. She whinnies loud as the carriage takes another corner. "What kind of bodies? People bodies? Dead ones?" "Yeah, that's the kind." "Blimey. So what's the story?" "Well, you might have read it in the paper, the Albright incident." "Hold your horses," says Bill, slowing Bessie to a walk. "Deadly dismemberment causes cotton mill chaos. Is that what you're saying?" "That's the one, though perhaps we subscribe to different dailies." Bill is turned fully around now as Bessie carries on down the lane. "Well, that's a mite lot different from the jilted missus and blackmail bastards who usually pay your bills, ain't it, detective?" "Well, as long as you pay this bill. It's not the first time he's made this particular joke." "So who's hired you then?" "Actually, you say, this one's personal." There's quiet for a moment, just the clopping of hooves on the crowded lane. Then Bill speaks up. "Weren't it the owner of the mill who got all dismembered?" he says delicately. Didn't know you kept such high company?" "Nah, it's the other one, you say, the one who died trying to get the owner out. It was Gamp's cousin." "Oh," Bill turns back to the road. "Sympathies, Gamp," Bill calls in his direction. Gamp doesn't stir. Bill continues unperturbed. "Sounds like you already solved it then." "Well, not entirely. After all, what led to that good man's death was the rich man in the machine. So my friend here needs to know how he got there, and, well, I owe him that." I see, says Bill. "So you don't think he just slipped like it said in the papers?" "I can't be sure of it." I see. Bessie starts to trot again as the wheels in her master's head begin to turn. "Yeah, Mr. Edmund Walker, captain of industry, magistrate, and master of the old Bright Mill. Now, that's a powerful man." "I assume you've looked into the missus." "Oh, why would I do that?" "Well, 'cause of Mr. Walker's tendencies." "His tendencies?" "Well, he's a powerful man, am I right? And powerful men have tendencies. They have proclivities. They have mistresses. It was probably the mistress, or better yet, blackmail." "And that's it, you say?" "What's it?" says Bill. "That's your work in theory? That's the reason behind two men beheading and de-limbing by a giant machine called the Red Lord is in fact just the same as every other case I've ever told you about?" "Huh," says Bill, as Bessie comes to a stop. "Does sound like it, don't it?" You look out of the flyer. You've arrived out the house of his aunt's house. You've arrived out the front of his aunt's house. You go to wake Gamp, but he's already halfway out the door, portrait in hand. "Thanks, Bill," he calls over his shoulder. "The detective will cover it." You walk up the stairs of 600 Francis Street as Gamp holds the door for you. All right, so there was a little reminder here, right? A little hint. And what does that hint mean to us? Walker might have proclivities as a rich man. What does that tell us we should be doing? Check out Walker with Vivian. Exactly right. Exactly right. Exactly right. All right. Well, we've got 600, the wake. Let's, I guess let's take our break. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're heading up in the stairs to Gamp's cousin's wake. Jonathan has reminded us, be prepared to give a speech. Think about something. We try to remember something about him we like if we're asked to talk. Seems more likely we're just going to be listening to Gamp talk about him. But let's go. You've been to all manner of Irish wakes, black Irish, red Irish, even orange, for dead poets and travelers, druids and coppers, poor micks propped up in raggedy chairs, leaning like lead on rickety stairs, lying in bed to never again see the peeling ceiling. But this one's different, no corporeal shell at all. Instead, the earthly form of Reginald Gamp is captured in coal on cotton on a stand in the center of the room. They're talking about the sketch that our friend drew. The rest remains tradition. Swirling sway of mourners, crying, laughing, singing and fiddling, drinking, judging, joking and stumbling, pretending, concealing, deflecting and hiding. You head towards your man Gamp. But as you do, an impressive whistle runs through it all, and everyone turns to see. A broad-shouldered man steps onto a stool, his silver hair nearly touching the thatch. "Good day and thank you," he says. "Some of you know me, but not all. I was once known as Pastor Bernard. We may have knelt in different houses, but have prayed by different rules. And so I hope that me being here and speaking here today does not offend in any way." He pauses for the grumbles, belches, sobs, and incoherencies, then continues. "I speak today not as a man of any church, but as a man of the people and a friend. I knew Reginald Gamp. He was a strong, gentle mountain among men, and I know he will be dearly missed by so many men, women, children, and other mountains, holding up the sky for all of us, hoping there's a heaven." He stops, drops his head as he coughs, then lifts it again. "If there is one thing the people like he might show us, it is this. You need not be born to a certain station, granted power over others, or be handed some trumpet of angels and lords. You need none of that to be great. What you do need," he stops, wipes his brow, and continues. "What you do need is fairly simple." He looks around. "In fact, it's this, right here in this room. People who love you and always will have your back and forgive your messes, maybe even laugh them off." The crowd gives him some laughs, like quick gifts through the air. Pastor Bernard nods and smiles. "But it's not just when they are here. It's also after they're gone. This is one of the remaining celestial truths that I can hold with absolute certainty. The dead do not leave us alone. In fact, even just the echo of them, the memory, if you'll allow it to grow, will burnish untold strength. The kind of strength that will see you through. When the cupboards are bare, when our bodies are broken, when our children, too, are hollowed by work and deep in despair." Pastor Bernard stops now. He's still quiet. He's still in quiet, and so is the room. Finally, he clears his throat. "I used to say, because I used to believe, that in those darkest of hours is when we must seek the greatness of God most. But no. It is when we must turn to those around us, to other heavy earthbound souls in tired miraculous bodies, and see instead the greatness in each other, in all of us. That is God." The room is silent. He waves for a mug of whiskey and is handed one. "And that is the greatest of the soul we recognize today. He saw the beauty, the strength, the empathy in everyone around him. Even as we may have been raging with demons, contorting, preoccupied, cursing the air, He reached his arms wide and held on to the beautiful, often buried things that make us all the same. As you watch, you see the blossoming of Pastor Bernard's greater purpose, at least how he and the others here appear to perceive. A flock unified and led by a shepherd such as this might just tear down the walls of the empire, or at least get a fairer shake. So I ask you, friends, to accept and acknowledge these things, the power in us all, and ours is now to wield it. Look with your eyes and see how unfathomably strong, how truly great we can all become if we only stand together. A cheer of sloshing glasses bursts around the room. To Reginald Gamp! It swells to a cacophony as Pastor Bernard lowers his hands, then steps into the crowd. The cheering resounds until the fiddlers fiddle once more. You, meanwhile, have been effectively cut in half, sliced down the middle, or at least that's how it seems. Since first he got up on that stool, half of your being has listened intently to what Pastor Bernard was saying, while the other half has been writhing internally, knowing what you must tell him. You locate a bottle and proceed to pour a glass. Then, as you lift it to your lips, the collarless pastor parts the crowd. "Ah, detective," he says. "Pastor," you mumble, and reach to pour another one. "Bernard will do for now," he says. The half of you handing the drink to him is trying to speak. Say something about his impressive new flock or ask an investigative kind of question. But the half with the hand in your pocket cannot. It grips and gathers the small, smooth length of chain, feels the cross between your fingers. It pulls them out and raises your head. You look into the eyes of Pastor Bernard as he stares down at your open palm. The air disappears between you. He lifts his head as something pulls at your elbow. You turn to see a woman there. Takes you a minute to recognize her. You feel a shiver pass through. "Miss Dunn," you say. She nods and smiles. "I need to talk to you, detective, but not here." You say you will, and by the time you've turned back, Pastor Bernard is gone. You know where to find Ruth, just follow the kingfisher. And the same with Pastor Bernard. After all, it is like testing God to make a grave for a child who still walks the earth. So it meant for us to get here before we met him at his church cemetery, where we already gave him the crucifix. So this story was set up as if we hadn't given him the crucifix yet. As far as Ruth Dunn, one of our witnesses, yes, we're told she was a witness. We visited her in book 1 just by finding her in the directory. I don't know what it's talking about, kingfisher. Maybe she lives where the birds are. But Ruth Dunn was 891. All right, so we've already done this part. And let's mark up that we've been to this location. And now let's go to talk to Ruth and find out why she wants to talk to us. Okay, it's not at 891. Where did we meet Ruth Dunn? I'm not sure we even recorded this, Ruth. I'm not sure we recorded meeting Ruth. We should have, of course. But we didn't. We're told she was a witness. We looked her up and found her at 891 in our first book, I believe. Yes, the first book with the grand piano, which has seen better days, but it's perfectly in tune. Then we meet her, and there's a kingfisher, like a mechanical apparition, pops up in the air. It's a bird. "That's Devlin," says Miss Dunn. She gives us tea. Bird flies in the window. She says, I have a loyalty to him. Or someone else, you and Mr. Walker. Okay. And then Ruth Dunn wants to talk to us. Is there a bird sanctuary somewhere? There is a zoo in the paper. Or was it the paper or the directory had an advert for a zoo? Labyrinth of Tigers at the London Zoological Society. All the adverts here you can't go to. It's very weird. Like these adverts. The adverts in the paper don't have entries. Bird, is there a bird place? Bird and Whistle Bookbinders. All right, I'll bet someone in the chat knows the answer to this. Apparently not. John says, I'm not sure what the hint about the kingfisher is saying. We know the kingfisher is a bird. Let's read it again. She wants to talk to us. You know where to find Ruth. Just follow the kingfisher. Let's look up our Yellow Pages. I mean, she's talking to a bird from before, from book. There's Kingfisher Farms. How about that? 823. There's an entry for 823. That's pretty weird. Look at what 823 says. You're close, detective, very close. Perhaps explore the perimeter of the building. All right. So 823. Let's find it on our map here. 823 was Kingfisher Farms, where all the kingfishers hang out, I guess. Let's find 823. Should be on the outskirts, you'd think, if it's farms. There's 823, Kingfisher Farms. So maybe this building next to it, 655, or Smithington Farm at 813. Let's try 655 or 813. I don't think she told us about anything. All right, there is a 655 and there's no 813. Okay, so 655, the next door building. You find the amiable Miss Dunn in her courtyard once more. This is her courtyard, 655? No. That's not where she lived before. She lived at 721 before. Did I add that? Let me just add that to where we did find her. She lived at 720... No, not 721. Where did she live? Ruth Dunn lived at 891 before. $891 with her baby grand piano. That's it. She says, there's nowhere to sit. She says, what about outside? And you let her lead the way. The small courtyard contains 2 stone benches. So we go to her courtyard. She was at 891 though, and there's no entry for that. So I'm just going to put it in our book that she's at 891 in book 1. And then apparently she's at 655 in book 2. Okay. You find the amiable Miss Dunn in her courtyard once more. She offers you tea, but this time you decline. I'm sorry, you say. This visit will have to be even briefer. You said you had something you needed to tell me. Kingfisher wings flicker in your periphery. Oh, right, she says. Just a minute. Ruth disappears around the corner and comes back with a piece of torn paper in her hand. Walker found this in Reginald Gamp's work area, she says, looking at the page in her hand. Why didn't you show me this earlier? Well, 'cause it was none of your business, Detective. Seeing the pastor talk at the wake made me think about Reginald's family. He's a good man despite all this. Despite all what, you ask? Ruth holds the page up in front of your face. Okay, so missing important paper, but luckily it's right here. Okay. Ruth pulls the page back toward her. Walker never went onto the floor. I can only imagine he was there to talk to Reginald about stealing work resources. Work resources? The children. We need them to run the mill. You stop dead, mouth agape, trying to see if she's joking. Oh, come now, Detective. Tell me you're not one of them. One of who? You stammer. Those who want us to sit and sob for the children because they're doing God's work. What people like that truly want is tears for themselves, for all they want to be is children. They infantilize themselves, Detective. Instead of seeing the adult in every child, no species on Earth has coddled its young as long as we have. And the realization of that, along with our ingenious productive growth, will catapult the greatest empire ever into a realm unconcerned with the past and far beyond ghosts of any kind, no matter how small and dripping with otherworldly pathos. As she's been talking, it has seemed like the light has changed, gone from dark blue to black, like a screen of some sort now clouds the courtyard sky. The leaves and petals have stopped moving. You steady yourself and rise to your feet. Forgive me, Detective. Grief makes a soul verbose. Walker was a guiding light, you know. I'll always remember the day he took the reins. It was the 14th of January, 1885. Since then, I've been nothing but proud to work in the mill, and especially as his girl. You stare at her, unable to speak. But that's not why you came, Detective. No. You say. Little typo. You give your head a shake. May I borrow this letter, Miss Dunn? Oh, no, she says, smiling properly. You're welcome to read it again, but the letter stays with me. All right, this was pretty cool. Let me just mark 666, which I evidently forgot. Okay, so pieces of things are falling into place. She has the paper that Gamp had ripped part of in his hand or something. Or Edmund had part of it ripped in his hand. And this woman is loyal to Walker and doesn't care about the kids, and she's suggesting that Gamp was taking the kids, or somehow maybe he was trying to save them. So we're gonna take a look at that picture that was on the wrong page in a second. I just want to write down here 655 is Dunn and paper. She also gave us a date, though. January 14th, that we might look up in the paper. 1885 was when Walker took over. Don't know that there's any entry in there, but let's take a close look at this thing here. So there's the part that got ripped off, and we know what this is. This is accident, get out. Accident, get out is what the ripped, torn paper in his hand says. Reggie, I have found the O'Malley children. Whoa. They were right there on the first list. They were right there on the list. It was hidden in the bunking room. I had to jimmy the door open. Turney and Patty in charge of staffing now? I'm worried the girls are being used for revenge or something worse. But I think McCormick was an accident. We need to get them out before more blood is spilt. Okay, this is pretty amazing. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Okay, so the bunking room was where the children were stored. That's right. Okay, so Reggie, let me just see if I can screenshot this. Or, well, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do, well, that'll do. Okay, I have found the O'Malley children. They were right there on the list. It was hidden in the bunking room. I had to jimmy the drawer open. We were told we found an empty drawer in the bunking room with all the orphans. And then it says, Turney and Patty are in charge of staffing now. I'm worried the girls are being used for revenge or something worse. But I think McCormick was an accident. We need to get them out before more blood is spilt. So what are we being told here? Let me go back to proper view. Let's take a little bit here. All right, what are we making of this? Is this Walker writing to Reggie? And he's brought Reginald Gamp. Walker has brought Reginald Gamp. What is this logo of? Whose letterhead is that? What is that letterhead? It's like a lion. Is it the letterhead? Do we know that letterhead? What does it say? Like, the question is this from Edmund, or is Edmund confronting him about finding this? I think this isn't written by Edmund. I think this is Edmund confronting him about it. Did she explain that to us? How does she explain this note? She says, Walker never went into the fort. I can only imagine he was there to talk to Reginald about stealing work resources. Not true. She doesn't tell us how she got this paper. Has to be briefer. Okay, wait, let's see. Comes back with a piece of torn paper in her hand. Walker found this in Reginald Gamp's work area. Okay, good. So someone wrote this letter to Gamp. Walker finds it, confronts him with it. They get into a fight. Gamp may have even sacrificed his life. They may have gotten into a fight, but it's even possible that Gamp sacrificed his life by pulling Walker over the edge. Because he knew something was bad was going to happen now that he found this. Who is writing? What is this? Can we figure that out? Does that look familiar with any of our documents? It's not on any of the documents that I remember. Could it be from Kit? I mean, I suppose it could be, but let me make a note that at 6:55 is our at 6:55 is, oops. 6:55 is letter to Reggie on letterhead. Maybe Rampart, if Rampart is actually a good guy, or Mrs. Rampart. Oh, where is that letterhead from? Are we supposed to recognize it? It's got writing. It's almost as if we might be able to see it. Kind of out of focus. If I put it here, is it in focus even if it's upside down? Not really. I have found the O'Malley children. Well, we know Turney's not writing this. We know Patty's not writing it. We know Gamp's not writing it. And we know Walker's not writing it. Then he says, I had to jimmy the drawer open. He says, I'm worried the girls are being used for revenge or something worse. McCormick was an accident. We need to get them out before blood is spilt. And then he says, are Turney and Patty in charge of staffing now? Someone's calling him Reggie. I mean, Rampart's a reasonable guess. Or it could be Kit. Or the reporter. Is that... no letterhead on the newspaper. I thought for a second Jonathan cracked it. We do have handwriting. I don't know that we have anything to compare it against, though. All right, we'll leave aside who's writing it for a second. As of the time of this writing, when the accident happened, which was just a day or so ago, the O'Malley children are alive and in the bunking room, right? Because he's saying we need to get them out before more blood is spilt. Why is the O'Malley children being there causing the blood to be spilt? Because they're getting revenge? Is that it? They're getting revenge for their father? If they're on the list, they're dead. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're talking about a different list. I think they're talking about the list of kids that are in the bunking room. I'm worried the girls are being used for revenge or something worse. Because they're not talking about the list of dead kids. That list Getz has. Getz took that ledger. I think they're talking about live children of Josephine O'Malley. He's found them. They're orphans. He's worried the girls are being used for revenge or something worse. I think McCormack was an accident. We need to get them out before more blood is spilt. I wonder if he's saying, I'm worried that the girls are being put to work in a factory for revenge against the brother or something. But I think this is telling us that they're alive and they're causing blood to be spilt. And maybe Turney was blackmailing her, Josephine. Doesn't seem like it, but well, if we see that logo somewhere else, we'll recognize it. All right, that's fascinating. But the O'Malley girls are there, and they're probably the ghosts. Remember, we always see two ghosts. We always see two, right? Remember, they're together, they split apart. It's twice now we've seen two of them. So these ghosts are the kids of O'Malley, the person who made this Red Lord, who was killed, and they are here getting their revenge. Ordered to kill or doing it on their own? Okay, well, that's pretty good. All right, we'll come back to that. Keep your eye open for that letterhead. It's not on any of our documents, right? It's not on the map. It's not on the... Is it on the... Is it? It's not on this. No, it's not in the Queen's hand. It's not on the key. It's not on the autopsies. All right, well, if we see it, we see it. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's Rampart. Maybe it is Rampart. The kids are actually Adams. O'Malley would be the adoptive father, right? No, they're Josephine O'Malley's kids. Her name isn't O'Malley because she married an Adams. Right? Her birth name is Josephine O'Malley. They're her kids. Her name got changed to Adams from her first husband. And O'Malley is her brother. So the kids are getting revenge for their uncle's death. something like that, possibly. Okay, I think it might be time to go talk to Josephine. Is it nighttime? Is it time to meet up with the blackmailers, kidnappers? This might be someone, yeah, this might be Rampart. Now we may find out who knows about her kids. Or is someone going to try to blackmail us? But it's time to go here. So I think, unless there's someplace else you want to go before here, I think it's time to go to the ink place, which is 563. All right, let's do it. We're going to have to come back and study this note more, I have a feeling, but. Okay, here we go, 563. The ink factory is right near where Kit took you underground. And though it's a run-down, boarded-up building, you can't find a simple way in. And then, testing one of the doors, you hear someone coming toward you from within and duck behind some barrels. A feature emerges, a thickly set, scowling woman of a certain age. You recognize her from somewhere, but then, more so, you recognize the shirt she's wearing. Baby blue with treble clefts on the collar. You feel your blood rise. Birdie. As the door slowly closes, the figure disappears around the corner. To get to the door before it shuts, 511. To follow the blue shirt, turn to 30. Okay, so Birdie's leaving. This is where Kit took us underground. I think Jonathan's idea that was Kit writing is not a bad one. All right, what do we want to do here about Birdie? Follow Birdie or try to sneak in from where Birdie's leaving? You see Birdie. Go to 511 to get in the door that Birdie just left. Or we could go to 30 and follow Birdie. Oh, I see. Jonathan says, I think someone's taken Birdie's shirt. I see. You hear someone coming toward you from within. A figure emerges, a thickly set, scowling woman of a certain age. I guess it's not Birdie. You're right. You recognize from somewhere, but you recognize her from somewhere, and then you recognize the shirt she's wearing, baby blue. You feel your blood rise. It's Birdie. Well, we know this can lead to death, so we have to make these choices very carefully now. Do we want to get in here? Or do we want to follow her? Any theories? Okay, good catch, Jonathan. It wasn't Birdie. It was Birdie's shirt that someone's wearing. So, have they left Birdie in this room that we can rescue? Or this is the meetup place, so or do we follow them? Boy, that's tricky. That's a scary choice, huh? What would you do if it was real life? What would you do? Okay. Well, I know what I would do if it was real life. If it was real life, you'd take that woman down and make her tell you what she knows, so you knew what you were walking into, rather than walk into a building that could be empty and then you lose your one lead, right? We walk in the building, she leaves, no one's there, we're totally out of leads in real life, right? That would be the worst situation. You gotta follow the one guaranteed lead you have. This is like when you see a bug, a scary bug in some area of your house, you're like, don't take your eye off it. Because if you lose track of it, then you've got that bug in your house to haunt you. So don't take your eyes off the guaranteed lead. So we're gonna follow her. That's my executive decision. Follow her 30. It's another end. Okay. You round the corner just in time to see the blue shirt disappear into an alley. You speed up and take the same turn. 50 feet in front of you is a large brick wall, a dead end. A voice comes from behind. He warned me about you, detective. You should have let the rats do their job. As a blade punctures your back, beneath your ribs, you get a flash of a snorting pig's. You stumble and fall to the ground, bleeding out into the cobblestone. Well, both of our choices led to death. We turned the corner. We saw the blue shirt disappear in an alley. We make the same turn. We hit a brick wall, and I guess she was waiting there for us. Stabbed us in the back. That was pretty brutal. All right, so we're going to rewind. I mean, we should take a moment. Okay, what we did last time was we took a moment to give our theories. Is this the barkeep from the bar above the rat area? Maybe. All right, so what's our theory now? Orphans running the mill. O'Malley's daughters are the ghosts. They're getting revenge. And Kit left the message for Reggie. I'm not in love with the idea that Kit is in there. Whoever had this note knew about the secret room. Who lets us into the secret room? Who lets us into the secret room? Kit lets us into Walker's office, right? Or does Kit let us into the bunker? Getz lets us into the secret room? I wonder if it's Get's note then. And why wouldn't he tell us? Jonathan says it was Regina. What do you mean it was Regina? Who let us into the bunker where we found the kids? Couldn't be Regina Kelsey. Was it? It was Regina Kelsey who worked at the factory. Maybe it was her then. Maybe it was her note. Regina Kelsey worked at the factory. When we finally brought her the 3 ghost sightings, she led us to the bunker. So maybe the note's from her. Does it look like a woman's handwriting? Kind of. All right, well then that's going to be my guess that it was Regina. All right, shall we back up and undo our death here? So instead of following her, we're going to go to 511. Just to clarify, these are Josephine O'Malley's kids made with some guy named Adams. The inventor O'Malley is their uncle, who may have faked his death. Yes. Yes. To what end he would fake his death, I don't know, though. I don't think he's faked his death. If he's faked his death, there's no need for revenge by his kids, I don't think. But, okay, yes. All right, here we go, 511. You bolt for the door and manage to get a hand on it before it slams shut. You feel it like a hammer coming down, and when you pull your hand back, the middle thumbnail is crushed, turning already black with blood. So we just got our hand in and got our finger crushed, though. After you're done sulking, you see there's a lock, and it appears to be a 3-digit key. On the back it reads, Mother's Birthday. What the heck? What on earth? All right, so 511 is ink blot room. This is going to be Josephine's birthday. Jonathan says, wait a second. O'Malley was her second husband. We mistook them for being siblings. So O'Malley would be the stepfather. Yes, you're right. Or the father. Could he have been the actual father of the kids? We just know she was married twice. Once to Adams and once to O'Malley. Do we know who the kids are from? She had 2 husbands. Oh, no, wait. Ugh, now you're right. We're confused. She married Turney. Yeah, let's reread it. She married Turney and she married Adams. I think O'Malley was the brother. But yeah, we have to reread it. It's confusing. All right, let's find that entry. And then we're going to have to come back to this about the mother's birthday. I think they're talking about Josephine. My mother. I think maybe this is her kid writing to her obliquely. All right, let's find when we talk to Josephine. Where is it we talked to Josephine? Was it at about her husband? Was it at the grave site? $9.75, was that when we confronted her? I think so. Yes, okay, let's reread this part. Okay, so she's talking about Turney. Whoever I love, I'm always haunted by whomever I love. What do you mean? All of them never simply gone. They must be ripped from me in a manner that will hurt the most. Who? Depends on the day. Today it was my Kendrick. Then we get all discombobulated. Turney, you were involved? And she says, we were married. And he says, I gotta sit down. Okay, so when Kendrick propositioned me, I went for her advice. She asked if I liked him. I told her yes. She said, I won't instruct you what to do, only what I would. If I were you, I'd tell him to I'd accept his proposition, but only if he marries me first. 3 days later, we were wed. And now I have another dead husband. You follow her gaze towards O'Malley's grave. Another? So now we're thinking, oh, she's married to O'Malley? And then we say, O'Malley was your brother, right? You said another dead husband. And then she says, yeah, 10 years ago I married a guy named Adams. So O'Malley is her brother. That's just a confusing part. We're like, wait, are you? She says it's my second husband. And then we look around and we say, wait a second. Are you saying you married O'Malley? And she's saying, no. 10 years ago, I married Adams. And he died of typhoid. I was left on my own, and then I couldn't take care of the kids. So O'Malley is the brother. And Adams must be the father of the kids who died of typhoid, and Kendrick, she's just married. All right, are we all... I think we're all clear on that. That was useful. That was a very confusing thing, but reasonable. So she's basically saying, look, everyone I loved is ripped from me. My first husband died of typhoid. Then my brother is killed. Then they take away my kids. Not in that order, but everything she's loved is ripped from her. And even including her foot. Okay. Now. Andrew Eli O'Malley. It feels like we're going to need to look up Josephine's birth date, because I think the note we found where we're told to meet her, which says my mother's birthday, is going to be Josephine. I think these are like her kids leaving her this note. On the back it reads mother's birthday. On the other hand, the person who's seen leaving here kills us. So, is it their mother's birthday? And if so, what does that mean? I'm just thinking maybe it can't be Josephine's birthday, because we get into the door. After you're done sulking, you see there's a lock. I see. We got our hand in and it slammed, crushed our finger and locked. There's a lock there that says mother's birthday. They're not talking about the queen, right? Mother's birthday. Who is this that's holding them that kills us? I suppose we could try to look up Josephine's birthday just in case. Whose mother? They're supposed to be suspecting Josephine to show up, so her birthday makes some sense. But why would it say my mother's birthday? If they expect her to unlock this? Or are we just there before they expect her? And who is this woman that we apparently recognize? I wonder, don't forget that photograph of the kids of the other things. Are they talking about Florence Walker's birthday? And is Florence Walker the key to all this? What information do we have from the General Records Office of these people that we care about? Where would we find Josephine's birthday and Florence Walker's birthday? Okay, Florence Walker's information was at 885 in the first book. Here it still is the same exact entry in the second book. Florence Walker, you discover multiple relevant documents. The marriage certificate of Edmund and Florence Walker. Several death certificates. Bethany and Marcus died age 4 and 5. And finally, Edmund Walker died by misadventure. So we don't know when her, Florence Walker's birthday is. How would we find, when did we first meet Josephine? We first met Josephine at the Gentleman's Club, right? At Vivian's Gentleman's Club, if we wanted to get her records. If we thought it was her. Vivian's Gentleman's Club is 19. That is where we first met her, right? Assuming it means even if we didn't know who she was. Oh, wait a second. We met Vivian's mother. We met Josephine's mother. We met Josephine's mother too. Okay, let's just write down Josephine's mother. Let's just see. If we add 50 to 19, we get 69. See if we can get some information about Josephine. Okay, look, here's information about Josephine. Let's just check this out. London Chief Magistrate's Office, date of incident, 3rd December 1886, Pastor Bernard Harrison, court appointee. Upon the death of Dylan Adams, typhoid, and in accordance with the Irish Settlers Act, Josephine Adams' children have been rescued by the state and will be allotted to the Roy Orphanage in Chariton. Okay, so that doesn't help us find the birthday. 3rd of December, though. So maybe we can look up 3rd of December now. So we know when her children were taken away. 3rd of December. Let's see if we can look up December 3rd. She didn't say anything about kids taken away on her birthday. Someone said something about their birthday. Who was that? Who said something about their birthday? We met someone who said something like, and this is on my birthday. Am I imagining that? Boy, how are we going to find that? Let me look up 3rd of December. That would be 1203. That can't be in here, so that's not going to be right. All right, so we can't look up that. Boy, something made me think we found someone saying something about on my birthday. John says, we never looked up the January 6th date we got. 106. What was January 6th? There's no 106, so we don't have to worry about that. We can look up Jacqueline. Who was Jacqueline? Boy, I have a real memory of someone saying it was their birthday. Where do we meet Adams? Let's talk to her mother again. Was that 38? She said it's her birthday? We knock on the door, Miss Josephine. Do I appear like a miss? Is this the woman that just stabbed us in the back? My name's Jacqueline. This is what Jonathan was saying. Also starts with a J. You're beginning to dislike Jacqueline. She's very sarcastic. That's what mothers say. I'm not that kind of mother. If we add 50 to that, we would have 88. No entry for her. She doesn't say anything about having a birthday. Boy, am I imagining it that someone said about her birthday? Does anyone else remember that? The date from earlier was January 14th, so 1/14. There is a 1/14. Okay, so Dunn mentioned it. Okay, let's read 1/14 then. Good memory. Did we write it down in the dates? Would we have gone back to it if we'd remembered? Oh, this was the date that he invented something. Okay, newfangled machine to revolutionize cotton production. As the Albright mill appears set to change hands first thing next year. This is from 1885. Oh, this is when Walker first took ownership of the mill. That's right. London town prepares to welcome its newest resident, a large format steam engine. According to reports, the contraption will revolutionize the cotton industry, promising twice the output in half the time. But at what cost? This reporter has done some digging and found that this technology, the brainchild of one Andrew O'Malley, is unique in the world of manufacturing and, for some, causing alarm amid worries of safety and propriety. In fact, the sale of the factory has been stalled at least 3 months now after a court injunction issued in regards to dispute over the intellectual property. This pertains to a suit filed by one Kendrick Torney. Having sought comment from the potential new owners, I was directed instead to their legal representative, one Oscar Jackson. We've talked to him, who supplied this reporter with as scant a set of documents as ever there was. Let it suffice, dear reader, that having looked into the business histories and experience, at least as supplied by their money manager, these unnamed captains of industries appear to have none. So they have no money. Wow, so Turney sued him in 1885? And now he's taken ownership? Sued Walker in 1885. And we know Turney has operated under different names. Well, we need to take a break. Is Turney suing O'Malley or Walker? That's a good question. Dispute over the intellectual property filed by Kendrick Turney. Doesn't really say, but maybe he was suing O'Malley. All right, well, we need to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. So we're stuck on this birthday thing for a bit. Jonathan says just to excuse me. Just to double check, have we checked the records for Josephine and checked records for her and her mother? We could talk to Vivian about both of them. Maybe we need to find real records about Turney under a different name. Could have marriage license. Would that have Josephine's birthday? Well, okay, let's go through those one at a time. I think we're going to have to start thinking about if we don't finish tonight. All right, let's see. I'm just going to look through the ones we've seen. I'm going to try to find these people. Okay, so Madame Vivi, I'd like a minute over time. So this is when we first walk into Vivian's Gentleman's Club and meet our woman is 19. So if we add 50 to that, we get 69. So this is when we first meet our Josephine. 69 does have an entry, and this was the records for Josephine. So we've looked up all the information we can find on Josephine, and here's what we've got. We've got Dylan Adams died of typhoid, and they took away her children. And sent him to the Roy Orphanage in Charlton, outside of London. All right, so we don't know anyone's birthday from this. All right, let's keep going. I'm just going to walk through this then. Then we meet Vivian at the same entry, so we can't get information about Vivian in the directory. We asked Vivian about Kendrick Turney. She says he could get any woman. Okay, so 38 is where we meet the mother, Jacqueline Adams. I'm looking for birthday information too. Okay, so she tells us where to find her daughter Joe, who's at the Gentleman's Club. If we try to look up the mother's information, that would be 88. 38 plus 50 is 88. And there's no entry for that. So we can't get information about Josephine's mother. So we know it's not Josephine, and it's not Josephine's mother, unless we find Josephine's birthday some other place. Okay, now I'm looking for other mentions of birthdays in stuff we've already read. Okay. Skipping ones we haven't read. 14 January, he produces the machine. Pastor Bernard tells us about the burn guy. Rusty. Lucille Vaughn was one of the people who got damaged. We have a long talk with her. She got scalped. She tells us about what happened to her. Madam Pretty. We saw a ghost. Regina Kelsey takes us into the bunker with scratches. Here's Turney's other names. Charles Rubens French and whatever. Charles Rubens French. So we could try to look those up. Those entries with the spiritual person. Brother tried to save her. It says more information about Turney. This is the autopsy guy. Trying to see if any of our entries that we read talked about birthday. Asylum, we try to find Rusty. Ink Factory. Right near where Kit took you. A thickly set, scowling woman. You recognize her from somewhere. But then, more so, you recognize the shirt she's wearing. We recognize this woman that we've now caught leaving here. How is it possible we recognize this woman? We've got Miss Dunn. Could it be Miss Dunn? If we add 50 to Miss Dunn, entry in book 2, we don't get anything. And where did we meet her here? Hit the seance. Ward pastor shunned by the church. Investor O'Malley's death still a mystery. Fire Brigade. Madam's Preternatural. Here's Josephine. Changed her clothes more like her mother. Shawl. Don't go back there. She makes us promise to go, not to go back there for her. She stops halfway through an inhale. When she resumes, it's like she's reading from a script. I have little to say about my accident. I'm lucky to escape with my life. Do you know anything about Andrew O'Malley? She's sitting on the ground crying. She's got her foot. She says he made it for me. Andy did. He'd been seen, but he did. She says he made the shoe for me. There'll always be accidents. Ricky Baker, 9 years old. They skipped the children's deaths. Marriage certificate of Edmund and Florence. You look for the police officer. Here's Andrew. We see her at the cemetery. We see Andrew O'Malley's death, 29 July 1894. We looked up 729, right? What did we find again? 2 years on, his death is still a mystery. Madame Vivi was a not too distant relative. The job she offered Josephine was far better. I do want to note this point here. Josephine's telling us about her mother and how they took away her kids, and she says, Josephine turns and stares you in the eyes. They've gone from green to red. My proper name is O'Malley. If my mum were there, she'd no doubt have slaughtered those clergymen. I've never seen him since, just searching all these years. I never told Vivi, but that's what Turney was. The closest I've come to finding them, but now he's gone. We tell her we've had the pleasure of meeting her mother. We say I'm terrified of her. Silver bell chimes. Portly gentleman pushed through the front door. Hope you'll be back, she says. That's O'Malley's fire. Okay, well, I'm going to check in the chat. If it was her mother, why wouldn't it be Jacqueline O'Malley? That's a very good question. It's a very good question, but it could just be a bug. And we should... I seem to remember seeing someone talk about their birthday, but if we put that aside, we shouldn't assume that we're supposed to know the birthday yet, right? So there's an O'Malley, Enon, 287. So let's not get too frustrated at not knowing how to open that lock. You could imagine that could be the end of the game and we're not supposed to know it yet. So let's look at some of Jonathan's other suggestions. Maybe the paper. Okay, let's look at some of Jonathan's other suggestions. Can we find real records about Turney, maybe under a different name? Have we checked records for Josephine and for her mother? Okay, so we've checked Josephine and her mother. We didn't find any entry there. But we could talk to Vivian about them. I guess that means we need to start... We need to record where we met them, because in order to ask Vivian about them, we need to know... Where's our modifiers? This part about needing to know where you first met them is pretty painful. 56. In order to look up if Vivian knows them, we use the last two digits of the lead where you first met them. So we asked about Turney from her, and she told us he could get anyone. And did we ask? We asked about Patrick to the best of our belief. 787 might be the first place we met Rampart. Let's just write this down. This is kind of hard to do. Last two digits of lead. Let me just write it into here. So to do this, use last two digits of lead where first met. All right, so who else do we want to ask Vivian about? Okay, so where did we first meet Jacqueline and Josephine? Miss Josephine, do I appear like a miss, says the woman. I know you're looking for my daughter. Okay, so 38 was Jacqueline. Well, that's not going to work because the last two digits are 38. So it has to be a double digit number to work with. $0.38. So we can't get more information about her. Could we ask for Vivian about information about Josephine? I don't think so, because she's only telling us about bad people. So, but when do we actually get to talk to her about Josephine? About Josephine, yeah. Let's ask about, no, Miss Kelly we like, but what about Dunn? I'm very suspicious of Dunn, but tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to skim through here and see if I see any quick comment in the single digits. Okay. So, all right, because we've seen this game full of bugs, we have to be a little wary about when things are wrong. So, what are you on about? I need to know why she's... So, I see in number 29, we're asking Viv about Josephine. But that can't be the last two digits of where we talked to Josephine, because that's not accurate. So 029 could be, is talking about us asking about Josephine, but there's no way to get there that we know of. Let me just... 029. So either it's a bug or something else will get us to asking about Josephine. It's not so clear from reading it to me. We say, I hope you can find a way to trust me, Madame Viv. I wish no one here any harm. What are you on about? Josephine, you say. What about her? I need to know why she's working here. Just looking for the single digit answers. So that's the only single digit answer that looks like Vivian is talking to us about someone. All right, let's just assume we're walking in asking about Josephine, even though we don't know if this is a bug or something else will point us here. But because it seems kind of minor, let's just read it. So we're going to pretend we're asking Vivian about Josephine. Without... I don't know why we can't look her up and get this. I hope you can find a way to trust me, Madame Viv. I wish no one here any harm. What are you on about, Detective? Josephine, you say. What about her? Specifics, please, dear. You take a moment before answering. I need to know why she's working here. Well, I'm sure she has explained to you already, Detective. Things have not been easy for that one. All that nasty business with her boyfriend, not to mention the rest of it. That would be a tough life for anyone, wouldn't you agree? You just nod, hoping she'll divulge something, anything else. Kendrick. Well, Kendrick knew what he wanted as soon as he stepped foot in here. He courted her like nothing I've ever seen. His eyes were not so much... as turned by any of the other women here. I figured she saw a way out, but it turns out he probably had less money than her. Kendrick was with Josephine, you brought out? You see Madam think for a moment, and you can see the realization cross her face. She said too much. Not true. We actually knew about this before we got here, but... Now, Detective, you really have to excuse me. I have far more pressing things to attend to. With that, she shoots up from behind her desk and slides past you in the hallway. Please close the door on your way out. Okay, so we didn't learn anything new there. We actually already knew that information. That seems to me like we've exhausted Viv, because everything else would be a double digit, and I don't see any other double digits about Viv talking to us. I guess I should really double check so that we can really cross it off. Okay, that's it for Viv. Let's see what else. Have we checked records for Josephine and checked records for her mother? We seem to have done those. Have we maybe we need to find real records about Turney under a different name. That's an interesting idea. We can try asking Vivian informant. We've done all that. Okay, so maybe it was Turney that wrote the note. It can't be Turney that wrote the note because the letter said, so Turney and Patrick are making the planning now. So whoever wrote that note was referring to Turney, unless you mean this note. Maybe you mean this note. Better be clearer when we say note. If it's the Rip note, that mentions Turney. If it's this note, we don't know. If it was her mother, wouldn't it be Jacqueline O'Malley? Okay, different idea. Maybe O'Malley and Josephine were twins and have the same birthday. We could get it from the tombstone. Still feels like we missed some earlier clue about them being siblings. I like that idea. It's certainly worth a try. Where do we get the gravestone about O'Malley? Andrew Eli O'Malley, July 29th. So we already went to 7/29. That's when we learned about his death in the newspaper. So it can't be that they shared birthdays with that. Oh wait, that was when he died. Sorry. He died not July 29th. Doesn't say when he was born though. What else? I think we shouldn't get too stuck on the mother's birthday because nothing is forcing us to pursue that branch right now. I wanted to go to Turnbull's house earlier. I certainly did, especially when he came up as the jury. I think we couldn't find it, but let me look again. Turnbull is 326. So 326 is not in the second book. If we had tried to visit him in the first book, there is an entry. Let's read that one that the game doesn't want us to, but we'll read it. It turns out Mrs. Turnbull has pigs. Remember the person that stabbed us in the second book smelled of pigs? Do you remember that? Put a little exclamation point. What's me Patty done now, she says. Nothing I know of, you answer. Did he do something before? She looks at you side-eyed. Why'd you want to know? I'm a detective. I want to know everything. And you're the one who brought it up. She seems to think about this, then shakes her head. Me Patty isn't as bad as y'all think he is. He just don't know any better. Ah, you say, that sounds about right. So what can you tell me about him? I can tell you to get the hell out of here, she says, and turns back to her pigs. Now, let's look up her records. That would be 376. You're surprised at how many Turnbulls there are in London alone, but eventually you find one that mentions a Patrick Turnbull, a series of birth certificates listed under what must be Paddy's mother, Henrietta Turnbull. It clicks into place, doesn't it? So, good work, Jonathan, to remember to visit Turnbull, but now it makes complete sense, right? That door is being run by Patrick. That locked door is by the criminal underworld. And his mother is the one who stabbed us in the back and killed us in the alley. So 326 to 376, only in book 1. Let's see if 376 is at least in book 2. Okay, so 376 actually is in book 2, copied. So if you remembered to visit Patrick in book 1, or if somehow you did the plus 50 even if you didn't find the entry, let's make sure I'm right. Yeah, there's no 326 in book 2. Okay. So here we go. It's a lesser, well, you call it a lesser bug, but it's a showstopper of a bug if you obey the rules. Although here, I guess, if you could just look up someone. So we don't find someone in the book, maybe we have to look up their plus 50 anyway. Okay, so here's Henrietta Turnbull, 15 July. 1850, and Patrick, in case we care, is December 15th. Now, do we need to care about any of these? Could one of these be mutton chops? Could these be the helpers? Henrietta, Patrick 1868, Bart 1870, Simon 1872, Vern and Maisie. Who does he call out? I think he says Barney, right? He doesn't say Bart to his helper. Remember the guy we punched in the nose? It wasn't Bart, right? It was Barney, I believe. All right, well, we found the mother's birthday. One mutton chop was Barney. Okay, so not Bart. That's a shame. Seems like it would be logical that he'd be working with his brother. Okay, let's go unlock that lock and see if that gets us killed. July 15th. So this is Patty Patrick, the evil criminal person who's left this note, it seems. But why? He can't blackmail her. She has no money. Right? Wait, does she have money? Was she the one working as a servant, or does she have money? She doesn't have money. She's working as a cloak girl in the gentleman's club. How much money do you think you're going to get out of her? All right. 7:15. This could be important. Here we go. Guess what? There's no 7:15. What have we done wrong? What's happened? What's going on here? There's no 7:15 in a second, but let's read where it wants the birth date. Let's see what it actually says. $511. On the back, there's a 3-digit key. On the back, it reads Mother's Birthday. Maybe we should have checked the dates. Maybe Henriette is the grandmother. Let's look at that again before we freak out. Henrietta, born 1850. Patrick, born 1868. She does say it's her son, right? That would mean she had him when she was 16. That would work. 15 July. Patty's mother, Henrietta Turnbull. Born 15 July. Same date here. 15 July. We're told before the way you look up a date is month, day, day. That would be 7/15. But there is no 7/15. What does that mean? Okay, so I believe it's probably 7/14. I believe. Because here it is describing the office. I'll do the others first, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Try 157. No, it's not 157. I'm pretty sure it's here and it's just a mistake. Because it doesn't say we open the lock, but look. It says, walking through the empty office space, you see huge vats of ink. Remember, this is where we are. Black as tar or coal on the inside of a coffin. It feels primordial, profound, and it gives you the creeps. You continue to the back of the factory floor and see a staircase descending into darkness. One flight, then two, and your eyes begin to adjust. Soon you can make out the bars of cages, figures huddled behind them. You think of dogs and rats, but your black blocks from the Queen's hand, and the murmuring sounds that begin to emerge do not seem canine. Starting to feel like a fever dream. Few more steps and a faint light glows somewhere beneath you. One more flight and you start to see the whites of eyes, then streaks of hair, then faces, dozen of them, filthy and cherubic. One of them smiles, sniffles. You stumble and catch yourself in this waking nightmare. A voice calls out, "Detective! Birdie?" Down 2 more stairs and you stagger to the next landing and grab for the bars. She does too, and your fingers touch. "Birdie," you say. Light flashes as someone strikes a match. It's too bright, then fades to a glow, and there, standing before you, is Kit and brave little Birdie. What in tarnation is going on? "Not now," says Kit. "They'll be back any moment. The keys are behind you." You turn and grab them, trying one then another, until finally the lock clicks. You swing the gate open, Birdie grabs you and squeezes. "What is all this?" you say to Kit as you hug Birdie. "Kids in cages," says Kit. "What more do you need to know? I'm the only biggin." And now the others in other cells have started to call out, dozens and dozens of them. "They'll come at the noise," says Kit. "Who will? Tell me. Where are they?" "Next flight down at the bottom. We tracked them here through one of the kids, but they beat us to the punch." You ask Birdie if she's hurt. She shakes her head. "How many are there?" At least 3, says Kit. Maybe more. With weapons. Come on, let's move. Birdie is pulling you now, too. Help them free the others and escape, or find the baddies and try to best them. Or at least slow them down. Go to 102. All right, well, 714 is the ink factory. It didn't tell us we opened the lock, but it seemed pretty clear, don't you think, that was it? The mother has left, we've gone down, we found them. Let's go to the notes here, and this would be a very large section by now if we actually kept track as we were going, but I think maybe better late than never. Ink room, mother's birthday, lock. Should be 715, is 714. 326, Turnbull, not in book 2. We're going to be a long list if we write down all the bugs, but we'll start. Okay, Jonathan, you want to walk into these people that beat the hell out of us and almost killed us last time without the dog? Well, it doesn't really matter. We just rewind if we die, but let's see. Help them free the others and escape, or find the baddies and try to beat them. 3 guys with guns. I'll remind you, we do not have a gun. Even the mother managed to kill us. 3 guys with weapons. Yikes. There's only 2 options here. Help them free the others, or find the baddies, try to beat them, or at least slow them down. Are we slowing them down with our dead body? Or you think we're causing a distraction? All right, Jonathan. We tried me. You got us killed, then I got us killed. So it's your turn again. 102. So you want to slow them down, huh? Get some redemption. All right, we're going to try 102. Slow down or escape. I mean, is offense the best defense? If so, rather than try to run away, let's try to slow them down. All right, 102. Here we go. Maybe we caught a break, finally. Let's see here. Try to quiet them, you say. I'll see you up top. You move fast before Birdie can see what you're doing, and when she does, she's smart enough to stifle her shout as you rush down the stairs. You feel bad, but you know it's the only way. At the bottom, there's a dimly lit corridor. You move quietly along it until you see a light from beneath the door, then hear what sounds like a child talking. You take a breath and push it open. I think you're lying. You're always lying. A figure you know all too well is crouched with his back toward you, engrossed in one of his favorite pastimes, tying people to chairs. In front of him are what look like twin ghosts. One of them continues her monologue while the other stares up at you, but doesn't make a sound. We found the twin ghosts. Mr. Turney said you'd bring us to her. We did what you said. So where is she? Should be here soon, right, Ma? He thinks it's his mother behind him, but it's us. Patty's question, you realize, is directed at you.
as he concentrates on the knots. Can't get here soon enough, far as I'm concerned. This one never shuts up. Soon as she's here, we make the trade. No room for error, right? Like you always say. All right, so they're going to try to trade these ghosts, which are Josephine's kids, for something. Maybe the patent. Like you always say, you take a step towards them, hoping you'll keep talking and tying instead of turning. We just got to get that deed, right, Ma? Did you hear something up the cage's way? Which route did you come in? As you take another step, you watch his hands stop working, his back straighten, as he triggers to your silence. He whips around, and for a moment his face is as white as those in the chairs, as if only now has he seen a ghost. Then a wicked smile breaks over his face. Oh, I don't like that. That same moment, something happens that will take your body seemingly minutes to comprehend. A rope crosses your throat from behind. You're pulled off your feet backwards to the ground. You hit it hard. Head, shoulders, and back stunned and winded, and there's a flurry of hands, spitting teeth, furious eyes, and hair. Tarnation, you think. His ma keeps pigs. And by the time that thought is through your head, you're fully hogtied, all limbs bent behind you, trussed upon the floor. Slightest move of the rope pulls against your throat. Ugh. Patty's ma stands over you, a long glistening blade in her hand. She speaks with her back to the rest of them. You go with them, Kipper, she says. Go to the Lord. That's the only bargaining we got. I'll take care of this. She doesn't move, just keeps her eyes right on you as Patty leads the ghosts, their hands bound together, around you to the door. Go to the Lord. That's the only bargaining we got. That's weird. Is she talking about the priest? So Patty leads the ghost, their hands bound together, around you to the door. It closes behind them. Just the two of you now and that long steel blade. It dances around her thick, stubby fingers as she steps back over to the door and bolts it. You seen pigs slaughtered? She asks. You try not to struggle, it only makes it worse. I have, you gasp against the rope. Oh, good then, says Petty's ma. Then you know what you're in for. Oh my God, this is a brutal family. She wipes the blade once on her sleeve, holds it up, and moves down upon you. Do you want to close your eyes and think of the Empire? Or keep them open and rage against it like a 200-stone beast? Well, we might as well fight, right? I'd sure like to kill that mother. Get revenge for when she killed us. Alright, go down fighting. So we tried to slow him down, then we've got 569, which is just to accept our fate, and 086 is to fight. So we're gonna fight. Like the hogs slaughtered all those years ago, you'd do anything for a few more seconds of breath and life. So although it chokes you, you buck and writhe, then drop your chin as the blade comes down. It nicks your jaw rather than puncturing your throat, but in gasping for air, you expose your neck again. As she lifts the blade, there's a crash to your left, and the bolted door bursts open. You hear the clunk of heavy metal, the hiss of hydraulics, and a large piece of steel swings up and into Patty's ma. She flies back and you look up to see Josephine above you, her face painted in rage and determination. Where are they? She shouts, stepping over you towards Patty's ma. But the older woman is already up, and now their feet, 3 of flesh and 1 of steel, dance around your head as you can do nothing but wince and hope. There are thuds, grunts, a shout of pain, and then that hydraulic hiss again. followed by the sound of a body hitting stone.
It's her leg.
That's the hydraulic hiss. Kicking. Hydraulic hiss again, followed by the sound of a body hitting stone. A moment of silence. Josephine is at your side, the pig sticker in her hand, covered in blood. She cuts your ropes and both of you lie gasping on the floor. Where are they? She says. You sit up slowly and look at her. Which way did you come? The stairs, she says, sitting up. The cages and the children, they weren't among them. I know, Patty's got them. He went the other way. She starts to stand but falls back down. The blood is spreading through the leg of her petticoat, torn where the blade went through. You hand her some rope. Tie this around it, tight, right above the wound. You get to your feet. She tries the same, then slumps back down, cursing, and picks up the rope. I'm going after them, you say. When you're able, make your way out the way you came. You look over at the crashed, lifeless body of Patty's ma, and thank you. As you move towards the door, her hand grabs your sleeve. Do whatever you have to, detective. Save my girls, and then burn it all down. You stare at the flames in her eyes. I'm serious, detective. The system is broken. It cannot be fixed. But it's all yours now, Josephine, a chance at a new life. To the ground, she says, I will build something from its ashes to serve those it sought to destroy. You stare at each other for a moment. Now go, she says. And so you do, through the splintered gape of the door. To pursue Patty into the aqueducts, go to 732. All right, good work, Jonathan. We got that mother killed and we met up with Josephine again. She used her hydraulic leg to win, but she's injured. And now we can choose to pursue Patty. He's got 2 kids and he's all by himself, so we do not have a good record of fighting in this game. We just beg and get beaten up. Jonathan says it feels like this might be the end. Yep. All right, 732. It does feel like this might be the end. There are things we haven't done yet, but feels like minor things. You race along the edge of the dark water in the direction of the mill. Reaching a fork, you stop for a moment to catch your breath. One hand on the rope burns across your neck. It comes away bloody. You look around, remembering this part from your subterranean journey with Kit. There are only 2 places that Patty might have gone. Head for his lair beneath the Queen's hand, or continue onward toward the mill. The mill does seem like the thematic end. One of the weird thing is that I mean, didn't he leave and plan to meet up with them? That's the part that's a little confusing to me. Like, we go down there, the mother comes in and catches us, and she says, you go with them, Kipper. Go to the Lord. That's the only bargaining we got. So we're told where he's trying to head. Towards the Lord. That's the only bargaining we got. So maybe we should not be going here and should be going to the Lord. The Lord, the machine, the Red Lord, the machine. That makes so much sense. He's going to threaten to drop them into the Lord.
Mm-hmm. That's right, the Red Ward. That's where he's gone. For once in this game, we have a choice and we're making a logical, insightful choice. It's the mill. It would have been nice if it had more choices to be more challenging now that we figured it out. Okay, well done. They're going to the Lord to threaten to drop those kids in if she doesn't pay up. Okay, here we go. And Tina had to jump out of the shadows to get in on this. Here we go. This does seem like the end. I think we need to take a break here for our finale. It looks like we're going to make it to the end of this today by some miracle. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes for maybe the finale.
We're back for what looks like the finale of Postmortem London Gothic Ghost in the Machine. We've decided to pursue Paddy into the mill because his mother said take them to the Lord. We think now that that probably means that that's the leverage he's going to use plan to use against her, that he will drop them in if we get too close or whatever. I was pointing out that it was a little weird in that final scene how he's tying up the kids to trade with the wife, presumably, and the two ghost-like kids are saying, "You're lying, you're always lying, we did what you told us. Mr. Turney said you were going to bring us to her." So Turney is in on it, and Paddy was telling them what to do. That was a little weird. Don says, or less deadly interpretation is O'Malley just tells the kids to scare people. You think O'Malley's alive? Jonathan, do you think O'Malley's alive? He's not alive. He's not in any part of Paddy. I see. Paddy just tells him. Paddy will kill at a drop of a dime. I don't think he's about scaring. He's just about immediate killing in the most painful way. All right, here we go. Towards the mill, 9:33. You make your way through the aqueducts to the dust room at the base of the mill. You cover your mouth and nose, but as you wade, you can clearly see the path through the hellish white. Moving up and out into the courtyard, you head towards the weaving room. Then, as a desperate-sounding shriek comes from within, you scramble up through the loading docks and onto the main production floor where the Red Lord dwells. Kneeling on the floor is a large, hunched figure. It's Paddy. His green hat is on the ground, and as he stands and turns, you see he's bleeding from the head, as if smacked down with something hard.
but apparently not hard enough. As he gets to his feet, his eyes lock on you, and now he's thundering through the shadows towards you. At the same moment, a sound comes from deeper inside the mill, one so haunting both of you freeze. It's a howl, but not just of one voice, it's legion, and they're gaining faster than humanly possible. Both of you crouch as the howling shoots out from the courtyard upon you. You turn in the dim light to see a dozen dogs, then a dozen more, pounce on Paddy, who begins to scream. He fights and rages, but there's nothing he can do. They're dragging him, kicking and yelping back into darkness. You hear the howling and tearing drifting off as they go. Another high-pitched scream comes from above, then another. You look up the spiral staircase towards the viewing platform at the mouth of the Red Lord. To try and save Paddy, go to 217. Or perhaps, Detective, it's time you solve the case. Dogs, huh? Well, what's it gonna be? Looks like the dogs are dragging him up to drop him in the Red Lord. Someone let all his fighting dogs out. Yeah, I think you got a point. Well, so what would be the... If you were going to play devil's advocate, what would you say here? That you would try to save him in order to get evidence against the others. But I have no desire to save his life. I mean, he's a horrible person. John says, I thought it was different screams from above. I see. Another high-pitched scream comes from above, then another. You look up the spiral staircase toward the viewing platform at the mouth of the Red Lord. So maybe up there is Turney, or I don't know. Interesting. I'd be inclined to check out the screams. It could be, but it doesn't give us that choice. It says try to save Paddy, go to 217, or perhaps it's time you solve the case. The choice isn't to... I mean, we can't just, like, if we wanted to walk around the courtyard, let's say you said, okay, let's go to 713 and save the girls. There's not going to be the scene of them dying there when we go to 713. You can't even go there. So, I'm saying roleplay-wise, I'd be too concerned about the screams to save Paddy, yeah. We don't see the kids, huh? They've already hit him on the head. So the kids are safe. They've hit him on the head, and now they've go release the dogs. All right. So let me just... Shall I just peek at 217? Or maybe it's time to end the case properly and for once obey the game over rule. It's interesting, though, that it doesn't say the end. Does it? It doesn't say the end. If we go to Gets at the utility closet, he doesn't want to talk to us, right? He just wants to trade us. There's still a bunch of entries we have not read. I think it's time to read the questions. I think it's time to read the questions, right? Jonathan, do you agree? At least we should be reading the questions.
Through the dust room at the base of the mill. There's all the dogs. Do you want to save Patty? Surely we're not going to save Patty. If I look up dust room, there's no entry for it. Let's read the questions. Okay, ready to solve it. If you are, turn over and answer the questions listed on the back. Then and only then unseal this document. Okay, here we go. Final report. Who was haunting the Albright Mill and why? What became of Andrew O'Malley? What is the significance of Ricky Baker? What happened between Pastor Bernard and the church? Who wrote the torn letter and why? And who gets away scot-free at the end? Oh boy, I don't think we know the answer to those. I do not think we know the answer to those. Well, Kendrick Turney was killed, but maybe he was killed by whoever had those horses, which could be Rampart. So that would be a very good guess, who gets away scot-free. What happened between Pastor Bernard and the church? He's got his funding cut. He broke up because they were selling their kids, their orphanage kids, to the mill workers. That's Jonathan. Chat top. There's we go. Okay. Who was haunting the Albright Mill and why? Well, we know the two kids were. But one thing that's confusing is we thought they were doing it for revenge, but now we think the kids are doing whatever Patty told them to do. So now I think if you had to guess for number one, you'd say that they're doing it because Patty is forcing them to do it, right? And then number two, Andrew O'Malley, on the surface of it, it looks like he got burned in that fire, but it feels like maybe there might be some missing element to that story that we don't understand. What is the significance of Ricky Baker? We don't really know. We know he was a kid that died. I forget what the specifics of who reminded us the hidden list of dead children. Yes, he was on the hidden list of dead children. But why was he so significant? I wonder if we could have asked the coroner about him or something. Someone reminded us about him for some reason, I'm not sure. And then this one, who wrote the torn letter and why? And then who gets away scot-free? That's tricky. I mean, are we thinking those are both Rampart? Or are we thinking that Regina Kelsey wrote the torn letter? Because she's the one who took us into that room, that secret room. I think it's got to be Regina or Hat, huh? Hat doesn't know about that secret room, does he? Had to be someone who knows about the secret room.
Yeah, that's tricky. Let's see for a second what unfinished business we haven't done, if there's any we want to do now. Does seem like we might have missed some big clues. Yes, it does. All right, let's mark the ones that we actually did here. So we did find this part about the spirit sent us. Cockney slang mix is a half and half. This one we think we understand. We know we understand. That was the cab. Why did Turney marry Josephine? We think now he was doing it to get close to her so he could blackmail her. Not blackmail her, but try to get another attempt at getting that patent. Why were the people saying go to Gamp? This feels like it's a nothing. John says, do you want to peek and look for any informants entries? I do think we should do some peeking, yes. But first, let's look at the rest of these stuff. Richard Baker family visit. We tried that. We couldn't find him. Vivian, we finished her up. First ghost sighting to see when the ghost came out. I don't think we need that anymore. This Gantz, we got that solved. 12 jurors, I think we solved that enough. Aliases of Turney, we didn't make any use of that. Matchbox, we couldn't find any use of that. We did find his crucifix. We did find the 3 ex-workers. We never found this, but we don't need it. Who is the gruff man? We think that's probably Patrick. Why do they have 2 phone lines? Doesn't feel like that's important. Is Miss Walker the one who's going to be getting away scot-free? Can't go to that school. The photograph, we never understood that, right? Mystery. Read the remainder of the paper. I believe we did read the remainder of the paper. Fencing clubs, we never did that. Rampart, we never understood that. Could we look up Rampart in the global registry? We didn't visit all the places in the paper. See if any locations in book 2 are different. We did check the cabs. We didn't check the shirt factory from the paper. We did do that. We did do that. Okay, so I think we did check if we could get information in Rampart, and we couldn't, right? And Turney, Charles, Rubin, and French. Let's see if any of those people are in the directory. Charles, we got a whole bunch of Charleses. 843, 759, and 933. 853. Sorry, 843. No. 759. No. And 933. Yes, but that was something different. Okay. So probably not. His aliases are not useful. I think what we'll do, Dr. H. Rubin, 667, in different circumstances, we might spend an hour trying to understand how to answer these questions more. But I think what we'll do instead is skim the books for stuff we missed and try to piece together remainders that way. What do you think about that? That way, if there's information we could have gotten on Ricky Baker, we'll read that. So I think that's what we should do. I think we should go through. This is going to be a bit painful for you at home, but I think I should skim this book and look for entries we haven't read in both books. So here's book one. We'll try to go fast. Here's a big entry. All right, so it's going to take us another hour to do this. I think this is the way to do it, though. There are books, there are bugs. I think we're going to want to read this eventually. We might as well read it before we try to solve it. All right, so now we're going to see the stuff that we might have missed. I'll try to read a little bit faster than I would normally do, though. And maybe we'll use a little marker to mark these as we go quickly. 17, and we'll try to guess where you would have come to this. The high-ceilinged reception room of Viscountess Lady Arabella Davenport's townhouse is very much like her. More whimsical than proper, full of oddities and brightness, and no doubt older than it looks. A stuffed peacock sits on a grand piano, and a three-tiered tray of gold-flecked pastries rises from among the Astoria grand tea set. Do you mind pouring? I would do it, but sometimes the wheels slip, and everything goes flying. She gestures down at her Baroque wheelchair. And the last thing we want is that tedious girl coming back in here. She still calls this the sitting room, you know. Even after 10,000th time I've pointed out to her. They're all sitting rooms to me, dear, until the day I can stand again. I tell you, I'd much rather have a thief in my house than a dullard. She lifts the cup you've just poured. Of course, Lady Arabella, you say, I'm about to bore you. I'll nick the silverware instead. Her teacup trembles as she laughs. Oh, it is good to see you, detective. I feel like it's been an age. And I apologize for that. I've been all over the place, but now I'm back and on a case. In fact, I'm hoping I can talk to you about it. Oh, I am hoping that too. Her eyes sparkle. People have called the Viscountess a gossip, but she is more a connoisseur of intrigue. Tell me now, what is it about? Well, some disturbing business, really. You put down your cup. You've heard of the deaths at the Old Bright Mill. This sounds like this should be an ally. All of our allies are these 01 whatever. Her cup clatters down now too. Oh, I've heard of them. What a ghastly, gruesome end for Mr. Walker. I've known him and his wife for years, of course. That poor Florence. I can't count how many times I've said that. Poor dear Florence. What do you mean, you ask? Why did Florence have your pity before today? Oh, perhaps you don't know, she says, but without the glee in her voice that usually comes when imparting unknown knowledge. Such a capable woman. However, she lost not just one, but 2 young children. Theirs was not a happy home, and now this. She shakes her head and distractedly studies the biscuits. You decide to change the subject. And what about Kendrick Turney? She straightens so fast her wheels do slip a bit. Kendrick, she says. What did he do now? Well, it seems he's bought the Old Bright Mill, but it also seems that once again you possess some knowledge I am yet to find. Lady Arabella's eyes are darting. What, the mill? She says more to herself than to you. Do you believe, detective, that he may have murdered Edmund Walker? I really have no idea, but then you hesitate, you take a breath and top up her tea. Top up her cup. Is it an action you think Mr. Turney capable of? Oh, that scoundrel. I shan't put anything past him. He's a dark side known by few. She snaps, and you realize you've never seen the Viscountess Lady Arabella Davenport angry before. Annoyed, perturbed, perhaps even a bit spiteful, but never until now truly angry. It makes her somehow seem even decades younger than is usually belied by her age, and is no longer a sparkle but flames in her eyes.
I was on the board of the asylum. It was a place of rehabilitation and care. Now I could not even stop what happened to it. You wait, but nothing more comes. What happened to it? Lady Arabella pushes herself back from the tea, looks to an invisible spot in the air, and says something you'd never imagine her to say. It is not for me to tell. Was this countess mentioned in the paper, says Jonathan. Yes, she was. Okay, here we go. In the paper, it says, in the society announcements, Honorable Viscountess Lady Arabella Davenport estate auction to be held August 9th in the evening. Proceeds donated generously to the Sherbrite Home for the Unfortunate by invite only RSVP. So, a totally random mention that seems totally unrelated to our case. We stopped by and we just happened to know her. So there were lots of places in the paper we didn't go. And maybe in another Sherlock Holmes cases, we would have stopped by all of these places. So I guess that's what we're doing now. But it's a little, I guess this wasn't an important clue. So it's okay that you would only get it from the newspaper. It's just weird that we know her and she's a known gossip. So it's weird that the game didn't give it to us more directly. Okay, 33. This looks pretty serious. You enter the makeshift library in the Irish Quarter and locate the librarian, a slender gentleman with the look of a bookish hooligan. Though he himself is talking noiselessly to another patron, he still shushes you upon approach. You ask if there's anything on Cockney rhyming slang. I see. He peers at you. Don't think there's a fish hook for that. He grins at your confusion. Maybe I can help. Stepping behind the counter made of wooden crates, he begins to scribble furiously on a piece of paper. The man beside you is grinning. Captain Huck, says the librarian, holding the page out to you. So, here's some rhyming slang. Let's see if we can read it quickly and if anything jumps out from what he said. A fish hook is book. Captain Hook is take a look. Molly Malone is telephone. We figured that one out. China plate is mate, friend. We knew that. Baker's dozen, cousin. We knew that. Hop on my thumb is a small chum. Bo Peep, fast asleep. Uncle Mac snack. Linen draper is a newspaper. So when he said, have you been to the linen draper, he meant newspaper. Grasshopper is a copper or snitch. Tom Thumb is rum. Andy McNabb is cab. We figured all those out. Shovel and broom is room. We figured that out. Bottle stopper is a copper or police. We figured that out. Okay. Pipe and liquor was the vicar and the priest. And kiss the cross was boss. So we actually guessed all these, although we didn't know what boss was supposed to mean. Maybe that meant, I don't know. Okay, so this is probably in the newspaper of one of the bookstores. There were newspapers in the bookstore. I don't see it. Maybe just in the directory. Okay, continuing on. Don't know if this is painful or not. Okay, 55 says, from the dry depths of desert demons you tumble through the darkness. Something like a voice is calling from far away, as if back in the mystery of your dreams. As they grow louder, the sounds skitter through the forming air, nipping at your face as you try to rise to fly. They come at you like fragments spat from a spinning children's book. Dog bone, 50 and drum, fife and drum, hop on my thumb. They swarm like a word somewhere, dreaming in Cockney rhyming slang. They swarm like a word storm and you plummet back down into your head, slobbering into the hardwood of your office desk. But no sooner does your cheek feel the wood, it's yanked back up again. A massive hand. This might have been when we chose to go to sleep, instead of jumping right out to start the case. Bo Peep. Be this a time for Bo Peeping? Rip tear, I oughta Uncle Mac you. So is this the time for sleeping? I oughta smack you. This is Gamp. This is if you chose to take a nap before you start the case. All right, linen draper, he spits, but softer. What's it about? And then we figure out his cousin got killed. He's a little mad at us for sleeping. Leave it with me, maybe a call at the war. So same exact thing, just a different little opening. Okay, 72 is a big long entry. Let's see if we can skim through it quickly. French cobblers at the bottom of a steep narrow staircase between two large brick houses with much more visible shop fronts. Dust encasing the door suggests you are the first customer in a dog's age. Small bell rings as you enter, and a diminutive bespectacled man looks up at you from behind a beaten old desk. He continues to work on the seams of a leather boot as he waves you in. You look like a soul who could do with a resoling. This is just a shoe shop. Remember, we saw the ghosts in a sandal, so maybe this would be a place you could learn about that. How's that? Forgive me, he presses down on the seams, but based on the state of you and that look in your eye, I'd say you either walk a beat or end up in places you wish you hadn't. He smiles and nods to an empty chair. Thank you, you say. I'm hoping to ask about your Kendrick. Huh. Well, then I don't know why he knows Kendrick. Well, then I hope you're not a copper, he says. There's nothing I like more than talking about the little ones, but wouldn't wish harm to none. You gulp down on your breath as any thoughts of breaking the news of Turney's demise now quickly bring a chill. We say, well, I'm a flatfoot, you say, but a private one, and I mean no harm to your kids. He nods and holds up the boot to inspect the stitching from another angle. I'm proud of them, of course, originating from such scarcity and, well, difficult circumstances. I guess that was the case for all of his friends. Kenny especially, though, was not dealt an easy hand. He spins the shoe, puts it on the desk, and beams at you. But he sure did play it. Perhaps a bit loose at times. Oh, downright dodgy, says his pa. Okay, so this is Kendrick Turney's father. At 72... Kendrick Turney's address is 437, so I'm not exactly sure how we would have gotten to his father. We go to the Turney residence at 437. I don't know how we visit his father. Maybe in the newspaper... under it could, you know what, something we didn't notice is that some of the businesses have names, so I wonder if it's like Turney's shoe shop. We should have considered that. That's a little dangerous. It's not under Turney's shoe shop, but maybe shoe shop by Turney and something. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Downright dodgy, says his pa with pride. People were always after him for one thing or another, but he never let the bastards drag him down. And thus all the names, you say? Sure, he says, always looking forward, trying to put the past behind him. He likes to reinvent himself. Who wouldn't if they could? And he could? For the first time, the smile flickers on the old man's face, and he looks at you over the top of his lenses. It doesn't matter now anyhow, he says, and after what happened in the Birmingham with his chums... Can you tell me about that? Well, what's there to tell, says the cobbler, his mood having darkened so quickly. He found a way out for himself, but they took it from him. Guess no matter how you try, it all comes and gets you in the end. They, you say? What did they take away? Well, like I said, it doesn't matter now. It's time for me to close up shop. He stands, and it's clear he wants you to do the same. Confused by the sudden change, you thank him and move towards the door. Then, as you open it, you turn back. I'm sorry, Mr. French. Just one more thing. You mentioned you had more than one child. Okay, so we did look up most of his aliases, but we probably stopped before the end, and there is a French cobbler at 72. So that's how we would have found it. If he looked up all his fake names, most of them didn't have entries,
the last one did. We stopped before we got there. That's sort of on us. We said, I'm sorry, I heard you had more than one child. And he says, an echo of softness flickers across his now hardened face. September 9th, that was the day. Didn't even know she was there. You wait. Kenny came out all bluster and blood, yelling and storming at the maker. Minutes go by and the Missy's still shouting, and that's when she appears, my little miracle girl. September 9th, Kenny has a sister. That would be 11/9/119 if there was an entry. No entry for that date anywhere. My little miracle girl. Okay. Let's keep going here. 139 is a big long entry. You bob and weave among the crowd moving towards the opening gates with every step, every entry. Okay, this is if you chose to go straight into the mill the first time. We're not going to read that. We don't need it. We're just looking for hints. This is a choice you could have made to fight the mutton chops, so we're going to skip that. This is if we didn't want to talk to Fisher in our Choose Your Adventure at the start. Another Choose Your Own Adventure pass with the mutton chops. Okay, so here's a bug, it looks like. We were supposed to add 10 to the scene where Turney was killed. But I don't remember where he was killed, but it wasn't 239. So this should have been 249 is a bug because it looks like it's dead body plus 10. Standing over the remains of Turney once more, he asked Augie if there was anything suspicious about the body as he conducted the autopsy. Unless we found that here. Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe we got it. I don't know how we could have gotten it. Is there anything odd in the report? These are just his different names. Okay. So we got that in book 2. Okay, here's something else for Augie asking about the Turney report again. 269, you arrive at the sandwich shop. Huh. I haven't had a chance. Charles Rubens French, same thing. Okay, I don't know why there's 2 entries for that. Here is talking to the newspaper reporter about Eugene Hatt. From all accounts, there was an accident. One of the coal carters bumped her in. Reports were that her brother jumped in to try to save her. I think we probably read this in the other one. Yes, we did. Maybe in book 2 we read that. Okay. 419. Huh. I don't know if we read 419 and it fits in both. Okay, 419's in both and we never read it. So let's see what it is. Sitting on a bench, Elizabeth is clutching an open parasol as if it were a lifeline, saving her from drowning, right here in the air of the sunlit park. You cough upon approach and she lifts her eyes, nodding slowly, and you ask to join her. You begin to speak, but she holds up a lace-gloved hand. I know already, she says, and takes a breath. We were bound in traffic behind. When I heard there had been an accident, we walked up to... Her voice catches. Oh, I wish I hadn't.
I saw him here. She looks at you, bereft of life, his eyes beneath coins already. Okay, so someone has stumbled on the body. Remember the two bodies we found? One was Turney, and I forget what the other one was. Oh, the newspaper writer. So maybe this is the Hat's wife or something. You offer condolences. He was a scoundrel, detective. Maybe this is Turney's sister. I loved him so. Life was tough on him, and yet he made me smile. Others too, but it's not how my brother should have gone. Okay, this is Turney's sister. I don't know how we were to find her. Lucky, you say. Richard was always helping him out of trouble. Let's see. I loved him so much. Life was tough on him, yet he made me smile. It is not how my brother should have gone, but as my Richard always did say, he was lucky to have gotten anywhere. Lucky, you say. Richard was always helping him out of trouble. Walker, too. Ever since they were kids. This was that photograph we saw about them as kids. What kind of help, you ask? Oh, I don't know, she says, waving a sad hand through the sunlight. Always too proud to talk of it, all of them. I know he had a falling out with them when they came to start at Albright. Poor Kendrick was left to his own devices again. Never a good thing for my brother. He surely would have been sunk if it weren't for meeting Patrick. Turnbull, you said? This seems like an important clue. That's the one. Patrick always up to no good, but he took Kendrick under his wing. What sort of no good? Oh, the regular sort, she says, just worse. You let it rest and turn to other things, and then what kind of takeover? Were you surprised when Kendrick bought Walker's share in the mill? I don't know. She peeks out from under the parasol as if scanning for angels or meteors. I hadn't talked to him in years. It's not as if Richard and I had the finances prepared. And Kendrick, well, since he returned from up north, he had money burning a hole in his pocket. So I guess he really did have money. I don't know how we would have met his sister. Launch if you use. This is another choose your own adventure with the dog. You make your, here's 447, don't know what this is. You make your way back through the precinct, though still early, it appears the inebriates have already begun to outnumber the protesters in processing and lockup. You proceed to the morgue, can't find the coroner. In the hallway, you flag down old Jerry on administration rather than the beat these days and ask if anyone's seen Augie. Bugs Shirley reminds you, look at the clock hands, boy. For 15 years, he's gone to lunch at the same time. Tell us where to meet him, okay? I believe that this is information about... Look at this. I wonder if we read this and just didn't pay enough attention to it. No, we never read this. Okay, I'm not sure. Somewhere we should have gotten this date. (503) July, May 3rd. This could have been a bug. We might have looked for this and not find it, or this could be our own problem. But if we had looked up this date, when the White Elm Asylum was bought by Kendrick, then we would have learned that Lady Arabella Davenport was mentioned. So this answers our question about how we would have found Lady Davenport. Changed hands, sold to Kendrick Turney, the White Elm Asylum. Doesn't mention his sister, though. Nothing nice to say about that man, told the reporter. Not his type of dealings. Da, da, da. I fear for the sanity of the streets of London. Okay. Here's a long entry. Here's another date that we missed. This is highly irregular, mutters Mr. Hennessy as he leads you down into the bowels of the library, the unpublished repository of the London Standard. Here it is. This jumble, I didn't say they're going to be organized. Actually, I think we may have read this in the other book. Another child's been slain. Yeah, this is about the daughter. Her brother was caught in the machine, lost a hand, and disappeared. Okay, we're almost done with book 1. Here we are looking on a news report about Floyd McCormick. Suppose he wasn't important enough to come up on the radar. Okay, I think we read that in book 2. This is another choose your own adventure that ends the game. Okay, here's an article about O'Malley that probably we read in our book 2. Kendrick is Turney, right? Who's Richard? I believe Richard was the father. I think, or the brother. No, Richard was the husband of the sister. Because the sister's talking about her poor brother, Kendrick Turney, and she's saying how her husband, Richard, was making comments. Okay, 909 must have been a date, September 9th. Was that in this one? Because I think we looked that up. Oh, it's in both of them. Okay, so here is the sister getting married to Richard. This clears it up. Oh my God, it's Richard Rampart. You're right. Because look, here's the article in the date when they got married. Announcing the wedding of Richard Rampart and Elizabeth French to be held on the 19th of April, 1879. Why did she change her name? Or maybe, oh, that's their original name. I see, that's their original name. Pilgrim's Protestant Church of England, service to be celebrated by Pastor Bernard Harrison. Upon the conclusion of this reception shall be held at the Primrose Gardens, where 30 will attend, including Mr. Rampart's business partner and dear friend Edmund Walker and his wife Florence. So Kendrick Turney's sister married Rampart. They're all together, wrapped up. That's pretty fascinating. We did read that in book 2. This is the autopsy of O'Malley. We read that in book 2. Okay, so what did we learn from the missing stuff in book 1? We didn't follow through with Turney's all of his names, and one of them led us to his real family. The father, which led us to the sister, which led us to knowing that the sister married Richard Rampart. They were all close. Okay, book 2. Here we go, quickly skimming through it. Some of the ones that are here, there's Arabella. We read her already. She was also mentioned in French. Okay, this is Getz. We've read this same paragraph already. Turney finds new blood. This is the wrong thing. We read that already. Here's the father again of Turney. What about the purple plumed horse? That's nothing? Maybe all the cabs have purple plumes. So here's an important clue that we never read, because it's got a photo. As you approach the office of Magistrate Oscar Percival Jackson III, an elderly gentleman shuffles out. In closing the door, he drops his hat and you pick it up for him. Thank you, sir, he says. Say hi to the sunset for me. So another person who said that. We knock on the door. Let's see something for a second. This could be a bug. The Magistrate Oscar Percival, because we discovered Oscar Percival at 723 in book 1. Right? That's where we visit Oscar Percival. Magistrate Oscar Percival. Sorry, let me do this for you. Oscar Percival Jackson III, CPA, 723. That's what's in the directory. And then, somehow in book 2, you approach the office of Magistrate Oscar Percival Jackson III. And this one is Oscar Percival Jackson III. So they're both the same person, but here he's somehow in a different location. So we say, who was that? He looks at you quizzically. Is that really how you do your job? You just go around asking who everyone is? Are you all right, detective? His concern appears legitimate, and you nod while attempting to take a seat. Just put those anywhere, he says. You find another spot for the files on the chair, turn to him once seated. I had a bit of a run-in while in pursuit of one of your clients, you say. In fact, I nearly got eaten alive. He sits straight up and starts to say something, then something else, then another thing. The words don't come out and he opens his hand. I don't know what to say, he says. You nod, and I don't know what to think. For a moment you sit in silence. He says, more silence. Fine, you say. Client privilege, blah, blah, blah. Let's leave all the besotted, compromised, fallible humans aside, at least for a moment. How about the Red Lord? His face is blank. Tell me about the legal battle. Something flashes across his tender mug. He shifts in his seat, then he reaches down, takes a swig of the possible lemonade, and pushes himself out of the chair. This was a long time ago, detective. I had honestly forgotten. His movement is fluid, quick, and precise. As he moves through the chaos of boxes, trash, and papers, he digs something out and hands it to you. Printed on the wrong page, but let's see what it is. It says, "Attention, Albright Hill Management. Even for the two of you, this is beyond the pale. It was I who found the tinker. It was me who brought the Lord, and I swear this time you won't get away with it. When I'm done with you, you'll be fodder for what you stole from me. You'll be something for what you stole from me. Or perhaps locked away in a madhouse. I swear on my dear old mother, and you do recall where she works, that I shall have my revenge." Surely this is Turney, right? Not quite sure I understand the relevance of all that. This is if you go to the wrong place at the end. Entering the dust room, you start to cough, then choke. Take a moment to control the panic. You look up. You're up to your knees in cotton. Trail from the cotton dust ends where the room does. Then from behind you feel two tiny hands in the small of your back. They push just enough to send you over. Last two same thoughts you have are, Birdie will be okay. I should have learned to swim. Then you go under. Not sure what choice that was they got for that. $2.52. Don't know what this is. True, the Lady Florence insisted she never wanted to see you again, but you get that a lot, more often than hunches like this. By now you know all the ways in. You choose the trusty scullery door, going around. Smell hits you right away. Fresh blood and baking powder. Baking powder is coming from an open bag by the oven. The blood is coming from the deceased body of the Walker's solicitor. You walk over, avoiding pools and powder. A fencing sword is sticking straight up out of him, pinning a bloody note to his belly. You bend down and read it. I do appreciate you taking care of the gambling debt. I took care of his henchmen. It seems we'd make a good team, detective. That said, I stand by what I told you last time. I expect to never see you again. As they say, Detective, give the sunset my best, from Florence Walker. Say what now? She's saying, I appreciate you taking care of the gambling debt by killing Patty, I guess. I took care of his henchman. This must be the guy who worked for her. That's weird. She's killed someone and left a note. Okay, this is if we go to the sandwich shop that Augie works. He tells us the same thing about French. We read that, we read that. Here's Elizabeth, the sister, telling us the same thing, how she arrived and her Richard husband. We read this already in the first book, I believe. Duplicate. The file marked Kendrick Turney's is slimmer than most. It's empty. This is an alternate choose your own adventure. If we just tried to escape, we get locked in. So it's good we didn't try to do that. Sale of the Asylum. We read that in the other one. Another choose your own adventure. We get stabbed and killed. Another choose your own adventure where we get killed or stolen. This was chasing the ghost somewhere. Not important. Let's see. This is somewhere in the pub. Once at your side, you leave the shambles of the Queen's Hand behind you, followed by 100 ragged dogs, their heads held high. Somehow we were able to save all the dogs or something. A new wave of obscenities and destruction builds in your wake, as it seems now the rats have made it to the pub. You don't even turn around, but begin to whistle, boot heels heavy on the cobblestone. Your canine legions let out a howl as lunch begins to bark with glorious pride and fury. You and the raging pack move as one, and the sky's darkening. Your eyes search for the first glimpse of the moon amidst the crowded skyline of industry. You all growl together, arriving at the gates of the mill, and then go quiet, moving around to the back. You know the tricks by now, and the dogs follow your lead through the courtyard and to the loading docks. You hear a shriek from inside and scramble up through the loading docks and onto the main production floor where the Red Lord dwells. Oh, is this when we try to save Patty? How did we get lunch at our side? Kneeling on the floor is a large hunched figure. It's Patty. His green hat is on the ground, and as he stands and turns, you see he's bleeding from the head as if smacked down with something hard, but apparently not hard enough. As he gets to his feet, his eyes lock on you, and he comes hurtling through the... This is the same ending we had, but somehow this time we're with dogs. Before you can reach you, a dozen dogs descend, growling and tearing him back down. Did we... Yeah, I don't know where the dogs came last time. They seem to come differently. The dogs are leaping into him. Maybe I didn't read the full thing before? I don't know. And then there's a high scream from above to try to save him, go to 217. So if we had gone to 217, I don't remember reading 217. Are you kidding, Detective? That's if you try to save him. So Jonathan says, this was if we went to the pub instead of the mill. From the sewers, you just get all the dogs and rats to follow you. Okay, so if you didn't choose to go to the mill, by figuring out the clever thing about the Lord, you just get an even better ending. Okay, here's another choose your own adventure. two small hands push you and kill you. The two ghost children are killing you in lots of these paths. You follow lunch to a dark corner of the arena. This is if you try to escape, I guess, or something. You twist the doorknob, it's unlocked. So you push it open, it squeaks. You push, nothing happens. You stuck your head out the room. Mutton chops are there, both leaning back in chairs, snoring in front of an enormous holding tank. It's full of rats by the hundreds. Exact your revenge. Go to 990. Okay, this is another Do Ghosts Have Heels and Sandals? We read that. 909, this is the wedding of Richard and Elizabeth. Now what's this? 923, this is another thing. Here's a paragraph here's a page that got completely wiped out because this photo was on the wrong page. Your legs grow weary from walking down rows upon rows of pigeonholes, but eventually you locate the year in question. The newspapers you've noticed don't agree with the same rich scent as in the books. Da-da-da-da. I think we read this somewhere else. But what is this picture? Okay, so we do actually have 923 in book 1 is complete. Book 2, it's overwritten. This is about the marriage of Edmund and Florence Walker. Okay, so but what is this a picture of? And what page does it belong to? It's just kids working in the mill, it seems. Oh, you know what this is? This is that photograph he took. Remember Getz took a photograph? Or Hat took a photograph and Getz had it? He said he had a photograph of the ghost or something. That might be, I don't know. Okay, this is Helen. Holding dozens of photographs in the midst of running. You approach the nearest row, reach one of the squares. Those are from the plates you brought in. They're still developing. Eerie, aren't they? So this is one of the photographs from Getz. I don't know how we could have gotten those photographs. We didn't see any way to get them. We haven't seen it yet either. They all look like ghosts to you now. You watch as they slowly come to life. Scenes of young children working amongst the machines at the Albright. They all look like ghosts to you now, trapped in the grayscale souls departing from youthful bodies. You move down the rows, then stop as an image before you comes out in darkness into sharp relief. Something catches your eye and you lean in closer. The breath escapes from your lungs. What is it that we're noticing? One of these kids must be from that other photograph of Walker and Rampart or something. I don't know what we're noticing. Or there's the kid that got... There's Arthur that got killed, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, this weird face. He's kind of transparent. And is this the picture of Arthur? Remember when the priest shows us Arthur? That kind of looks like him. Remember that? Remember that photograph of Arthur's kid? Arthur the kid, the priest's kid? Here, look. That's the kid. That's the priest's kid. Okay. Somehow the dogs get to Patty even if you don't bring them in. If we had gone to the pub instead, the dogs are yelping and growling. As you make up, you begin unlocking their cages, hoping not to be torn apart. Instead, they follow you, and all of a sudden, Lunch If You Lose is at your side. You can't tell if he was caught again or simply had the same idea. You come to the top of the stairs, cross through the ring across the pit. The dogs begin to snarl. Then, as if sensing freedom, they bolt and race together. Right through the Queen's Anne pub. You hear muffled shouts of alarm. And then the only one left is Lunch, and he's fussing. It seems he wants you to follow him, but Patty is still out there. Okay, so if you had gone to the wrong place, you free the dog, and the dog lets you follow him. And that's it. Okay. So really the only thing that we didn't uncover that was important, that we could have at least, was the sister of Tournay is married to Rampart. No more information about Rampart. He's sort of a mystery to us. All right, well, we've got to take a break now. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to answer those questions. What's the weird final page with no beginning? I think it's the page right after the last clue. That's true. What was that last page? Was it in book 2? Yeah. It says, this is not the way to go about it, to go about any of it. I had quite enough of you today. Her arm shoots up as she storms away. The powdered man clicks his heels and moves towards you, but you're already on your way. Tucking away the scrap of paper, you feel the cross and chain still in your pocket, but you must find Pastor Bernard. This seems like someone else we could have tried to approach with the cross and crucifix we found from the kid. Turning away the scrap of paper, tucking away the scrap of paper. I don't know what that's about. Weird. It's clear he's talking about the crucifix and saying we have to visit Pastor Bernard, but I don't know what piece of paper someone's giving us who the powdered man is. This is not the way to go about it. Did we try to pawn it? Is that what we did? All right, let's take a break, and we're approaching 7 hours, so okay, so we're gonna finish it. We'll take a break, 8 minutes, we'll come back, we'll read the solutions, and then we'll talk a little bit about the game. I'll see you in 8 minutes.
Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are just wrapping up Mortem London Gothic, Ghost in the Machine. We're ready to solve it. We finished 7.5 hours this session, plus about 8 and 8. So I think we are approaching 23, 24 hours. We're going to look at the questions again, having read the entire books now, at least skimmed through it. I know that was a painful final hour, but it had to be done. Now we're going to try to answer these questions. So let us look at these again and try to see if we can't make sense of these and summarize our complete theory of the case. Who was haunting the Albright Mill and why? Well, we know the answer to who. It's the two children of Josephine Adams O'Malley. Now, why is a little bit more complicated. They seem to suggest at the end that they're doing Patty's bidding. I think we should put our own little twist on that and say that they're also getting revenge for the kids that were killed. And so that they're sort of have double motive. One is that Patty is threatening them and making them do things so that he can get people killed that he wants. But the other reason is that they're getting revenge for their uncle's death on the mill, etc. Okay, next up. What became of Andrew O'Malley? So there was a little bit of a red herring about whether he really was killed because his face was so badly burned. But I think now our conclusion is he really was trying to destroy his machine. And it killed him. He got burned up. Jonathan is saying, let's go a little bit more onto question 1. who was haunting the Old Mill, the kids, but why they were doing Patty's bidding. And then you could say, well, why was Patty trying to kill off all these people? And we think the answer to that has mostly to do with him just trying to get the price down, because he and Turney and maybe the other one that starts with an R, I'm forgetting his name now, we're all working together, and Edmund Walker. How could they? They're not working with Edmund Walker because he's the one they're buying it from. So Turney, Patrick, and Robertson, or whatever his name is, Richard Rampart. They were all working together to secure the mill and the patent and all that. All right. And Tina says, if it was for revenge that they were doing it, they wouldn't have targeted the other employees. Well, that's true. Still, they did kill the guy that accidentally killed the woman. There's no motive for that. It's a little tricky because we're told we expect there to be certain deaths and accidents unrelated to the ghosts. So, okay. Now, let's continue. What is so we think Andrew O'Malley died in the fire and burned up. What is the significance of Ricky Baker? Now, that's a weird question. We could answer the question like, who is Ricky Baker? We believe Ricky Baker was a kid who worked in the mill for 6 years or so, underage, was killed in a spinning room accident, the same accident that killed Josephine O'Malley Adams, and he wasn't in the books or recorded at the end of the books. That's all we think we know about Ricky Baker's significance. We don't think he's related to anyone. We don't think he's anyone's relative. We don't think he precipitated anything. We just think he's one of the kids who got killed. Jonathan says, for number 2, I'm going to go with O'Malley being alive so he can be a deus ex machina and save his nieces. And there'll be another ghost in the machine in the next story just for drama. Okay, interesting idea. I'm going to say he is dead. Otherwise, he would have been more involved in freeing his nieces. Okay. Continuing. Anyone have any better answer for number 3? And Tina says, who is the guy with the burned face we visited? That was Rusty, the guy who went crazy after his injury at the mill and burned his own house down and couldn't stop muttering about ghosts and was locked in the asylum. Just an ex-worker. All right, while I'm waiting for you guys to fill in any other amendments you want to put on your answers, what happened between Pastor Bernard and the church? Okay, I think we know this one pretty well. We know Pastor Bernard feels guilty about being part of the church machinery that's shuffling orphans into the work in factories. And so he broke off ties with the church and he's working for the people now. Now, number 5 is perhaps our most, 5 and 6 basically, but 5 in particular is our most interesting question. Before I get to that, I'll get to this question. And Tina says, could Baker just be the straw that broke the camel's back? The problem with saying that is, it could be, if you think that the little 2 kid ghosts are killing people for revenge, then he could be the straw that broke the back. But we don't think that. We think primarily the 2 ghost kids are doing it on Patrick's behalf. So he doesn't have any straw that broke the camel's back.
Maybe Ricky Baker's death was the one that started Hat's investigation into the mill. It's an interesting idea. Do we have any evidence about that? Not really. Now, while you guys are thinking about that, let's talk about who wrote the torn letter. This is a fascinating question to me because we put together the torn letter. Finally, we've got the last part of it. Here it is. It's to Reggie with the letterhead that we can't make out that says, "I have found the O'Malley children. They were right there on the list. It was hidden in the bunking room. I had to jimmy the door open. The drawer open. Turney and Patty in charge of staffing now? I'm worried the girls are being used for revenge or something worse. But I think McCormack was an accident. We need to get them out before blood is spilt." So someone is writing to, and Edmund found this letter and confronted Reggie about it, and then they fell over or pushed over. So, and this is given to us by Ruth from Edmund's stuff. So it's written by someone who knows Reggie Gamp well. It's not written by Turney or Patty because it's referencing them. And it's someone who would make a note that said, "Hey, Turney and Patty are in charge of staffing now? What the F? Why are they in charge of staffing?" So that suggests it's someone who works at the mill. So this could this be written by Edmund? So we've got a couple options we were thinking about. One was that it's Regina Kelsey, who was a previous worker who worked for Edmund and knew about where the bunker room is. That's why she's our good candidate that she brought us into here. But is it possible? Remember, Edmund is holding the last corner of this page here. But we're told that Walker found this in Reginald Gamp's work area. So we're told that this note was found in Reginald Gamp's work area. And that Edmund found it in Reginald Gamp's work area. And so we think Edmund is confronting Reggie about this. Is it possible Edmund was confronting him and saying, "You just leave this lying around"? But I had to jimmy the drawer open. Turney and Patty are in charge of staffing now. I'm worried the girls are used for revenge. We need to get them out. So Edmund finds this and confronts him. Edmund finds this, according to this woman at least, and is arguing about Reggie when they fall in. So if you wanted to say Edmund wrote it, then we're saying like Edmund wrote him this and then is berating him for leaving it lying around. That's a pretty big stretch. The other possibility is that Regina Kelsey found it, wrote this to Reggie. And Edmund found it. And Edmund is confronting him. And she leads us in here. We could reread the scene where we find the drawer jimmied open. Why would you have to jimmy the drawer open if you work there? All right, if I had to guess, I'd say Regina, the witness, but my fallback is going to be that Edmund himself wrote it and he's complaining that Reggie's just leaving it lying around. And for number 6, let's see. So Jonathan says, I'm going to go with Regina. She makes enough sense. She works there. She knew about the bunk room. I think that makes sense. And for number 6, who gets away scot-free at the end? And for 5, who wrote the torn letter? Fallback, Rampart. Rampart's a good guess too. Although I'm going to have to go 6 with Rampart. Because I believe we're told from Turney's sister, Elizabeth, who married Richard, that Richard, Patrick, and Kendrick were sort of the triplet group that has orchestrated all this. And so I think Rampart is the one that's getting away without being blamed for his role in all this. So my answer for number 6 is going to be Rampart. Because is Florence getting away with it? What is she getting away with? She didn't kill anyone, right? What did she do? She's getting away with what? Having gambling debt? There's nothing for her to be... She hasn't done anything. She killed the accountant. Well, she killed her henchman. Right? With the fencing. But that's a weird paragraph. I don't know how that was a weird scene. How do we know she's getting away scot-free? I mean, if she did kill that henchman, maybe we're going to turn her in, wouldn't we? That was a weird thing. Rampart is the one getting away scot-free. We might either Florence Walker has nothing that she has to be found guilty of, or we might turn her in. It's Rampart. I read it as her killing Oscar. Do we remember which one that was? That was a weird entry. Seemed to come out of nowhere. Okay, here it is when she killed him. True, the lady Florence Walker insisted she never wanted to see you again, but you get that a lot. We don't know how you get here. It's not clear how on earth you would get to this paragraph. It's not in book 1. So I don't know how you get here. But we somehow decide to go into the house. Okay. The body of the Walker's solicitor. You're right, it's the solicitor. You walk over, avoiding pools and powder. Fencing sword is sticking straight up at him, pinning a bloody note to his belly. I do appreciate you taking care of the gambling debt. I took care of his henchmen. It seems we'd make a good team, Detective. That said, I stand by what I told you last time. I expect to never see you again. Why is she saying the solicitor is the henchman? Also, we liked the accountant. He didn't do anything bad. Is there some fly here? Feels like something's on me. That's the ghost, I guess. Does the writing match Hat's handwriting? Does what writing match Hat's handwriting? Oh, of the torn off letter? Who wrote this thing about attention Albright Mill management? Even for the two of you, this is beyond the pale. It's I who found the tinker. I shall have my revenge. What on earth was this supposed to be? You stole from me. This sounds like it's Turney saying that, right? Or is this O'Malley? None of it says I found the tinker. Then it has to be Turney. Or is this, you know, what? This is, maybe this is the pastor. Brought the Lord. Is this the pastor talking about having revenge? Even for the two of you, this is beyond the pale. It was I who found the tinker. It was me who brought the Lord. And I swear this time you won't get away with it. When I'm done with you, you'll be fodder for what you stole from me. Perhaps locked away in a madhouse. I swear on my dear old mother. And you do recall where she works. That I shall have my revenge. This is important. Let's look at this for a second. That note is here. When we talked to Oscar at this mysterious place that we have no idea how you would get to. Client privilege. We ask about the Red Lord and the legal battle. The legal battle, this is talking about Kendrick Turney suing O'Malley. Oh. Is this O'Malley writing? And is this why they killed him? You'll be fodder for what you stole from me. I swear on my dear old mother, and you do recall where she works. Oh, maybe that's Patrick. Patrick has a mother who works with the pigs. It was me who brought the Lord. I think this is from O'Malley, talking about being ripped off, or it's Edmund. Maybe it's Edmund and that's why they had to kill him. I swear on dear old mother. Who's got a mother that's important? You do recall where she works. The only person whose mother we know about is Patrick. This is about the lawsuit between Turney and Walker. We say that was a long time ago, the legal battle. Remember that Turney was kicked out of the group, we're told. So this has got to be written by Turney. This has got to be written by Turney. Not that we're asked it, it's just confusing. Who got away scot-free? Okay, well, what's your final answers? It's time to give our final answers. Because it's been almost 8 hours and it's time. I think we've given all answers except 5 and 6. We need to make our final answers. The torn letter, most of us are saying Regina Kelsey, the witness. Yeah, I'm going to stay with Richard. With Regina Kelsey, with my backup being Edmund. And Tina is saying Hat. Oh, that's interesting. Hat, huh? No, Hat. I don't see how Hat could get in. Okay. And 6, who gets away scot-free? All right, what's your 6? Florence. Jonathan says Florence. And I'm going to say Rampart. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Anyone else in the chat want to chime in quickly before we do it? Remember, there'll be a big long epilogue here. All right, catch our breath. First, we don't remember. Remember, we had this problem before. We weren't sure whether we should read the answers or the thing, but we're going to read the answers. Okay, here we go. Who was haunting the Albright Mill and why? Let's see, can we get a little closer here to read it together? 2 twin girls were groomed and dressed as ghostly apparitions by the ambitiously wicked Kendrick Turney in a twisted plot of revenge. They are the long-lost daughters of Josephine Adams, a.k.a. Josephine O'Malley, having been taken away by the church upon the death of their father many years ago, and then traded and sold for child labor. Their mother had been searching for them all this while, but by coincidence, Turney discovered their whereabouts first, and along with his secret henchman, Patrick. So Patrick was the henchman of Turnbull, of Turney, and Turney was the mastermind. Secret henchman Paddy set them to do his bidding to sabotage the Albright Mill. Turney promised the girls that they would be reunited with their mother, who he himself had wed as part of the plan in exchange for their service. Traumatized, confused, and desperate, the girls were consumed by the role of avenging spirits and began to wreak havoc. Edmund Walker was pushed into the Red Lord by the ghosts as part of Kendrick's revenge plot against Walker and Rampart for stealing O'Malley and his inventions. Walker was killed so Kendrick Turney could gain controlling interest in the mill and in the process drive down the fortunes of both the Walkers and the Ramparts. Reginald Gump and Floyd McCormack were merely collateral damage. In the end, however, there may also have been something else haunting the Albright Mill, but that is yours alone to discover. Okay, so in some sense, it makes sense that Turney wanted his revenge and he was going to get ownership of the mill. But some of this directly contradicts the girls are talking to Patrick saying we did what you wanted us to do and all that.
This is sort of seems like it's suggesting that Turney was the one telling them what to do. Okay, what became of Andrew O'Malley? The brother of Josephine, Andrew O'Malley, was a mechanical genius discovered by Kendrick Turney. His designs for the Red Lord were then co-opted by Walker and Rampart, and he was brought to work at the Albright Mill. In attempting to get back what he saw as rightfully his, Turney faked Andrew's death with the help of Patty by blowing up his lab, switching out bodies with Ronald Rust, then hiding O'Malley away at the White Elm Asylum, drugging him to the point of constant semi-consciousness. He did this to keep Andrew O'Malley's genius all for himself, and also to further sabotage the workings of the Albright Mill, since the Red Lord could not run safely or efficiently without knowledge and skill of O'Malley. You may have realized this by, among other things, studying the picture of Rusty and noticing his missing fingers, paying attention to the dates of these events, as well as noting the salutary similarities among your interactions with Ronald Rust's neighbors and other. Okay, so he didn't kill Andrew O'Malley. He did this fake death and kept him alive, but then we're told Rusty burned down his old house. So, was he always in the asylum? I thought he got brought in after he burned down his house and got burned in his house. So we sort of misread that. Maybe we could have looked at his... How do the missing fingers help us? I'm not sure about that. I guess we didn't spend that much time paying attention to Rusty. Okay, don't love it. What is the significance of Ricky Baker? Ricky Baker was a child killed in an Albright accident. It is through the discrepancy between Josephine's reporting of his death and the official recording that you may realize the true extent of childhood fatalities at the mill. Though referenced a number of times, Ricky Baker is long gone before you ever enter the Albright Mill. All right, so we got that right. What happened between Pastor Bernard and the church? Once a man of true faith, Pastor Bernard found himself complicit in the child labor trade between the church-run orphanages and sweatshops, including the Albright Mill. When he finally pushed back at the system, he was essentially excommunicated from the church. Despite the norms and complete lack of funds, Pastor Bernard stayed in his parish and continued to lead his flock. As part of his personal penance, he sacrificed his own family's safety by letting them work at the mill in place of other innocents and to help with the cost of maintaining the parish. With the deaths of his wife and daughter, however, the pastor traded his last vestiges of religious devotion to the cause of downtrodden workers. Death of his son Arthur was the final nail, sending him into a long dark night of the soul, and finally the offices of Helen Wright to reveal the church's evil misdeeds. Okay, we'll find that. We got that right. All right, so here we go. The interesting questions. Elizabeth Rampart and Reginald Gamp had at some point joined forces to become the moral center of the Albright Mill. They worked together in secret to free as many young'uns as they could from the horrors of child labor. One of their methods was for Elizabeth to find family names on staffing sheets and then communicate them with Reginald, who would then act upon it. In this way, they discovered the identity of the twins. Elizabeth wrote the letter to Reginald, but it was found by Edmund Walker. Walker was on the floor that day to confront Reginald about stealing his workers. Tragically, Reginald was killed along with Edmund by the two children he was trying to rescue. Okay, so Elizabeth is our ghost ex machina who somehow wrote this letter, somehow had access to all this. Working with Rampart, who I guess is a good guy. I guess. Who gets away scot-free? All right, you guys were right. It turns out it was Florence Walker rather than her husband who was the mastermind and driving force of the Albright Mill. Having married a foreigner so she could keep her name and wield power despite the systemic misogyny of the era, Florence made sure she had control over everything but was responsible for nothing. She ultimately outplayed even you by prompting you to chase down and obstruct everyone else while she found her route to riches and safety. The death of Turney freed her from his unyielding revenge, and the death of Patty from the gambling debts owed by her and her late husband. Florence was able to walk away with the money Turney paid for the mill, and has no doubt started another nefarious life somewhere far away. Okay. How are we supposed to figure 5 out, says Jonathan. I don't know. All right, so now we can read the epilogue. Let's take a deep breath and then read the epilogue. I'll comment on my thoughts about the solution later. All right, here we go. I want to zoom in enough to read it. Okay. Richard Rampart stands above you on the lip of the Red Lord. In one hand, he holds the flaxen hair of 2 struggling, partially gagged little ghosts. Oh, here's the epilogue of the 2 kids. In the other is a pistol, its muzzle trying to get a bead on you through the winding metal staircase as you climb towards them. That's far enough, he bellows. You stop. You know as well as anyone, Rampart. Try that shot and there's a better chance of blowing us all up than you hitting even a little bit of me. So we all go, he says. What have I got to lose? I had something for sure, but what about now? They've taken it all. Kendrick, that wench wife of his, even my own damned wife. Undermining me, sabotaging me at every step. Her and that Gamp sneaking around, robbing us of our workforce beneath our very noses. Edmund tried to stop it, and what did he get? Pushed to his death by these 2 brats. Get your paws off, my beast, growls the girl who talks through the rag between her teeth. As she does, you take another step. He's the beast? Rampart? Rampart is the beast, I guess. I told you, detective, stay right there. You throw up your hands. Rampart struggles with his captives until they appear to relinquish, falling to their knees. It's all Turney's fault, he bellows. Our French, Rubens, Charles, whatever he calls himself today. It's him who should be locked away. That slimy rat has been messing up things ever since we were children. When he found O'Malley, he didn't even know what he had. And it took us to see it, Walker and me, like always. Damned if I'll let him and his witch of a wife take any of what we made. The girls gasp as he pulls them back up by their hair. Wait, you say. You haven't heard? Heard what? You're not sure where to go with this, but you need to curb Rampart from his deadly tracks. As long as you can keep moving towards him. Turney, you say. He's dead. Step. Rampart hesitates. Hell, he is, detective. I was there. He was run over by a hansom while wrestling with a reporter, Eugene Hatt. Both of them were killed. Saw it with my own eyes. There was a horse with a purple plume. Step. You can almost hear his mind working all the way down the stairs. You use the moment to scale as many as you can. Can't be, he says, but what if? And now with Patty gone to the dogs, and just as he's realizing it, you do too. You've plunged everyone deeper into peril. Stop right there. If that's true, then the only ones left to tie me to any of this are you, these brats, and their godless mother. That is a manageable list, detective. The twins shriek as he yanks them towards the gaping maw of the Lord.
Cut 'em loose, Rampart. They're just kids. He belts out a laugh. Just kids. Look at what they've done. They're monsters. If they're monsters, it was this place that made 'em that way. As you gesture around you, take another step. Children deserve childhood, safety, security, somewhere to play, for God's sake. This is all for God's sake, he shouts, laughing. For a holy empire to reign, the Lord must profit too. Those preachers drive a hard bargain, Detective. Did you know for every dozen healthy brats, they make us take one lame one? A blind one? One who's sick in the head? You stop right there, Detective, and now you can hear it, the voice of the beast. I told you not to move. Wait, you call out. I know all of this was Walker's idea, a way for the two of you to make something of yourselves. What do you know of Walker? That woman's a visionary and tougher than any man I know. Do you know how hard it was to find her a husband who'd just pretend to wear the pants? Well, she pulled the strings, and those little heathens had him torn to bits. With that, he pulls the shrieking little ghost by the hair. Over to the control button on the wall. He slams it hard with the butt of the gun. The girls go silent. Then comes a distant creaking moan from somewhere far below. Deep in the bowels of the machinery, bellows start to pump, pistons fire, and giant steel wheels begin to turn. The girls scream out as Rampart drags them back to the edge of the gaping mouth. The Red Lord will have all that is due to him, Detective. But then the rumbling seems suddenly to morph from something industrial into a sound of the earth, even more deep and powerful and rising from within. What in... gasps Rampart. Then a ferocious black cloud bursts like 100,000 spat-out souls from the Red Lord's howling mouth. Rampart is knocked off his feet, pistol tumbling from the platform, the growing multitude of bats in a tempest around him. As the girls pull free, you dash up the twisting stairs towards them. And then what? Says Helen, breathless as she rolls a new page into the Remington. The hard-nosed snooze-hound suddenly forgetting herself. You give a shrug. Well, when I got to the top, he wasn't there. Either he took the gangplanks farther into the mill or fell into the Red Lord himself. But I think I would have heard the screams even with the million tiny vampires circling. Did you know, to others, the Earth would likely look like a planet of bats? Helen is typing again. Let's try to keep focused. So what happened next? Well, nothing, you say. Nothing? Her fingers stop and she looks over the page, top of the page at you. Well, I got the girls, as you know, and then on the way out, we ran into the custodian, Timothy. All right, last name? She says, banging at the keys once more. I didn't have one. She shoots you a glare. But he did have these. You pull back the photographic plates from your coat and place them on the desk. I believe they were hats. Helen picks them up. Timothy said he'd swept the whole mill and that everyone was out. Oh, except Richard Rampart, I'd assume, says Helen, peering into the silver darkness of the plates. You shrug. I wish you'd stop doing that. It's hard to quote a shrug. She continues to type. So you're saying you have no idea how the place went up? You remember it as if in slow motion, walking out the back door, two girls between you. You're pulling Walker's Monte Cristo from your breast pocket, Queen's hand matchbox from another. But of course it's empty. Then Timothy holds out a stick. You strike it, light the cigar, and throw the match. Still lit over your shoulder. You blow out smoke and none of you break stride. We were on our way out, you say, glancing at the headline on Helen's desk. Ghosts in the machine. Haunted Albright Mill explodes amid fire and fury. All right, she's looking at you warily. And where'd you say the girls are now? I didn't, but they're safe with a doctor I know in Austria. The rest is confidential. She sighs. I don't mind protecting the young'uns, but I'll have to name you as my source. It'll be a boon for your business. You grumble, then spell it out for her.
That's a mouthful, she says, still typing. And what about your firm? Well, what about it? It doesn't have a name? You give a smaller shrug. She rolls her eyes, and then the paper out of the Remington and some blank cardstock back in. How about this, she says. You go around and look over her shoulder as the words appear before you. Global Detective Agency. Our eyes never sleep. She zips the card out and hands it to you. That should drum up some clients. This newspaper still has some reach. You thank her and put it in your pocket. But I'm serious, detective. You look like a sod who needs some rest. Not bad, huh? She nods, then shrugs. Well, not as bad as Pastor Bernard. You look at her. He came in here not so long ago, spilled his guts like an Irish piñata. Paperwork and everything. Between the two of you, I think we finally got the story. So go and get some sleep. You nod, thinking of shadows in the graveyard. There's just something I need to do first. It is the same nurse in the foyer. This time, though, you have a business card to show her, which seems to speed up the process. What can I do for you, detective? She glances at the woman by your side. I'm hoping you can take us to the courtyard, you say. She nods and you follow her. I don't like this, says Josephine. Why have you brought me here? You'll see, you say. And you promise the girls are safe? Oh, God, they're not here, are they? No, they're safe. You can take the train to Vienna in the morning, but first this. The courtyard after sunset seems more expansive, the walls disappearing into darkness, lamplight and the silver moon glinting off leaves like so many tuppence. Then you see the shape in the garden. He's not moved an inch. We can take it from here, you say to the nurse. You may wish to return to your post. Constables should be here any minute. Constables, she says. You turn to Josephine as the nurse rushes off, then gesture to the figure in the wheelchair. He's a ghost of himself, you say, but he will get better. What? She's begun to tremble, but her feet, one of flesh and one of steam and steel, carry her forward a few steps, and she cries out, Andy! Then you watch her run. It's like she's tripping, dancing, and soaring all at once through the swirling darkness towards him. You exit the corridors to see Fisher and his constables filling up the foyer. He's barking orders as per usual, but gives you an almost friendly nod. Hell of a tip, he says. Not sure how many he put in there, but we'll find out. Looks like you and your men have some tortured souls to save. You head towards the gate. Oh, detective, calls out Constable Fish. That ink-slinging buddy of yours, Miss Helen Wright, came by with a message, something about developed plates. Said to meet her at 9:30. You thank him, then heading out the door, you say, Give the sunset me best. Wait, says Fisher, what was that? You turn around. Just something I heard today. I knew a man who parted ways like that, a real nasty son of a bitch, he says. Mind you, this was some years ago, went by the name of Finch, Hinch, something like that. You shake your head and shrug. Well, if you cross paths again, I'd give him a wide berth. A real mean racketeer would slice you open for a shilling, and he'd smile while doing it. I don't know who's saying what. If you cross paths, I'd give him a wide berth. This is Finch talking to us. Copy that, Fish, you say, tipping your ghost of a hat as you exit the asylum. Overhead, invisible wings flap through the caves and dogs bark from the darkened alleys as you step into the silver moonlit street. Moonlit street. Okay, well, there we have it. Chat points out something we probably should have caught. Jonathan says, I do think we came across Florence having the last name Walker and commented on it. Yes, he took her name. Then with the torn photo of use, we saw the name Walker. So she was torn out of the photo. That was on us. Oh, she was torn out of the photo? And Tina says, I thought we knew she was in the photo. We did know is who's the name that started with P. Yeah, I do remember. I'm just trying to remember if there was a girl. I think maybe there was a girl in that photo. Book one, maybe? So let's take a look. There's the photo. Pretty tiny. Rampart, Walker, and so on. And it looks like a P. Last names, that could be a girl, but not necessarily. And who is the last person supposed to be? Kendrick Turney, right? That's the idea. Or Edmund. But I believe it's supposed to be Kendrick Turney, so why is there a P there? John says, I think the meteorite 930 in the epilogue is how we get to 930 in book 2. That's right, with the plates, for sure. All right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to take a 5-minute break, quick break, and we'll come back and give our final thoughts before we sign off. If you've got the energy to give some thoughts, please stick around and give them. We'll try to keep it brief. I feel like we could talk for a couple hours about the game, but and Tina got it. It was French, the original name for Turney. Oh, well done. It was an F for French. Well done. Yes, that's it. Okay, 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give our thoughts.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
Okay, we're back for our last section of the playthrough where we're going to talk a little bit about our feelings for the game. This is going to be a tough one, and normally we could talk for a half hour, an hour about a game after we play it, but I think we might all be a little tired out after 8.5 hours, and we need to keep this short, and I think I need to sleep on this one a little bit. But let's see if we can give some overarching thoughts. Let's start here. There were a lot of bugs in this game, in these books. Something went wrong there. There were very obvious printing problems with these books. It's not just that there were pictures on the wrong pages, it's that the pictures were on top of text, some pages cut off in the middle. And that really created a whole context where we doubted anything. Whenever we couldn't find something, we had to consider there's a good chance that it's just a bug and a mistake in the text. There were quite a few places that we should have been able to find that we couldn't, that we came across in a different way, places that weren't where they were supposed to be. And then a bunch of things that were slightly off. Someone was mentioned as an aunt, and then a uncle, and various things like that. It's interesting because the production is so high quality in these other aspects, in the maps, in the rules, in the directory, in the epilogue. And but it's weird that those snuck through, and we're wondering about how we got 2 books. It's not just that there were mistakes in these books, but there were clearly weirdnesses with having 2 books. There were entries that weren't in book 2 that looked like they should have been. There were a bunch of entries in book 2 that were just pure copies from book 1 where they should have been written differently. Very weird. However, there are people who, when they find those kinds of mistakes and a bug in a game, just feel like, I'm done with it. I don't want anything to do with it. This never should have happened. It's ruined. I don't feel that way. And in fact, it was kind of interesting to look behind the scenes when things broke at how they fixed. And I don't think any of the bugs really stopped us from playing the full game and getting the full experience. It's just, if you're going into this, you need to expect that. Expect that you're going to have to do some ad-libbing and workarounds of your own and figure out, okay, we can't find this, but we think we should, so let's peek around and find it. For me, that's not a showstopper, and that's not
a deal breaker.
There were some weird things, though. For me, the weirdest, most inexplicable piece of the game was after 20 hours of playing, having a couple of these choose your own adventure moments, and there were a bunch of them in the game, where instead of deduction, it was like, do you want to turn left or turn right? No, without any basis for deciding. And then in book one, we could see some of that was just silliness. It was just to give you different flavor if you chose A or B. Then we got into 20 hours in, book two, we were chasing the bad guy. We went down one path and it said you died. You got killed. You jumped down the tunnel and you landed on cement and died. The end. And when we backed up and chose the other path, we continued on and learned a lot more in the case of the mystery. So it wasn't supposed to be over. It's just that somehow the authors thought it's okay if we kill the player 80% through a 24-hour game. I don't understand what the thinking there is. You can't do that. You can have a 20-minute choose-your-own-adventure game, like our video game, like Dragon's Lair, where you turn left and you turn right and you die, and then you say, okay, I'll start over again. But you can't have a board game or a video game where someone plays for 20 hours and then randomly you say you died before you see the last 10%. Totally bizarre. Totally disconnected from an understanding of who's playing this game and why. This is a big, long mystery game. To transmute it into a choose-your-own-adventure instant death game based not on logic, bizarre. All the choose-your-own-adventure stuff here felt really wrong. There was a lot of it in the beginning that seemed to serve no purpose. And in the beginning, there was all this guided stuff like, go here, make a phone call. You probably want to go to the coroner now. Very, unfun. Like, why is it telling us what to do? That did go away mostly in the beginning. But that was weird. And we talked about there needed to be some sort of separation. So we were told in the beginning, hey, you're just going to walk through this story a little bit in the beginning before we take the training wheels off. But boy, those choose-your-own-adventure instant death stuff was ridiculous. Okay, so diverting a little bit to the positive, though. The writing was very good. And another way to think of it, it's not just that the writing was good, it's that it's generous. Like you saw that epilogue, that big, long epilogue. This is a series. All of the Postmortem LA series have this same flavor of being, for readers, very generous. Lots of text. Lots of take your time, say what needs to be said. If it takes 2 pages to say it, if it takes a long epilogue, just very generous. And some groups are going to find that exhausting. That's a lot of text to read in that epilogue. That's a lot of... It was a super long game. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but generous in terms of text. And it works because the writing is so good. Now, a little asterisk there. I don't think any of us enjoyed the writing as much as we did in the Postmortem LA cases. It wasn't the same caliber. It almost felt like it was reaching a little bit, trying to be as profound and elegant and stylized as the Postmortem LA cases. And in a bunch of circumstances, it kind of felt like it was 1940s film noir detective talking rather than the Victorian stylized talking. Now that's tricky, and we could be wrong. It could be that it's completely compatible. You could just say we've got a detective who's sort of out of his time, and that's the precursor to the film noir characters. Or it could be we're a little more sensitive to being familiar with the Victorian Sherlock Holmesian dialogue because so many of these games we play are set there, and so to our ears it rang a little unusual. Not in a way that hindered our enjoyment of it. I'm just pointing it out. So we've got lots of critiques and stuff. One thing we do have to say that I think Jonathan agrees with me. Jonathan says here, I should kick in here before these scroll up. Jonathan says pro case length. There is something enjoyable about these big single cases. I think that really needs to be talked about. So this has been a 22, 24-hour playthrough of one case. And I think Greg would say sometimes a quote from Napoleon that was something along the lines of quantity is a quality all of its own. There is something very special and enjoyable about playing a super long, big case that requires stamina, concentration, and good note-taking. It's very rare you get those kinds of games. There aren't many of them in the world. Probably, you know, I made a video on top 10 long epic games, and there aren't that many more of them. So this goes in that bin of very special, long, exhausting cases worth your attention and your note-taking. And for me, that drowns out almost every other flaw. You give me a game that's going to take me 24 hours to play and really have us chewing on trying to figure things out, I'm going to be happy. And I am happy with this. Having said that, it does feel like it wasn't ready to be published. It needed a little more work. It needed more typesetting, fixes, more checking. We were theorizing about what happened here, whether it was that they were rushing to get it out by Halloween. Don't know. These are very hard games to test, to play test, and to check. So it's easy to see how mistakes can sneak in, but it's not so easy to see how some of these obvious typesetting problems snuck in. Catching up in the chat. John says, emphasize rules about keeping track of where you first encounter someone. Yes, okay, let's talk about this a little. We've seen this in the Postmortem LA games where there are these little modifiers, like if you find this information, add 50 to it, and that's how you gate into reading something else. And it feels like they tried to even extend that system. We saw it several different places. The coroner, you add 10 when you read about a dead body. That almost entirely failed for our game. That never seemed to work. It felt like it was broken. There were lots of times when we were adding 10 and it wasn't the right place. That was broken. The date lookup thing worked much better. When you find a date, you can look at the month and the 2 days. That we found a bunch of entries there. That's quite cool. That's sort of like analog simulations of an app. That worked well. The general records and the Madame at the Gentleman's Club both wanted you to add the lead where you first met the person. That was not fun. You talked to someone in 5 different places. It was not fun trying to remember where we met everyone. Now, luckily we kept pretty good notes, but boy, that seems like the wrong way to do it. There has to be a better way to do it. For example, using the person's first and last initial to get a number, or go to the back of the book and here's a list of all the people in the directory, use their directory entry. I don't know, but remembering the lead you first saw them was unpleasant, especially since then you have to worry about what happens if the person goes here before they go here, then where they first saw someone is not where the game thought they would. And we hit a bunch of places where we went somewhere that the game didn't expect us to go in that order. There were maybe 4 or 5 places where we met and we were like, this game thinks we've already been where we haven't, or this game doesn't think we've been here. We gave the priest back his crucifix, then we met him at a party and we had the crucifix in our hand. There was a bunch of that in this game. The longer the game, the harder it is to make sure those errors are gone, but though there were real errors there. Um, and John says, Anna was right that there may have been a few too many conversations that ended not without us following up on questions. There was one place where there was a paragraph that seemed important missing, but there were a bunch of places where we walk in to talk to someone and we're told she was a witness. That was a bug too. We were told she was a witness to a previous accident, but instead she was talking about the most recent accident she saw. And we were like, what did you see? And she's like, let's talk about something else. And we're like, okay, goodbye. Very weird. A bunch of places where we just walked away without even pressing on a question. That was weird, but you know, not critical, just weird. John says, weird amount of guidance. Sometimes we're on the rails. Occasionally, though, the bugs were made the tracks themselves seem to break. Yeah, there were a bunch of places where it was forcing us to do something and stealing the enjoyment that we would have had to think about what to do. And there were a couple places where it just came out of nowhere. Like we went to one place, it was like we went to the drugstore and then it said, hey, maybe you want to go check on the priest. And we were like, what does one have to do with the other? It made no sense. And it was just a bizarre thing. And then there were a couple of weird cases where suddenly we were like, I don't understand what the game considers fair. For example, the map. We got two pieces of evidence that are double-sided that didn't make sense for it to be double-sided. We broke into the mill at some point and we got this map. And then we also just got this for free. That was weird. The autopsy and police reports had the same character. In those cases, it was even weird because it had two ways to get it, and one didn't talk about the other. Then it was very fun to get a map. I love this idea of being told when you get the map, when you get the newspaper. I'd like to see more of that. And I already talked about during the game how beautiful all of the typesetting and graphic design of these games are. Like they are just beautifully set. Whoever is doing the graphic design and setting and fonts for all this stuff, and just, it's beautiful. But we were given this map when we went into one office. It was on the wall. And then the game just said, here's the map. Now, when we play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you don't just go walking in random houses. That's a good way to break the game and go to places before you should. That's important. Yet the game gave us no guidance and then seemed later on to have expected that we would walk into every room on our own. How we were allowed to walk in the mill was also a weird thing, but that was very weird. It didn't just take the rails off, but it didn't give us guidance about that. And as another little nitpick, these rules and checklists are all great, but here's a violation of all the great clear rules here. It says when you're ready to solve the case, you open this up and read the solution. It doesn't tell you when you should read the questions. When you're ready to solve it, answer the questions on the back. Then and only then unseal this document. And it wasn't clear to us when we should have access to the questions. And we played it the way we played Sherlock Holmes. We only look at the questions ahead of time. But you could easily see a group that is not familiar with these games. The first thing they might do is turn this over and say, let's see what the questions I'm going to have to answer at the end of this game are. And I don't think you want that. What else? The bugs make it hard to talk about, hard to judge how fair the case was in total. The answers seemed like some subtle aha moments we missed, but did we goof? Did we assume a bug, missing info? Oh yeah, we haven't talked about the solution and the answers to the questions. John says, back to the modifiers. We got lost and we're good note takers. I could see more casual groups that don't take good notes being very frustrated trying to find important modifiers. Yes, absolutely. This game really does require you to take careful notes. And Jonathan says what I agree with. We might have spent more time with this case if we did not lose some trust because of the bugs. Yeah, I've talked about this before. This is so important. When you trust the design is clean and bug-free and intentional and well-designed, then when you hit a point where something's inconsistent, you don't give up. You say, there has to be a way to make sense of this. There has to be a clue we're missing. By the time we got to the end, we really did not have faith that there was going to be a satisfying solution to these mysteries. And so we didn't spend as much time as we would have. So that's part one. I think also part two, these answers some of these were quite unsatisfying and unconvincing. And let me see if I can explain this from a game design perspective. I think this is a really important sort of subtle point. And when you're designing a case, something to think about. So we got to the end, and let's just take this one case about who got away with everything scot-free. And our epilogue is all centered on Richard Rampart being the big bad guy at the end. Now let's talk about, even before I talk about this, let me make a point as a writer. We know a real writer is involved in here, but here's a psychological point. You can't have the villain step out of the shadows having had no previous interaction with them in the past, during the game, in the book, in the movie, and expect that to be emotionally resonant. Like, we had lots of interaction with Turney, lots of interaction with Walker and the wife, and lots of interaction with almost everyone else. The one person we had almost zero interaction with, no insight into their character, we had a half a conversation with them, totally bland. And they're at the finale. I don't think that works. I don't think that works emotionally. There's that. But now I want to circle back to the point I was trying to originally make. The ending epilogue and answer to the questions say that basically Richard Rampart's wife, Elizabeth, who was Turney's sister, was secretly trying to rescue the kids, and she was the one to write the note, even though we had no hint of that. Nothing of that was revealed. She was working against her husband. No sign of that at all. And here's the thing. I think you could make the case that this is a possible solution. A plausible, at least you could argue maybe contradiction-free possible solution is that Rampart's the mastermind, his sister is writing the note trying to save the kids, etc. Or possible solution, O'Malley wasn't really killed. They faked his death and they kept him drugged up so that, they could get the secrets of how to build things out of him and hopefully he never gets free. That's very risky. But anyway, my point is, you've got a whole bunch of possible endings, possible universes of different endings, and you've picked one to be plausible, and you've said this is the real ending. Players should guess that. You can't, that's not the way these games should be designed. If you're designing a mystery game, you can't end with one of many plausible solutions being thus the solution that you expect players to get. as a designer of this, your goal should be that there is only one consistent solution. Among the choices you're going to allow the player to make, among the theories that you're going to expect the player to consider, it has to be that there is only one left that makes sense. You have to follow Sherlock Holmes' dictum. Once you eliminate the impossible, what's left, however improbable, must be the solution. You cannot end your mystery with there being 20 possible solutions and you've plucked one out of the air and expected the players to get it. So the question was, the game asks a question. It says, who wrote those letters, that letter that Edmund found? When you ask that question, you must have set up the mystery so that there is only one consistent solution. The players cannot come up with good solutions where a different person wrote that letter. There have to be reasons why every other answer to that must be wrong. And you can't even say, well, one is a little bit more likely than another. No, that's not fair. It has to be that others get crossed off and only one is left. John says, overall, I enjoyed the experience and seeing the Matrix was cool, as Jesse said, seeing behind the scenes of Matrix, but I do wish we could have tried a bug-free version to see if we could have gotten the answer right. The answer did seem to have some subtle, cool stuff. Yeah, like it would have been nice if there was more evidence that the sister was writing these notes and more evidence that and more justification for why they didn't kill O'Malley. I mean, we did get a feeling like, oh, maybe he wasn't killed because of his body, but we just didn't have enough evidence about why that would be. John says, one thing I sort of feel is the gaps between the strands of the mystery might have been too big, a bit hard to explain. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm focusing on criticism because, one, we love the Postmortem LA games so much, but also because I did enjoy it. I mean, actually, really, if that's not coming through, it's hard to play a game for 24 hours in 3 days in a row over the course of 3 days. And like I said, if you ask me to weigh the scale, I'll play these all any day. You give me a 24-hour game that involves as much debate and working on it and taking notes as we've had, I'll play it any day of the week. I really did enjoy the process. The writing is so enjoyable. There were some great fun scenes in this game. It didn't quite hit on all cylinders. It was misfiring. And I think, it's almost, if you play a bad game that's full of bugs, then it just leaves you unhappy and you don't even want to talk about it. So part of the reason why I'm sort of chomping at the bit with some of these criticisms, and part of why some of these things really jumped out at us, is because it was otherwise so good. And maybe they'll take another crack at this and make a second edition like Gumshoe had a second edition. There are lots of pieces to this that are great. Maybe add some more clues about fix the bugs, and then add some more clues about the idea of the sister writing the note and who was the mastermind. I think that was the other part. It was a little weird that there were other problems. Let's talk about a couple more very quickly. We finally find the kids who are the ghosts. Their motives are a little weird, but then we hear them talking to Patrick, who we're told is this kingpin of the underground and seems to be running everything. We hear the kids tell Patrick, we did what you said, you promised to do this. And then at the end, we're told Patrick's just a helper. Turney is the mastermind. And Turney told the kids what to do, and Turney married her to get revenge. It was very weird that Turney died through some accident that looked like it wasn't an accident, and apparently he was the mastermind. That was weird. That was not clear at all to us, that he was in a position to be mastermind, and then what the kids said seemed to go against that. The end seemed to tell us that the kids were doing what Turney said. There's a bunch of stuff there that needs to be fixed. And Florence Walker being the mastermind, we needed more for that. John says, for an example, we start with the Walkers, then we go down a rabbit hole with the preacher, sort of forget about that thread about the Walkers, then a thread about Turney, back to the Walkers. I guess I'm saying maybe some clue chains were too self-contained, almost separate mini cases. Sort of hard to pull yourself back and see the connection between them. Yeah, I might say that a little differently, which is, it was a little weird that everyone was connected. Like the father was involved, the preacher was involved in marrying a bunch of these people, and he had a kid there, and he had this mini mission where we had to recover his stuff. It was weird. And not only was Rampart and Turney and Walker working together, but they knew each other when kids, but that wasn't have anything to do with the mystery at all. And the sister of one married the husband of another, but that wasn't important. That was some weird stuff. It all made it all sort of blend together, maybe. I wish we had, and maybe part of this was due to exhaustion or just being overwhelmed, but I do feel like part of the game wanted us to figure out who the mastermind of this group was and what the relations were with everyone. Kendrick, Turney, Patrick, Patty, the person who tried to kill us, that was weird too. That seemed disconnected. And Rampart and Walker. And it really didn't, that would have been really nice to be able to pull apart those pieces and figure out, Florence Walker is really the mastermind. We're told here that she's like the mastermind running her husband, and that Turney was the mastermind pulling the strings, and Rampart was just an equal person, and Patty was just the helper, and yet it was all Patty that we were interacting with. Patty we kept meeting again and again, and he seemed to be running a whole underworld, and he tried to kill us several times, and he's the guy who has the kids at the end that kill us if we're not careful. Like everything thematically pointed to, and everything we read and the amount of time we spent in them all pointed to Patrick being the ringleader. And the people we didn't deal with we couldn't pull that apart. And I don't think we were given enough to decide that Florence was the ringleader. That was just weird. Jonathan says, here's another way to say it. Maybe the on-rails part were too long, and by the time we got back to more open part, it was harder to remember the other threads. Well, it definitely was harder to remember some of these threads that we had to wrap up. There was some unbelievable stuff, too, that we don't remember. Like the postmortem LA cases felt much more grounded in reality, whereas here there were a couple of scenes that were well done, but felt completely unbelievable. This part about we walk into this gambling den, we've got the code to get in, and all of a sudden, we don't do anything, we're just watching this rat baiting, rats versus dogs fighting, and then we're yanked out by a guy who decides he's gonna kill us by feeding us to rats. And then we get saved by a dog. It was a very well done scene. The action there was very cool, but it felt very kind of ridiculous, cartoonish, in a way that this series hasn't done before. There were some very cool sort of, what would you call them? Impressionistic scenes with the Madame fortune teller. And I did appreciate this wasn't a supernatural case, right? And even the fortune teller is like, wink, wink, she doesn't really believe it. So that was cool. But the idea that guy was trying to kill us with rats, eat us alive, weird choice. And while we're talking about that, I think it pays to talk, because again, these little misses that felt like maybe this game needed more time to work on. Here's another little sort of expectation oddity. There were moments of real tenderness in all of these games we've played, and sort of connection. And there were a couple places here where it seemed to take a right turn and just say, forget it. One was the dog. I was like, this dog's gonna come with us now. We've got a friend, he's a dog, we saved him, he's gonna help us again, we're gonna be meeting him, we're gonna be seeing scenes where he's yipping and yapping and doing fun things. The dog saved our life. We went across the street for a beer, he drank from the beer, never heard from that dog again. Wasn't even mentioned. Weird. Like even when you go in the place to the dog shelter, no entry. And there were a bunch of places where we thought there should be entries. There weren't. Like this whole charity and orphanage, that was a key, absolutely central element to this mystery. And yet when you try to go to the 5 different orphanages, not even a half a paragraph. Weird choices. And I thought we had this nice romantic relationship with budding flirtation with this girl, Josephine. We got more interactions with her, but after this flirting, the next thing we hear from her is I'm married twice. I was just married to this con artist. Weird. It sort of killed off any romance. Emmy says, did the case need or benefit from having 2 books? Did it add to the confusion issues? That's a great point. Let me address that quickly. In Gumshoe, which is behind me here, the game is split into days. Each day is a different section. And the sections are split up, but the important thing is that on day 2, if you go to a place, the same place you went to on day 1, it has a different lead entry so that you read something different. And you walk in and the person's like, hey, how are you doing? Remember yesterday we did this. So it was natural to me, seeing these 2 books, I see what's going to happen. The first book is going to be the first half of the case. Something important's going to happen. And now you're going to switch to book 2. And now when you go to the Walker residence, you're going to walk in the door in that same location, but you'll get a different response because it's day 2 and things have happened. And when we go to our informants, they're going to say different stuff because it's a new book. You can fill in new stuff. Instead, what we got is every entry, every single entry to my memory, every single entry where there was a place in both books, it was just copied. No point in having a second book. And in fact, there were some bugs where there were entries that clearly should have been in the second book and weren't. But there was no overlap. There was no overlap of locations. There was no reason to have 2 books other than to make the books smaller, but there was no point in it. Maybe another way to say that is it's not just that there was no point, but it was a huge missed opportunity. And I think it does offer another little hint that this was rushed because, like, for example, we had 3 informants. There is no reason why the wonderful writing text of the wonderful dialogues and scenes, why you wouldn't take this opportunity if you're going to have those informants again, why you wouldn't take the opportunity to give them new intros and new discussions with you. It was also, we could have been explained better. Oh, okay, let's talk more about it. We also got pushed off book 1 without any warning. no expectation, and told basically, you can't go back to this book. So if you missed stuff, it treated it as like, well, too bad you don't ever get to look at it. And there was even one place in there that was completely death. Like, that was a bug that if you obeyed the rules of not going back in that book, it would have been very hard to look up Patty in the directory and find his mother's birth date, which is how he got into the door to save the kids. That's pretty severe. So yeah. John says, I do think the dog action scene was much better than the chase scene. For one chase scene, you could die, and two, I think during the chase you can talk. You're just waiting to catch the person. Yeah, I mean the action scene here, which had to choose your adventure, was worked to the extent that it was just a compelling scene. And but I'm not sure, the actions we made could have made a difference. It was just that the scene was so compelling that it was kind of fun. John says, book 2 is the one with all the printing issues. Book 1 felt much better. I agree. Things got, the errors got worse in book 2, for sure. And we both seem to agree there's no really point for there being 2 books. I don't mind there being 2 books, but it does seem like it caused some real problems. And there's pictures on top of text hiding it. It was fun to have the books filled with other stuff, some cool illustrations, some little reports, some newspaper articles. That is fun. And I do think it's very weird to kick people out of book 1 before they have a chance. Like, that's not how these games should work, right? You should know when you should know when you want to move to the next book. Or the game should be damn sure that you've seen everything you need to see, which it wasn't. There were a couple gates that were weird too. One of them was like, hey, if you've seen 3 ghosts that's seen its face, continue on. And what we read after that had really nothing to do with it. You could easily have gone to a place in a wrong order. There were a bunch of those things. So lots of problems with this case. So if we were going to give someone some advice for playing it, what would we say? First of all, we'd say play the Postmortem LA games first. And then we would say, look, if you have some tolerance for working around bugs, and what you love the most is a really long game with good writing and some very cool scenes, and you really lean into the reading part of it, you could get a lot of enjoyment out of this. Maybe wait to see how they're going to handle the feedback and if there's going to be a second version, a second edition, or an FAQ or something like that. But I mean, overall, if there's only 12 of these really long experiences out there in the world, and you love that long experience, there's a lot to like here. There's a lot to enjoy here. And if you enjoy it for the ride and don't mind working around the bugs, this could still be a great experience. But it's easy to see people getting very frustrated with this, and it'll be interesting to see some of the feedback they get from other players. John says, in general, I think we also would have liked denser clues, denser documents. Yes, I think that's right. For example, the autopsy reports and the police reports are very minimal and shallow.
So what Jonathan is talking about is sometimes in these games you get a report, a time schedule, or a letter, or an autopsy where you just really have to sink your teeth into it, go back time and time again to really tease out the details that you overlooked the first time, the second time. And having one document, sometimes it's a cab log where there's like 20 entries and you really spend some time with that document and you really get to know it. Sometimes that's really enjoyable. Now here's another example of a very cool document, but really none of this was important. None of this we had to go into. We just looked up each date or name. And so that's what Jonathan's saying. It would have been nice to have some more dense documents to really sink our teeth into. So if giving advice, Jonathan says, yeah, maybe wait for second edition. The scale of the case in the world is the main selling point. Yes, I agree. Play the others first, and then if you run out of big, long games, maybe make your way to this, especially if you can find it on sale. We could talk about a couple more things. The props, like these things, and then there's a metal key over here. Metal key, and this, and the matchbook with the number that we never use. These add nothing for me. They're fun, I don't mind them, but they don't add anything to the game. I'd be happy with more realistic, dense documents. If you told me the choice is this stuff with a metal key or full-page documents every time we get a police report, I'll take the full-page police reports or the letters rather than having to try to see what this logo is because it's just handwritten out. I'll trade any day getting rid of this metal key for full-page documents. One other thing that I think that I'm not sure about, I'm not sure how I feel about this one, is the directory. Let's talk about it for a second. So first of all, there were some bugs in the directory. There were a couple places where it wasn't sorted, but you could think that maybe the Victorian age, they get that wrong, so that's not a deal breaker. The really interesting thing with the directory is the commercial section. In Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, the directory has the commercial entries by name inside the residential mixed in. So if you want to look up something by name, you just go into the alphabetical section and you'll get businesses and residentials. And then the dedicated commercial section of the directories is organized by topic, like lawyers, chemists, etc. Here, there is no organization by topic. And I'm not sure how I feel about that, because then it does sort of require you to spend more time familiarizing yourself with what's available. And that led to some fun moments where we remembered, oh, I wonder if there's an accountant. You have to sort of go everywhere looking for an accountant, stuff like that. I don't think I minded this. I'm not sure if it's better or worse or has more opportunity for hiding information, but I didn't really mind it. Some people might. Jonathan says, I do think we're coming off more negative than we truly feel. It was fun and we did get lost in the mystery. Just a rough experience in some other ways. Yeah, I want to echo that as well. We're sort of focusing on the negative, but as a sort of holistic experience, it was great. It was great. It was very fun and gave us 24 hours of real work. We worked and constantly were reading new entries. That's a lot of work went into this game. A lot of writing went into this game. A lot of good writing went into this game. So for all the flaws,
it was very enjoyable. I would have liked a couple more moments where we had to sit there and chew on something for a while to get an aha moment, but we did have moments. We did have moments where we made a connection. We're like, oh, that's why this, and that's why this, and those were fun. Sometimes, however, we were sort of let down by that. Like, for example, we got this near the very end of the game, right? We picked up on this, we had a choice. Do you want to go to the mill or go here? And we made this little aha moment. Remember what the mother said about the Lord is on our side, whatever. And we're like, okay, we should go here. Turned out to be not just irrelevant, but you got a better ending if you didn't pick up on that. That's weird. But I agree with Jonathan. It was a very enjoyable experience. I really did enjoy it. Despite all the critiques, all the criticisms, overall, it was very engaging, very enjoyable. We were in a world. We did live in a world that was interesting, with interesting characters. In fact, lots of really interesting characters. We met some very cool people and had some very cool scenes. For me, that was the highlight of this game. The accountant we met and the weird characters, really well done, really enjoyable. And that makes up for a lot. A lot of flaws can get overlooked if the process is enjoyable. It's very rare we play a game where we want to spend 24 hours playing in that world just talking to people. That is very hard to achieve, and this game did achieve it. John says, another missed opportunity. We have these two maps. We enjoy just having maps. Some puzzle with spatial locations would have been fun. Yeah, there were a couple times when we were told, oh, it's across the street from this, across the street from that. That was fun, or on Low Marsh Road. There were some moments of that where we had to use the map to figure out where to go. I think more of that would have been welcome. I will say that, though. More of that would have been welcome. I said we were only going to talk for a little while, but we've actually gone on quite a bit talking about it. Another little criticism was about how this map numbers were totally random. That's a weird choice, and I don't understand. I don't know. Was there some logic to that so that you couldn't just hunt around a number? That was a weird choice. And none of the residential areas are on this map, so we couldn't keep track of the residential locations. I don't know what the logic of that was, if there was one. Jonathan pointed out something that I think was true also that we talked about before, which is some of the very best of the Sherlock Holmes cases present you with a very compelling introductory scene that's full of confusing elements. And I think we missed that here, right? We're told that like these two people get pushed off and killed, and there's talk of a ghost, but there wasn't that much to sink our teeth into with this opening mystery that we're trying to unveil. Although there was the rip notes, but I think we wanted more details that didn't make sense to us that we would slowly piece together. Like he fell over backwards, he fell over face first. Was there some weird thing that happened? Were they arguing? I guess some of it fit into place, but it didn't feel as compelling as some of the best cases where you're like, this scene makes no sense. And then there are some moments where you're like, aha, now this makes sense, now this makes sense, now this makes sense. That didn't really happen here. It was just, okay, the ghosts pushed them in, and we just had to figure out what's the explanation for the ghosts, and then everything else sort of was automatic. And there were a couple more unbelievable things. The kid that fell into the machine and somehow he got lost behind the machine, that kind of stuff. John says, one minor nitpick, I would have, with the pace of writing between clues, sometimes something exciting would happen, but then the next entry would start with a slow description or a very large speech. Sort of killed momentum at times. Yeah, I think you could make a case that somehow the pacing was off, especially when the pacing led to choose your own adventure death. Yeah, I think you're right. And I think you've got a point there. It's hard for me to pinpoint it, but that feels a bit right. There were a couple of moments that felt like they were breakthrough moments, but then the pacing died off, although some of them worked. Like when we finally found the 3 ghosts, we got a very cool scene. But I think I know what you're saying. I agree with you. There were moments like that. There were some naturally arced, really nice pacing, right? Like the dog fight sort of climaxed, and then it had a little come down while we had a beer and relaxed. But there were a couple places where it just felt weird, and a couple places where we died. Maybe that's a good example. Like we're tracing down this vent and we're chasing down this ghost and we died. And that totally brought us to a screeching halt while we had to decide how do we want to deal with this game trying to tell us that our game is over. We had to rewind, and that was weird. That shouldn't happen. It sort of lost all its momentum, and there were a couple of places like that. A couple of places also where the game felt like it was an adventure game making us do busy work on a quest, right? Like, you're not trying... The quest, we are supposed to find 3 ex-employees who saw the ghost. Why? No explanation. Just, here's your busy work. You come back to me when you found 3 ex-employees who found the ghost. Then I'll unlock the next part of the game for you. No, they're not tied together. Don't have to worry about learning anything important. You just find the numbers, and then you can unlock the next part of the game. That kind of disconnect. Another was Turney and Hat are run over. Then we find Hat's conspiracy bunker. Then we go back to Helen. She gives a long speech about corruption in society. Yeah, also it felt like there should be some explanation for being run over. But yes. Yes, I agree with you. Also, that weird thing about the conspiracy with them all as kids, that seemed totally irrelevant, right? Because them knowing each other as kids, did that add anything? What did that add? We're supposed to know they knew each other as kids, okay, but how does that help explain anything? It would have been interesting if we were led to believe that they didn't know each other. I guess in a little way we were. If we had figured out that one of them was Turney, and Florence Walker didn't admit she knew Turney. Turney wanted revenge for kicking him out of that group. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Rampart might have said the couples were not close somewhere near the beginning of the tale. Maybe. Interesting. So much to talk about. All right. So if we want to cut and do a spoiler-free review recommendation here, it's this. The game's full of bugs. It's super long. One of the longest of these kinds of Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games. Lots of problems. The post-mortem LA cases are more satisfying, more clean, with better writing, more engaging. But with all of the problems and all of the imperfections and possibly an unsatisfying solution, if you really love a long, engaging game, this is one of the few games in that category. And the world and a lot of the writing is fantastic and enjoyable. So if you really like reading, you're in it for a long session and just want to do a lot of reading in a big world, pick this up. But maybe wait for a second edition, or at least until there are more FAQs, more fixes posted about it. Play the Postmortem LA games first. John says, we'll end it there. I'll just answer Jonathan's question. Might I make a before you buy video for this? I'm not sure. Maybe that little summary is it. I'm not sure. It might be interesting to talk to the author about, it'll be interesting to hear his take if he can somehow force himself to go through. I don't think he's going to be going through 24 hours. And at one point I was thinking, should we keep track of the bugs? It's just too much work. Okay. I did have a blast playing this with Jonathan and Tina, Anna, and all the people who joined us for little pieces of it in the beginning. I think someone asked me about playing these solo, and I said what I believe even more strongly each day. These mystery games can be played solo. They really benefit from having at least one other person to talk to. And the longer the game, the more important it is to have someone else with you when you try these games. And here's a case where you need to take notes, and you really would benefit from having at least one other person to work on it with you. All right, terrific fun. Next game we play will be a little shorter. And I'll see you next time. Jonathan and Tina, Anna, everyone who joined us, thank you. I'll see you next time.